Croft. It's beautiful conditions currently, and myself, Rae and Ross McIntyre, we're going to be bringing you through the entire weekend once again, of course, live and free on NLR TV. And well, Ross, what a weekend we have in store. I mean, we've came straight away from Snetterton, then Donington Park, obviously a mammoth endurance race, which we'll get into in a little bit at Donington. But now we arrive here at Croft, a completely different challenge for everyone.
Very much so, of course. Bit of a different location as well, bit further north, shall we say, but don't let the weather tell you that one. It's been absolutely scorching so far this weekend, as it has been across the whole country. But yeah, really, really different circuit, really different challenge. Obviously a lot flatter here than it has been at Donington, but it's a proper old school style circuit. Very, very narrow. Not a lot of places where you can afford to make an error because there's not a lot of runoff. And it's tricky as well. It's very much a circuit where you have to be brave, but you have to be gentle. You have to take care of the bike and just be very smooth all across in order to be fast. So very different to what we have seen so far this season, but I think it's going to be a very fun challenge, and I think all the riders are going to enjoy it as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those circuits that on paper maybe it looks a little bit easy on paper, but whenever you actually get there on track on your bike, it's a completely different challenge. There's some bumps out there as well as a technical final sector, not to mention, and a real good mix of corners. Now, we'll be going through the track in depth later on in the show, of course, once we get a little bit of a break, but I mean, on paper it may look easy, but whenever you're out there on the bike, it's really tricky. And just like Donington Park, there's still plenty of places to make some moves, because some incredible racing that we've seen there just 1 month ago.
Oh, it was an absolutely fantastic weekend. Of course, we get to go back there a little bit later on in the season when we go back for the national layout. But, you know, that's in the past now. We're here at Croft and we're very excited. As you said, still plenty of overtaking opportunities as well. Still plenty of space for there to be action out on the track. But again, it is very, very different. It's less, at it 100%, there's lots of corners where you've just got to be very patient, let the bike roll through, let it get comfortable before you get back on it. Similar story when you're on the brakes as well. There's a lot of corners where you need to get off the throttle well before the corner and well before you get on the brakes, just so you get the lines right, so you get the angles right, and then so you get the exit right as well. So it can be very technical, of course, especially the last sector just on our left-hand side, the right-hand side of your picture over there, where you have that massive back section. Obviously, you're flying through the sunnies, and then suddenly you get it right slowed down for the slowest part of the circuit to essentially 180-degree hairpins before you get back onto the front straight. So it's a very quick change for the last couple of corners, and then it's pretty quick across the rest of the lap. But again, that's going to be a primary overtaking opportunity, but it's a place where it's very challenging because, of course, you're going to want to set the bike up to be quick everywhere else through the fast bits. You're going to be riding nice and loose through there, and then you get to the slow bit and suddenly it's anybody's game, really.
Yeah, it's everyone's game, and well, as you said about just the final sector, a perfect place as well for spectators to watch this weekend. Obviously, a lot of you guys will be joining us online, live and free on YouTube, but there's the opportunity to come to the circuit and watch the racing in person. I know a lot of the riders watch the racing in person in between their own races, and then go back and re-watch it in the evening to see exactly what happened at the other side of this track. But nonetheless, it's a good track for spectators to watch at, especially if they get the opportunity to head into the infield section, which is just over there in between the races. It's a good section to watch in, and well, we have a 3-hour endurance to look forward to this weekend. Yet another endurance race to tick off this year. Not as long as Donington Park, that's for sure. Donington racing for over 5 hours in the Biker Lawyers 750 kilometres of Melbourne 750 kilometres even. But nonetheless, slightly shorter endurance race, but it's still going to be as challenging on board the bike.
Certainly, of course. Again, we're not racing to laps as we were last time either. We are back to a time limit, and hopefully the sun's on our side. Again, at this time we also had to cut Snetterton short as well, of course, due to the light. Again, we're getting into summer now. The days are getting a bit longer, so fingers crossed that everything goes okay. But yes, 3 hours around here, it's going to be very, very long. And again, as always with endurance race, when that fatigue starts to set in, when the bike starts to give up on you, that's when the mistakes happen later into the race. That's when the chaos all starts to happen. And here at Croft, it's not a particularly huge track. It's, yes, just a touch over 2.1 miles, but again, it's very, very narrow and very, very quick. And when you're coming up on slower classes, when you're coming up on bikes you need to get round that are a lap or two down on you, that's when it's going to be a bit interesting. And if it's as close as it was at Donington as well, where there were 2-3 bikes in each of the classes that have that many, that it was going right down to the wire between them, should be a very exciting end to this one.
Yeah, well, you can see it's a quiet pit lane at the moment. I think it's fair to say we're here at the end of proceedings, but you can see some of the work getting done on the bikes over in the pit lane at the moment. and final preparations going into tomorrow. Now, Croft, it's quite a tight pit lane. A whole new challenge for the endurance riders, and this weekend, unlike other weekends where we normally have both sprint and endurance riders in the pit lane, this weekend it's just going to be endurance riders allowed in. Now, we did used to have marquees at the end of pit lane, but with the way things are and just running the event nice and smooth, it means that we can't do that at the moment. So a tight pit lane, only endurance riders in it this weekend, so we're seeing some riders that maybe would normally be in here, normally used to the pit lane style of life, well, they're going to be up in the paddocks. And there's multiple paddocks here at Croft. It's a confusing layout if it's your first time visiting, but still you can see a couple of people just chilling in the middle of the pit lane at the moment, just enjoying the end of their day. And hopefully we can find a couple of riders to speak to in a few moments anyway.
Fingers crossed. Again, it's that time of the day where everyone's had enough and has kind of gone to the backs of vans or gone to get some food or something like that. A couple of people doing work on the bike here and there. I'm sure we'll see if we can try and grab somebody at least. But again, it's a very different scenario here to what we've had before, again, with a lot of the riders in the sprint races all being shoved off either further down the paddock or across to the second paddock we have here as well, which is down one of the old runways. Of course, Croft, as with most UK tracks, used to be an airfield back in the day. So it's all a bit spread out. Everyone's kind of all over the place. And again, it's a bit more quieter than you would expect for a pit lane. But obviously, during the endurance, it's going to be very, very busy. But again, it's a very narrow pit lane as well. There's going to be people running about everywhere. It's going to be pretty chaotic, I'm sure, when we're coming down here during the endurance race to try and speak to people. Yeah, could be a bit mental, but we'll wait and see what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that when we arrive, that's it. And as well, of course, we're going to have a Audi safety car this weekend, slightly different to what we've seen throughout the whole season. So the No Limits own safety car is going to be out in action, of course, this weekend. But you can see some work being done in the pits there, and that's for the number 50 squad, the endurance team. So if actually we're going to have a quick little dive in and see if we can see exactly what's going on. Now, of course, we have spoke to the number 50 squad a couple of times over the course of the season. But first of all, how's things going this weekend?
Yeah, it's been a great start today. First time here for us. We are just been getting used to the track, trying to work it out, and just trying to. We haven't been timing or anything like that, so we're just enjoying the weather, enjoying the track, and looking forward to the weekend.
And just for everyone at home, just a reminder, your team, and it looks like you've got an extra bike in the pit box this weekend.
Yeah, so we're Pack Racing, and we are consist of myself, Alan Lane, Chris Taylor on the BMW 1000, and Paul Dewey is riding the GSXR 1000 for this. He's recently purchased that. Obviously, at Donington, he had a breakdown, or he had an accident, and the 660 he was riding wasn't much left of that. So, he's gone and picked that one up, and he's getting used to it. He's only ridden it at Donington on an evening session, so it's a brand new bike to him as well. And we're just gonna. Hopefully tomorrow learn a bit more, and looking forward to the endurance and just do our best.
Yeah, and as you said, this year it's a whole new challenge for you in general, and this is a brand new circuit for you.
Yeah.
What's the first laps around Croft like? What's it like on board the R1?
We walked it last night, and it felt quite wide, and felt like the straights were long, and it felt like there was a lot of runoff area. Today, when we went out, it felt very narrow, very fast, technical, and I'll just say it's more technical track to learn, but it's really fun. It's a fun track.
And in terms of your riding, obviously round 3 of the season now, have you seen much progression from yourself since like Donington and Snetterton?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I'm learning the bike a lot more, getting used to obviously new tracks and different things like that. And I'm also increasing my fitness per round. I feel like I'm able to do more on the endurance, do more laps, and so physically fit, bike's feeling better, and just trying to keep building as the season goes.
And well, good best luck this weekend. We're going to have a quick chat with Chris. It looks like he's busy anyway, doing some work.
Yeah. He had an issue in the last session, just with the throttle. But my sister's turned up today, and this is my niece Freya. So Yeah, it's a bit of a family thing this weekend, and we're just going to enjoy it.
Yeah, enjoy a family weekend out. Hopefully in the sunshine at Croft anyway. So best of luck.
Thank you very much.
And we'll pop around to Chris quickly, although he is busy. And we'll hopefully see what the issue is. Chris, I'm not going to mention anything about sprockets to you this weekend because hopefully they go nice and smooth. What's the issue?
We've got a loose connection in the throttle connector. We've identified it. We're going to solder the connection to get us through, so it should be fine.
Yeah, has it hindered much of your progress here today, hindered much of your laps, or was it just in that final session?
The last session we went to go out and it had just decided it had had enough, so it's lucky it went today. We can get it sorted and we'll be fine for the morning.
Yeah. And ahead to the endurance, obviously you're hoping to get this fixed. Any tweaks you want to make overnight with the bike?
No, pretty happy with it, to be fair. Never been to Croft before, so it's more me learning the track rather than the bike. So.
Yeah, well, we were speaking to your teammate there, and Ross and I were just speaking up in pit lane of how surprising Croft can be sometimes, of how technical it can be, although on paper it looks like it's flat, it looks like it's relatively simple. That final sector especially, it's super tricky.
Yeah, it is. Finding it quite tiring on the 1,000, to be fair. On the 900 it's quite nice. But yeah, it's quite physical on the 1,000, so it should be good though.
Yeah, just a weekend of having fun out there in the sunshine, hopefully, and hopefully get some good laps in the F900 as well for yourself.
Yeah, we're doing the F900 Cup on that, so we'll give that a bash.
Well, best luck, and hopefully you can get this fixed relatively soon and get an early night.
Thank you, cheers.
Well, always good to hear from Chris. And Ross, I believe you were just waiting outside, mooching about outside the pit lane.
Yeah, trying to enjoy some of the cooler temperatures out here than in the garages, of course. But yeah, great to hear from those guys and a couple of riders. Again, it's a bit quiet. Everyone seems to be off at scrutineering at the moment by the sounds of things. But still, great to hear from a few of the riders at least. And again, even if for a lot of people it is a new circuit, everyone feeling very, very confident. Again, it's a circuit that the riders really, really like. Even if it does throw a few curveballs, one thing that I think will affect people massively around here is the wind. It's very, very flat part of the country, and Croft itself surrounded by farmlands here, so very easy to get windy. It can come from any direction. You can get headwinds, tailwinds, crosswinds, whatever you want, and that can catch people out, and it does change across the course of the racing day as well. So that's something we need to keep our eye on. But overall, everyone's seeming to be enjoying themselves so far. Everyone's been enjoying the sun, of course. It's been a lovely couple of days to go out there on a bike and just have some fun. Across the weekend, a little bit cloudier tomorrow, but we're expecting it to get to a high of 22 degrees, so thankfully cooler than it has been earlier in the week. Sunday, only a high of 19. We are potentially expecting some rain on Sunday as well, so that could be a bit of a spanner in the works. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that one. But overall, I think everyone's feeling very confident.
Yeah, everyone's feeling nice and confident, and I think it's fair to say, especially Sunday, the wet conditions good for a spanner into the mix, because this year so far, it's not been mean to say, we've had it so lucky with the weather. I mean, Saturday, let's not forget, we started in March, and it was sunny conditions from start to finish. In fact, it felt like summer. Then we came to Donington Park, and you needed to apply sunscreen, otherwise down in pit lane during the 6-hour endurance race, you would be absolutely burnt to a crisp. Now we've arrived here where at the start of the week, it looked like it could rain the entire weekend, included on Friday. And every single day, these weather conditions have got better and better. And now it's sitting 40-50% chance on Sunday. And I'm sure there'll be a couple of riders out there doing a rain dance and maybe hoping to get their opportunity, their time to shine anyway, with the wet conditions out there. Because what we have seen in the past, of course, it can change up the order completely. And for some of the newer riders, it's a whole new challenge, a whole new experience, and a whole new bike setup that's going to be needed for it.
Absolutely. If it does rain, it's going to be absolutely advantage to the local riders who are here for a wild card, for the guys who've been here before and know how this circuit works. Because, of course, you've got to change everything. You've got to change how you ride the bike. You've got to change the bike setup itself. You've got to change your mentality and where to go. All of those things that you have to consider. And if you're brand new to this circuit, it's going into the race. You might get a bit of a lucky warm-up in the morning. If you're lucky, of course, Sunday we don't get going until 12 o'clock, as it is due to noise restrictions, so not an engine fired until midday. So, you're just going to launch yourself into it and hope for the best if you are fresh to this track. So, could be quite interesting, as we see some of our guys enjoying some refreshments so far here this on a wonderful Friday evening. But how are we doing, guys? You all okay?
0 beers, we're all good, you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Yeah, enjoying the weather so far?
Yeah, it's good. It's all good. It's nice, isn't it?
And talk to us a bit about yourself and the team. Who are you guys? What are you doing here?
Pick me again, wouldn't you?
You've got to reintroduce yourself to the folks at home.
It's GMJ Racing in the endurance. We're running with 2 guys tomorrow. We've had an issue with licenses, so there's just 2 of us running. So hopefully we don't fall apart. But we'll see.
Yeah, obviously part of the fun with the endurance. 3 hours between two of you. That's quite a long time. How are you planning to factor that one in?
Yeah, it's a bit brutal. We're just going to do as much as we can for as long as we can and go from there, really. Try not to fall foul of the rules again.
Still, though, how's things been so far? Everything okay with the bikes?
Been a good day, yeah. The bike's been fine. We've had no issues, thankfully. So, that's what a test day is for, to find the problems in it. So we haven't found any problems, so it's all good.
And running quick as well?
Say again?
Running quick as well?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah.
Not keeping your cards close to your chest.
Yeah, I don't want to give too much away. Other people might be listening.
So, when it's 1 hour in, you're 5 laps up the road, then we'll know.
But that would be nice, wouldn't it? That would be really nice. But we'll see.
Wait and see. But I'm assuming you guys been through scrutineering. Everything okay with the machines?
We're about to go scrutineering now and go get that done. We've done the leathers and helmets and things, but we're just the bikes now. So,
do you guys run with the 2 bikes you got this week anyway? Are they 2 different bikes or the same bike?
They're 2 different bikes, but they're both R6s. We've got our own bikes. We have got a third. He's brought his third bike down, so just in case someone throws at the scenery, we can use another one. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, fingers crossed that you can just run on your own things and it'll all be okay. But we'll see how it goes. Well, we'll let you get back to relaxing. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers. Can you pick one of the other guys next time? They seem to have run off, Luke.
You were just sat there. You just happened to be close to me. I'll try my best. Thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, mate. Have a good night.
Will do. Great to speak to the guys from GMJ Racing, of course. Shame to hear about someone having a bit of an issue with their licence there, but them's the rules, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things. You need to have a licence to, go out there and compete, obviously. The endurance now, it's one of the championships where it's nice and open. You can race as clubmen, you can race national. Nonetheless, as we actually see one of our Oddballs Racing in there for number 2, and just next to them actually I'm seeing Harry Dennison's bike, which has clearly been crashed, to say the very least. So an off today for Harry Dennison, and we'll have a little look inside this garage in general. So we do have the BMW M1000 RR here. It's seen better days, of course. Front screen smashed in that one, slight bit of damage on the rear tail unit as well, but not to mention over here we have a rather tall trophy, if Michael, the cameraman, wants to have a little look. And this, of course, being the championship trophy from last year. Now, the number 32 squad, and as they have been egging me on to say their official team name after last round, and they did, of course, get another fantastic result. So the Track Slags team, as they're called, and as is on that trophy over there, they're going to be looking, and they're going to be in the hunt again this weekend. I mean, it's 3 hours of racing, and we know how quick they can be, and most importantly as well, just how consistent they are. I mean, Harry's super quick himself, and let's not forget how fast Jordan Browse can be at the start of stint and at the start of the race, of course, for the 32 squad.
Yeah, Jordan's a bit of a secret weapon, well, not so secret weapon, should I say, for them. He just gets out there in the first couple of laps, while other riders maybe just getting into it, getting warmed up, getting everything up to temp with the bike as well. He's just straight on it. So he'll be certainly one to watch out for. Yeah, interested with Harris crash, though. That's obviously going to affect things. Obviously, he's going to be going into the Bike Alloys 3-hour endurance race, maybe with something in the back of his mind. Of course, is there any damage to the bike as well? Of course, we can see the fairings a bit banged up. The handlebars look fairly straight, but it could have knocked something loose. It could have knocked, some of the forks out of whack just a little bit. And that's things you're going to have to fix and repair. And of course, if it has changed something with the forks or knocked the brakes a little bit, that's something that you're not getting back to exactly where it was here this weekend. So the bike's now going to ride differently as well for the rest of the weekend. So that could be a bit of a spanner in the works for those guys.
Yeah, we'll have a chat with them, of course, during the endurance race. Nobody here at the moment. They've not started working that bike just yet, but certainly anyway, new clutch protector needed, or brake protector needed, as they're running a clutch and a rear brake on that left handlebar. Left handlebar actually doesn't look too bent.
No.
Rear sets look all okay. Definitely a new front fairing or a new screen's going to be needed for that one. But overall, I think as crashes go, not too much damage on the surface of things. But as you said, you just don't know until you strip down the bike later on. So we'll head down, finish the pit lane. Not too much a pit lane actually left at the moment, of course. As we said, a relatively small pit lane, and that's why we're not able to have the sprint riders in the pits as well this weekend. A few more bikes. Lack of riders still. Quite a few riders actually away out on track walks before the weekend gets underway. As we mentioned already, some of the riders, they've already been out on track walks this weekend on the day before testing. Now that testing's all completed, getting an extra one in there now, they've got some extra time out on the bike.
Yeah, absolutely. Croft, there's a lot of bumps around this place. So there's some ones that are really, really nasty right where you want to put the bike as well. So it is very important here, perhaps more so than anywhere else in the calendar for the rest of the season, that you do just know where everything is, and just taking that slow stroll out. Obviously, it's good to calm down and cool down, warm down at the end of the day, but it's also good because you can, when you're walking, you can spot things you can't see when you're flying along 130, 140 miles an hour. So really important that those guys can go out there, see if anything's changed from last year, if they've been here before, and if you're new as well, just be able to spot, okay, that's there, I didn't see that when I was out the bike, don't hit that, don't go there, don't do this, all of those things like that. We can just see the army guys in here down the end of the pit lane. You can see a few of those guys in there. Interesting enough, no inter-services race this weekend. Of course, the Army, the RAF, the Navy guys, they've all brought all of their guys, all of their gear as well, to go out there and attack all of the different races they've got going on. Of course, there's some people in the Bike Alloys endurance race, there's other people competing in different sprint races, but no inter-services championship race this weekend, so we don't get to see all of the services going out there one-on-one. Can't see any of the riders around.
And then we'll be coming to Joe live.
Three of the No Limits racing season. We're here at Croft for the opening race of the day. Race 1 on our schedule is going to be the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy.
So coming to Ethan's shot. Ethan, if you want to reset to that shot you've just had.
Alongside me this weekend, as always, is Mr. Ross McIntyre. Well, Ross, it's scorching conditions. It's scorchio here at Croft. We're expecting around
Coming to camera 8 live.
this weekend. It's the first grid. It does load up, of course.
Joe, can you move so you've got the bikes in shot? Perfect. So you're going to be following those into turn 1.
It's going to be around 7-lap race here today. Shorter races on Saturday with Tommy Fielding.
So there's going to be one warm-up lap, guys. So on this warm-up lap, just try and keep as wide as possible, keep as many bikes in shot as you can.
Sure, around 30 bikes on the grid or so for this one. So Tommy Fielding alongside Tom Norton and Luke Jennings on the front row of things. But well, Ross, what an exciting day. What an exciting weekend we have in store. 8 races here today, 7 sprints, and of course, a 3-hour Biker Lawyers endurance race to look forward to later this afternoon. But the open race of the day...
So currently live with Joe. Going to
Not
come
really
to
surprised
Jake
that
next.
Tommy's up there on
Jake,
pole
just
position,
stand
is
by.
he? I mean, he's been absolutely
Ethan,
dominating this season so far. 6 out of 6, 3 wins on the road, 3 were very strong performances back at Snetterton, where we had the Tag Honda BSB team here as wildcards. They obviously kind of disappeared up the front a little bit, but he still took the 25 points for each race, the full maximum 75. He already has a 58-point lead in the championship heading into round number 3. Can anybody stop Tommy Fielding? Let's run through the grid for you. Front rows, Tommy Fielding, Tom Norton and Luca Jennings. Jay Malderson, P4, with Stephen Duncan and Jamie Boyce alongside. Row 3, Brandon Petty, Liam Murtaugh and Gavin Watts, with Wilfred Turner rounding out the top 10. He's alongside James McLaren and Jack Morgan. Then it's Paul Charman, Scott Stone and Curtis Milburn, Michael Stansfield, Annie Buchanan, James Skelding, David Williams, Phil Abel, Ralph Laturco, Chris Taylor, James Crow, Kieran Nicholson, Robbie Gibbons, Steve Frizzle, Paul Bowerbank, Michael Needham, Nico Cipriano and Harry Dennis. 30 riders out there for this one.
Heading to Michael Mack, so far just helping him away soon, just try and keep as many
show a little bit of an
off
off for Harry Dennison in yesterday's action, so he was unable to set a time, but should be very, very interesting to see what's going to happen again. Tommy Fielding, he's been the man to beat so far this season. He's been absolutely dominant, but a very different circuit, as we've been saying all weekend long, to what we've seen before. Very, very tight, very narrow, very fast overall, but then you get to that technical final complex section. It rewards bravery, it rewards finesse, and it rewards patience.
Ethan, just follow the last few bikes through. And then we'll be coming to Shri. Shri, keep that static shot there. Shri live. Shri, just follow the last few bikes through. Joe, reset. That's perfect, Joe.
Position, Tom Norton, let's keep in mind, starting in P2. What an exciting prospect we have for this one. Tom Norton, we know how quick he can be. So everyone now pulling into their grid slots. It's nearly time to get going. It's nearly time for round 3 to go blast off. Everyone's taking their spot on the grid, then the green flag will wave at the back. It'll be red lights on, red lights off, and then we can officially get the action underway. So the red lights will appear in a few moments. The revs are rising now, and away we go. It's a great start for Tom Norton. Now we do have a staller on the grid. It looks like Luca Jennings having some issues getting the bike off the line as headed into turn 1 straight away. Tommy Fielding does lead the field through. Still Tom Norton in second position, and it's going to be Murta in P3. A good clean start from everyone so far. The Suzuki though, it looks like that could be Turner just trying to launch himself up the inside into third position, but it is going to be Fielding leading the way on this opening lap, heading the way towards Tower Bend down the back straight. Such a quick section of the circuit, heavy on the anchors yet again for the first time of asking as Tommy Fielding, heads into P1.
Yeah, nice stuff there from them, but a very clean start overall to kickstart round 3 at Croft. The riders now making their way towards the Jim Clark S's, then Barcroft, and then of course this huge corner coming up next, Sunny in and Sunny out. Technically 2 corners, you can take it as one big double apex, 180 degree sweeper, so fast, you're at maximum lean angle. And you've got to be patient as well before you get back on the throttle. Solid start, it must be said, from Tom Norton. We see that RSV4 always really good away from the line, always right up there at the front of the race, but things still not quite up to temperature for most of the bikes and most of the riders, I'm sure. We're not seeing Fielding just vanishing into the distance yet. Opportunities into the hairpin at the end of the lap. Looks like there are going to be a couple of moves in the background of the picture, but it will be Tommy Fielding, the 556, the pole sitter, and the 6th race winner on the bounce. He holds the lead at the moment. It is Tom Norton second, Liam Murta in P3 after a great start from 8th on the grid. Then it's Boyce, Petty and Duncan 4th, 5th and 6th. They are leading the way in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. So you got 1, 2, 3 as 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6 as 1, 2, 3 in our 2 different classes as we now push our way back towards the bottom of the track, Tower Bend. I love this corner so much. You can see the big bump right on the apex before you get back on the power. Looks like Fielding and Norton starting to break away from the 47 and Murta. Could very much be a 2-way fight for this race lead.
Great start from Jamie Boyce. Let's keep in mind on board the Suzuki up into P4. A couple of positions gained on that open lap. He's the top of your Dart Premier Power Cup runners out on circuit. Sits in P4 overall out on track. But Tom Norton keeping Fielding honest, to be fair, for the time being. Of course, the solo Aprilia out there on circuit, and he's already into the podium positions. Into the final section now, though we go. Such a technical section. You can see the top 2 breaking away from the rest of the field. Everyone else in the podium battle overall, and of course for the class win in the Dart class, they're going to sit around 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way back. You can just see around 6 riders in that group from 3rd backwards, Ross. Such close battle in this midfield.
It's getting very close up here. The temperature is scorching, and so is the racing action as well. Fielding holding on to this overall lead, holding on to the Premier Power Trophy lead. And Norton, though, keeping him honest on that Aprilia. Can the 70 find something else as we head later into the race? Already on lap number 3 out of 7, quickly approaching half distance. These sprint races on Saturday are short and sharp, making their way towards Tower Bend. Now here we see 3rd place the Immersive, Boyce, Petty, Watts. Looks like Duncan fell backwards in that one. So problems for some of our Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup riders out there. So that's now Boyce from Petty, from Duncan, P3, Jack Morgan, 129, the Army rider in 10th place overall. He is P4 in class at the moment. So we'll keep our eyes closely on that one as they make their way past. There is Norton, currently 2nd place on the Aprilia. Gap at the line last time was just under a second. I'd like to say visually it looks like it's grown ever so slightly. Maybe Norton starting to drop back a little bit. Look to the inside there from Alderson on Watts. Couldn't quite get it done into Complex 2, but starting to get race. He knows that there's not a lot of race left already as we're about to head on to lap number 4. Needs to start making moves.
A cheeky little look there from Alderson, as you mentioned, on board the Triumph. Not able to make that move work, though. He's got ahead of Gavin Watts in the finish up as we head towards turn 1. You can see that is job done. He's sitting ahead as well of Stephen Duncan and James McLaren. Great to see James back on circuit. This this is his first sprint action of the season. He's a little play in the endurance at Donington Park at 4 round 2, and now round 3 here at Croft. Well, he's back into sprint action. We've seen last season how competitive he could be, going against John Harwood for the entire season from start to finish, and now in 2026 he's hoping to return to the podium positions. But I'm sure this weekend it's going to be learning all about the bike, learning about his physical condition as well. As we see the number in 9 as well, Paul Charman, that bright distinct R1 out there on circuit 2. But as you mentioned, Murtagh, now we always give Tom Norton credit. He saw Crowley out there on circuit. Murtagh, he's on board the Kawasaki ZX10. Not necessarily the most popular bike out there as well. There's not been too many updates with the bike in terms of the engine and the chassis over the last couple of years, but still proving how competitive he's able to be.
Certainly is. I mean, I'm a big lover of Kawasaki's myself, and I try not to be biased, but I love it when people are out there pushing those things to the absolute max. Of course, on a world stage, Kawasaki very much been the dominant force. Maybe not so much in recent years, but certainly over the last decade. But of course, when you've got road-going machinery without race factory support, sometimes it shapes up a little bit differently. As we make our way back towards the opening corners, Clervaux, then Hawthorne, the big right-hander, as they make their way straight line it over the curb as much as he can. It will unsettle the bike underneath you, but it's worth the risk. It's worth the payoff for having to scrub even more speed off by tipping left and then back over to the right-hand side before you make your way onto the back straight. Looks like we've had a rider coming off. That's at the back end of the circuit, up on their feet, which is good to see. We'll try and identify who that is for you as soon as we can.
Looks like Jack Morgan there.
Yeah, it is Jack Morgan. Wow.
Big shame there for Jack Morgan, of course. Stepping on to the 1,000 this year from the 600s. And now, well, it looks like either a technical or a crash out there on circuit. Whatever the case, he's up on his feet, and it is going to be day done so far anyway. Hopefully they can get that fixed for tomorrow. As you see Brandon Petty in the middle of your picture, he's hoping to move into the overall podium positions. This is the battle for overall 3rd place, but let's keep in mind Petty and Murtagh in different classes.
Certainly are. You can see the little between Fielding and Norton continuing to expand. 2.1 seconds at the line last time. Yellow flag out into the complex section. That could potentially be for Jack Morgan. Yes, it is. He's just gone off on the way down into complex 1. As we're still seeing moves try to be forced through. Petty looking big time to the inside there of Murtagh. Gonna get the drive out of the final hairpin though. Will surely get it done into turn 1. Does get it done into turn 1. Nice stuff there. Moves up to 3rd place overall. Still has that class lead, but now has a 2-bike buffer back to the 144 of Jamie Boyce in 2nd place. So that could be crucial for his class potential win. Now here comes Alderson at the inside of Liam Murtagh now as well. So looks like Murtagh having some issues out there on the 47. He's dropped 2 places, only a couple of corners.
Yeah, dropped a couple of positions now. He's got some work to do over this next couple of laps. You can see Tom Norton just heading for your picture there as Brandon Petty. Well, what an impressive season it's been so far as well from him. Stepping onto the BMW S1000 this season and straight away being competitive. But that gap between Fielding and Norton, your leaders, that has extended now up to 2.6 seconds out on track. Brandon Petty, ever since he moved into 3rd place overall, well, that's grew yet again. Alderson having a little look up the inside of Murtagh, but he can't make that one work this time around. So the 47 remaining strong. That's for 3rd place in class, 4th place overall out on track. Jamie Boyce as well on the Suzuki, the sole Suzuki in that group for the time being. And well ahead of some of the Hondas and BMW riders. James McLaren still at the back of this group, unable to make any moves. He's sat around P9 for this entire race. He's not really been able to make too much ground as Alderson does make that move this time around on Murtagh. So that's going to be a position loss yet again for him. He's going to move down to P5, maybe even P6 overall, with Boyce having a little look. But here is your race leader. The final lap for Tommy Fielding before he makes it a victory this weekend. That was confirmation of Complex 1, Complex N of the fall for Jack Morgan. So it was a crash for the 129. But Fielding, what an impressive ride it's been so far. He heads through. There is Tom Norton. And the battle for 3rd still continuing on. But it does look like Brandon Petty is going to keep the overall P3 if he can keep it nice and clean for this final half a lap. But Tommy Fielden, is this a start of things to come this weekend? Of course, the opening race of the weekend, some longer races on Sunday, but nonetheless, things are looking pretty this weekend here at Croft. It's scorching conditions, it's been a hot pace from start to finish, and now just entering the final sector with 2 corners to go. Tommy Fielden looks to pick up the opening race win of the weekend. Race 1 of the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy is going to go the way of Tommy Fielden. The 556 does take the checker flag and does take the race win. Tom Norton, he does cross the line in P2 as well. 4.4 seconds adrift, fastest lap, no surprise, going the way of Fielden as he heads straight away into the P1, P2 and P3 boards, where he'll look to celebrate into the evening. Brandon Petty does take P3 overall, with P4 going the way of Alderson. That's P3 in class. So the riders now just heading back into the paddock, as there is your overall podium finishers. Tommy Fielden from Tom Norton and Brandon Petty in P3. Petty, of course, taking the race win in the Dart Premier Power Cup class as well. So P3 overall, he'll be delighted for that. Meanwhile, though, as we head further down the order, we do have Alderson in P4 overall. It's going to be P3 in class for him, with Liam Murtagh in P5. Jamie Boyce taking P2 in class, P6, with Watts, McLaren and Duncan rounding out our top 9. Scott Stone in P10, with Luca Jennings after that tough start in P11, with Charman, Turner, Milburn and Stansfield round out top 15. As we head down to Ross, in a few moments, where he'll be speaking to our race winner for Tommy.
Looks like Tommy Fielden's not having it, and everyone's trying to get out of the way. Let's see if we can at least grab a word out of Brandon Petty, our class winner in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Deep in conversation with some fellow riders, of course. Brandon, a quick word before you head back in. A really solid ride for you there, brilliant class win as well. How's it feeling out there at Croft?
Yeah, it's good, mate. It's just a little bit greasy now, the track temperature's going up, but apart from that, it's alright. I mean, I'm struggling down the straights a bit with a bit less power, but now it's been alright. It's been a good day so far.
Still, opening win of the weekend done and dusted. You looking for 2 more tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I'm riding in the 600 class as well, so I've got another race this afternoon, and then hopefully we can have 4 good races tomorrow.
Awesome stuff, congratulations.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
Let's see if we can grab our overall race winner as well in Tommy Fielden. He's already got the helmet off, clearly quite warm, just checking something on the back of the bike. Tommy, sorry, you're probably quite bored of talking to us this season. That's your 7th race win in a row out of 7. That one pretty decent as well.
I would never get sick of talking to you. It's quite the novelty being interviewed, so I'm enjoying it. I'm trying the Metzeler tyres this weekend. It's a little bit cheaper, and with the races being shorter at Croft, I just thought I'll give them a go, and that's why I was checking out the back of the bike. Really pleased with how it's going.
Yeah, I mean, look pretty standard from our point of view. You kind of got the lead or got away from pole well, and then just slowly extended that gap over the course of the race. Was it just a case of running your own thing out there?
Yeah, I mean, this season doesn't reflect previous seasons. It is going really well. Once I had a gap, I was a little bit defensive, turn 1, then once I had a little bit of a gap, just, concentrate on doing my own thing, and I kind of think that, if I can run my own lines and ride to my best, then no one should be able to, chuck it down the inside, and so far it's working. I'll just big up Gladstone Turbines. Thank you very much for all your support.
Awesome stuff, Tommy. Another race win. Congratulations. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again at some point this weekend.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much.
Great to speak to our 2 class winners there. Let's head back to you, Lewis, in the commentary box as we prepare for more racing action here at Croft.
Thanks, Ross. Always lovely to hear from our podium finishers and our, of course, race winner, Tommy Fielden. And some wicked shades on you as well, Ross. But, hopefully you have some sun cream down there in the Holden area, because things are absolutely roasting here. So Grant Taylor will be starting his next race from pole position, and the next race of the day just waiting to come out of the Holden area now, where then we can get things underway. Now, of course, here at Croft, when the classes head out of the Holden area, they come out into the final sector, and then once the race is over, they then go out by turn 1. So a little bit of a walk for us here at the commentary box. You can see the building that we're in there, just at the start of pit lane, as the next class does make its way onto what is effectively a dummy grid. And it's just to make sure everyone knows exactly where they're going to be starting, because for this next race, we're going to have about 36 bikes on show. That's right. It's the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits Pre-Injection 600s out on track. So the opening race of the day for the class, but it is going to be race 2 overall for our No Limits racing weekend. Grant Taylor, though, he's going to be starting this one from pole position with J. Orchid James. What an impressive debut at Donington Park that we've seen from him. He starts from P2 with Ryan Bullman starting from 3rd. Now, super impressive stuff that we've seen at Donington Park. Some first-time podium finishers as well, and some scorching conditions. We've not had too much wet weather this weekend, although on Sunday there was a chance of some mixed weather, certainly in the morning, but as the week has progressed, that percentage has went less and less, and it does look like we're going to have about 20 degrees and maybe slightly cloudier tomorrow. So still some dry weather running for us, but nonetheless, you can see Grant Taylor with the orange bib on, just showing that he's not upgraded to the national licence just yet. Still a clubman runner, but a lot of novices on this grid too, let's not forget. And with it being such a big grid, we sometimes do see a few riders going into the wrong slots, but all looks to be okay at least this time around, because the green flag does wave at the back of things. So Grant Taylor, well, he's going to be leading this warm-up lap from pole. So J. Orchid James and Ryan Bullman starting from 2nd and 3rd. Gareth Isles starting from P4 with Laurie Myers and Ethan Sprout rounding out to row 2. Joshua Pickard and James McHugh started from P7, P8 with Steve Lester in P9. Carl Vickers, Paul Beard and Jamie Cox starting from row 4 with Lewis Adams, Matthew Round and Matt Alderson rounding out our top 15. Tony Rose, Ethan Hall and Adam Ross will take up row 6. With Joshua Golich rounding out P19 alongside Kirk McGuinness and Cy Massey. Alistair Core and Ben Campbell. With Josh Crawford, who's been seen out on the bridge, coming in south for them still. Henry goes from P24, Matthew Smith rounding out the top 25. Thomas Brand, Matthew McCready as well. Always great to see Matthew out on 600 this year, moving up from 416 minutes. Out on track, so hopefully it's just a case of bike running a little bit too rich, or just pipes cleans on this warm lap. Hopefully no issues. But in terms of lap time, we're all the way back to Stephen Burke in P34. Now he set a 155.3 in qualifying. Meanwhile, Daniel Lovejoy and Gavin Hooper, they didn't set any times in qualifying, so P35 and P36 for them. So no time set for them, so hopefully they can make their way out on track. So the 140 and 67, they're going to have a little bit of work to do before this session if they're hoping to take the start for this opening race of the weekend for the class. Now, just 7 laps in store yet again for this one, as we head on to the grid, where we're going to get things going. Now, we're going to keep you up to date throughout this race with the different classes, because it is a pre-injection 600 bike on pole position. Meanwhile, the 2 bikes alongside is going to be the Metzler Freshman class machines. Now, they're newer bikes compared to the pre-injections. They're fuel injected, of course, as the names would suggest, as there is some issues now for the number 30. So the marshals having a good look at that bike. And we did see some potential smoke on that warm-up lap. So I wonder if James McHugh, he was the smoking bike on that warm-up lap. So hopefully no issues and no delay to the start, because the green flag does wave at the back, meaning we are good to go. So red lights will come on, the revs will rise. Who's going to get the best start this time around? Grant Taylor from pole. Let's go racing here in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits Pre-Injection 600s. A great start from Ryan Bullman, and actually a very, very good start. Hopefully no jump starts for him, of course, in the freshman class. Grant Taylor dropping down to second for the time being in the Pre-Injection 600 category. So making the way through the chicane down the back straight in a few moments' time and cranking on the power and clicking up the gears all the way down towards Tower Bend. Such a technical section And then, of course, after the tower bend, we head towards the Jim Clark S's. Into the break-ins that we head for the first time fast. You can see Taylor gaining and gaining on the break. So potentially a move going to be made in the second half of the lap. Carcroft, super tricky to make a move working, but potentially a move could be made over at Sunny in, Sunny out. We call it two corners, but in reality on these machines, it's one big right-hander for the riders to navigate. So you can see how much Grant Taylor is gaining. Is a move going to be arriving? Yes, it will. Round the outside in the braking zone. What an incredible move for Grant Taylor. So is the pre-injection 600 rider back into the lead of things. Orchid James, he's lost a few positions on this opening lap as well. Obviously, once he crossed the timing beam for the first time of Askin, that's exactly what we're going to see. Who is where and who is made up positions on that opening lap. Second, third, fourth, bunching up in this final sector in the complex. So tricky to actually get a move made in this section of the track as we head out the final corner. And a mistake, or an issue anyway, for Grant Taylor. He's going to lose a lot of positions. It looks like he's missed a gear going out of that corner. Another look down for Grant Taylor, our race leader, heading out of that final corner. But now, is this going to be a race ender for him? He's all the way back down to P5 as, well, the podium battle bunching up, to say the very least. So Laurie Myers involved in this one. Myers sitting in P2, and that's James Orchid James. J. Orchid James that's getting mixed up there through turn 1 and 2. Of course, a 131.474 for the number 7 in qualifying, and we'll head into turn 1 there. Things got very spicy, to say the very least. Ryan Billman, though, continues to lead this race. It was an incredible start for him. Still no penalties of such, so it seems like the 712 just made a great start from third position. Of course, a front row start for him after a great lap in qualifying, a 132.5 for him, sitting around a second or so slower than Grant Taylor. But Grant Taylor, he's sitting P4 over the timing line, but it's going to be interesting to see if he goes into the pit lane or if he's able to continue on out on circuit. Hopefully no mechanical issues, but these pre-injection 600s can be a little bit temperamental sometimes as we, well, look for a move to potentially make this final sector. A big look there by Laurie Myers, unable to make it work this time around. They're bunching up yet again in this final sector. Of course, such a short race. We're about to head on to lap 3 of 7. Myers, another look up the inside of the final corner. Thinks better of it. Could this potentially be a race win on the cards as he enters the race lead as we head on to lap 3 out of 7. Bowman now drops to second position. You can see that now updating on the sidebar, the left-hand side of your screen. The different classes, of course, being shown with the dark blue being the Metzler runners, the freshman runners, while the yellow being the No Limits pre-injection 600 riders. Now, Orchid James now is next up, looking for a move on Bowman. Is Bowman going to drop to third position? Potentially being a little bit rattled here after losing the race lead. What's his pace actually going to be on circuit? Because Laurie Myers running 132.2s out on circuit. That's faster than what Ryan Bowman was able to do in qualifying earlier on, as the number 7 nearly makes contact with Ryan Pullman as they head through Tower Bend. Now we make our way towards the Jim Clark S's. You can just see the fields either side of things. A real mess if you crash there. A bike just tends to dig into the grass and tends to flip and, damage your bank account in the process. But Jericho James sitting nice and comfortable, a much tighter line through Sunny in. Can he make the move work towards Sunny out? Yes, he can. He does run a little bit wide on the exit, but that's still going to be move made there for him. Now, let's keep in mind Sprout at the back of this field, and actually through he goes on Ryan Bowman. So Ryan Bowman, he's went from first to about fourth in the space of one lap. The 712, a lot of work to do for him. Of course, we can hear from whoever manages to come out on top down in Parc Fermé in about 4 laps or so time as we head on to lap 4 of action. It continues to be Laurie Myers leading the race. Myers, let's keep in mind, started from the middle of the second row, and now he's managed to get himself up into the race lead. Impressive stuff with a comfortable margin behind, and now he's at the position where he's able just to run his own lines, keep cool, keep calm, and keep nice and collected on board the Yamaha R6. The R6 has been the bike of choice for many. It's one of these bikes that you're able to go from track days on and ride on the road to then get into racing. So it's a bike that you can understand through track days, not be too slow down the straights as well, and then you learn to get faster and faster and quicker through corners. And actually, that is a mechanical flag, a meatball flag out on circuit for the number 30. So James McHugh, we did see some issues after the formation lap for him. The marshals had a big look at his bike, and whatever the issue was, potentially the smoke that we've seen, it seems to be persistent. So whether it be something rubbing or something potentially just burning out the exhaust, the marshals, the race officials, don't deem it to be safe enough to be out on circuit. So a big shame from James McHugh. He's going to have to pull off at the first safe opportunity. It's not a case of just waiting until you arrive at pit lane next time around. You have to get off circuit at the first safe opportunity to make sure nothing gets on the circuit as we head back into the final sector. Always good to see the pre-injection runners. Carl Vickers now being the top pre-injection runner. What a big accident he had at Taunton Park. I spoke to him yesterday in the paddock. The bikes still have a little bit of issues. Anyway, the bike's not completely fixed. And still some cosmetic damage, but mechanically sound to say the least, and that's how the number 18 is running P7 overall and P1 in class. Steve Lester sits P2 in the pre-injection 600 runners for the time being, and it does look like that is going to be a race ending issues for Grant Taylor. So the 268 running into issues from pole position and potentially race ending ones at that. So hopefully whatever the issues are, he can get that fixed for tomorrow's running. So yeah, he has stopped out of this race. As we see JR Kid James catching on to the back now of Laurie Myers. We do have a race on our hands for the overall lead here in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge. Who's going to come out on top though for this one? JR Kid James building towards a move out of Sunny, and then we head into the complex for what's going to be nearly the penultimate time of action. It's going to be the penultimate time of action next time around. So number 7 looking up the inside. No room at the end this time around. Is he building towards the move though at the final corner? Such a tight hairpin, and when things get a little bit damp, get a little bit wet, which hopefully we're not going to have at all this weekend, it can be extremely slippy at that final corner in that final sector. So heading down the main straight yet again towards turn 1. You can just see a little bit of time gained in the braking zones for Orchid James. Things could get interesting here with just 2 laps to go. Laurie Myers on the R6, Orchid James on the R6 as well. We did say it was the bike of choice as we wind things up yet again. The meatball flag's still out on circuit. I assume that's still going to be for the number 30 out there on tracking. Yes, it is indeed. You can see the black boards as JR Kid James launches a move down the inside to take P1 off Laurie Myers. So Myers dropping down to second and turning a little bit tight there in the corner. Had to correct his body position. The 33 as well, still lurking in third. Ethan Sprout is going to pick up any kind of positions if things go wrong on this final lap. So 1.5 laps remain here in the Metzler Sport Challenge. The freshman class, of course, here at No Limits Racing as well. Laurie Myers, he does launch another move down the inside. He reclaims P1. We've got a duel in our hands. We've got a good old-fashioned scrap in our hands here at Croft. Round 3 of the season here at No Limits Racing. Incredible stuff to see as we head into the complex yet again. A few more corners to go before the final lap begins. And JR Kid James, well, he's going to be on the outside this next corner, so going to be tricky to get a move made. Potentially winding things up, though. A later apex for him. And he does wind on the power as we head towards turn 1. The final lap does begin now. You'll see the yellow flag with the black cross on the pit wall from the marshals. Just telling the riders, one final circulation, one final opportunity if they want to get moves made. As we see a little bit of movement there from JR Kid James. A big shame for him as he does look up the inside towards the chicane. That got very tight. Laurie Myers, though, continues to hold on to this one, but it is going to be Orchid James who'll pick up the slipstream. Can the number 7 do anything? We're looking further down the order, though. You see the 1-2-7 doing the battle for the time being, as there is our race leaders. It was a move made for Orchid James, so great stuff from there. Is Ethan Sprout as well behind. Still Bowman sitting in P4. Well, just half a lap remaining. A few more corners. A couple real overtaking opportunities remain for this one. Laurie Myers looks round the outside over at Sunny and Sunny out. Unable to make this one work though this time around. They lean on each other as a few back markers come into place and Laurie Myers goes down. Laurie Myers crashes out on the final lap of action. This should hand J. Orchid James the race wins. So the number 7, a few more corners to go for him. Back markers got into play. He was on the outside line. There was nowhere for him to go. He was pushing a little bit too hard, but it was the last lap. There is the number 7 though, going to take the race when J. Orchid James does or should take P1. The red flag comes out as our race leader heads towards the start finish line. So with it being final lap, that will be declared a result either way, especially the fact that the next race of the day already began to fill himself up in the Holden area. But up to the point where we sadly seen Laurie Myers go down, we did see a great scrap between the two of them. A good old-fashioned fight as well between the two. But of course, this was the results going on to the final lap. Of course, Laurie Myers was shown as the race leader, but of course going down, which should promote J. Orchid James into the race winning positions. Ethan Sprout and Ryan Bowman should be finishing on the podium positions, all things being well, with Paul Beard and Josh Pickard behind. Gareth Isles takes what will be P6 with Carl Vickers. He should be taking the pre-injection 600 win as well, with Lewis Adams and Steve Lester as well further back down the order. So Steve Lester second in class for him, as Joshua Galich taking P3 in class P11 overall as things stand. Jamie Cox, Ethan Hall, Tony Rose and Cy Massey finished behind while we look at the final spots inside the top 20 with Matt Alderson, Ben Campbell and Matthew Round, Josh Crawford and Adam Ross. Of course, these results will be updated once we factor in the red flag and Laurie Myers' crash. But nonetheless, we should be able to hear from our race winner in a few moments, all things being well. If not, we can start turning our attention to the next race of the day. We've got a busy old schedule here. But yeah, the bike's heading into the Holden area. As scorching conditions here at Croft. Over 20 degrees expected here today. Much of the same tomorrow as well. But luckily, we can hear from our race winner. As Ross, well, we'll hand it back down to you in the Holden area.
Well, a bit of a hectic end to that one, and of course these results are currently provisional given the red flag, but we'll speak to the man who at the moment is second but did cross the line first in J. Orchid James. So Jay, we're not quite sure where you finished yet, but still a great ride from yourself. Talk us through it.
My arms are just solid, holding onto the bike. It was good race, but sorry, good at talking.
It's all right. Everyone's got time to learn, and now's your time. Again, you crossed the line first. You could win this race on review. You're currently provisionally second. That's fantastic for you. And then, of course, if you do end up picking the win as a result of that incident, I guess it's more points, more prizes, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm dying for the winner's trophy, to be honest. The Donington was the first one I've ever done, and we'll have second, third. So, fingers crossed, first place. But
how are you liking things here at Croft, though? Beautiful day. You can see you've been working hard out on the bike. You enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's a weird track. It's very bumpy. I think that's what's making me hold onto my handles too hard. My arms are just rock hard, I think, from holding on the bike too hard. But, yeah.
Well, still a great performance from you nonetheless. We'll wait to see where you finish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to speak to our possible race winner there as we try and figure out what's going on. Looks like everyone's getting out of the way. So we'll jump back to the commentary box. We'll have to let you know who's on that race once race control have been over everything and finalise the results.
Thanks, Ross. Always lovely to hear from our podium contenders and race winners in that one. You can see, though, a nice healthy crowd here at Croft. Of course, No Limits Racing being the sole bike event that takes place at Croft Circuit now. So when we do come into town, always a nice healthy amount of people make their way through the gate and filling up the grandstand also over by turn 1. And not to forget the bankings into the final sector as well. The perfect place for a picnic, if you would like. But not too far away from getting race 3 of the weekend underway. The Brandfix Club Power Cup is alongside the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. So we should be able to get things going for the time being, as they've made their way in the Holden area. Now, it's going to be a little bit of a longer wait than maybe what they would have been hoping for, but with it being such hot conditions for them, I don't think they're going to be too stressed about that. So tire temps really shouldn't be dropping too much. There's not much of a breeze either here today, as you see the flags blowing in the wind. But compared to what we had on Friday, much, much less breeze is what we had. So the iconic green and yellow Croft colours, of course, making up the flags and making up the barrier paint around the circuits. But of course, in the Brandfix Club Power Cup, we've seen some incredible rides so far this year, and actually it's been nearly domination from start to finish, certainly at Donington Park and at Snetterton. Will things continue in this one? Jack Cullen has been the star of the show this year in No Limits 2026. Of course, his BMW S1000's been incredibly competitive. But as things stand in terms of the grid for this next race, it is going to be Kieran Wood starting on pole. So Jack Cullen, a little bit of work to do, certainly looking at the qualifying times. He was around 1.5 seconds slower than Wood, than the number 11. So a lot of work to do for him, a lot of pace to find in this one. But if there's anyone that can do it, it's certainly going to be Jack Cullen that you put your money on. But you can see the stand over by turn 1, a nice healthy amount of people, and it's spectating the race and listening on as well. And if you're tuning in from home, hello and welcome. Thanks for joining us on NLR TV and, of course, Motorsport Radio. Always great to have you for company. We'll be taking you through the entire 2026 No Limits racing season from start to finish, including the next round at Brands Hatch. Before then, of course, the endurance only 12-hour round at Anglesey. But the next grid now, just making their way onto circuit. They're going to make their way onto a dummy grid and then one warm-up lap before we can get things going. So Kieran Wood, what can he do this time around? Jack Cullen and Scott Pensleton starting from third as well. Simon Franklin, let's not forget his heroics from the last couple of rounds. Always great to see the 95 being so competitive on track. James Logan and Jordan Hugh as well. This is a real good class to watch out on circuit. Some of the best racing that we've seen this season has been for the podium fight anyway, in the Brandfix Club Power Cup class, alongside the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. Let's not forget as well, Dean Turner, how competitive he's been this year in the Old School 1K Trophy. You can see the RAF Honda Fireblade making its way into its grid slot right now. The 1-2-3 numbered bike. Simon Franklin as well, a bright yellow Kawasaki for him. Not always the most known colour scheme, if you would like, for a Kawasaki, but nonetheless, still a nice looking machine for that one. Kieran Wood, though, on board the BMW M1000 RR. You can tell it's the M1000 with the larger air intake, certainly wider air intake compared to what the S1000 came with, which is what Jack Cullen's on alongside. And then the mammoth front wings, aim to keep the front wheel down, but I'm sure they'll either have a thumb brake or a scooter brake on board that bike as well. A lot of riders do use it, certainly on these bigger horsepower machines. It just means when you're leaning into a corner, when you're already tipped into a corner, you don't have to go fiddling around with your right foot trying to find the rear brake. Instead, it's nice at your left hand. But the green flag will wave at the back in a few moments' time. A massive field yet again. 41 riders should be taking the start, all things being well. Obviously, a few riders not setting times in qualifying. Only 34 riders setting times in qualifying. Sean Hodgson being the last of those. He set a 147.008. But a slight hold on the grid while the marshals just make sure everything is good to go out on track, both on the grid and in terms of the track conditions. So I'm sure they'll be getting a little bit warm, to say the least, anyway, on the grid. But Scott Pendleton, number 42, doesn't look to be there out on circuit, at least for the time being, but you can just see how things look over by turn 1. The heat haze on the circuit, that's not water, that's just how hot it is here at Croft Circuit. But we head out on our formation lap, head out on our green flag lap with around 41 riders, with Kieran Wood, Jack Cullen, Scott Pendleton on the front row of the grid, Simon Franklin, James Logan and Jordan Hughes starting from row 2. Dean Turner, Curtis Milburn and Justin Cockayne starting from row 3. Paul Spencer on the 666 rounded out our top 10. James Gerardard starting in P11, with Robert Curtain starting in P12. Martin McClatchy, Craig Mankin and Alan Lane starting from P13, P14 and P15 on our grid. Mitchell Baines, Philip Whitby and James Page rounding out row 6, with Dale Hill, Ian Toon and Chris Edmondson starting from row 7. Further back though, we do have the likes of Anthony Snowball, Ryan Marriott and Aaron Nunwell. The final spot inside the top 25 taken up by Andy Ashcroft. Ben Rickle starts from P26, with Lee Rollins rounding out row 9. Row 10 though holds the likes of Simon Anderson, David Dean and Cook, who rounded out the top 30. While Stevenson, Stephen Kilby and Michael Gurnhill rounded out the top 30. Sean Hodgson had 75 riders set a lap time in qualifying as 41 riders prepared to take the start, and Ross, another big grid that we have in store for this one.
It is indeed, Lewis Rae. 41 riders scheduled to take the red lights going out. This one could get a little bit hectic. Of course, some older bikes, some newer bikes out there. We get the joy of two classes. Somebody with a problem already. That's the number 3 going very slowly. Jeremy Page starting P18. I'm expecting that he'll be pulling into the pits chains on, so that's something on the internals of the bike that's having issues. So a real shame for him. Looks like his race number 1 of the weekend, race number 3 of the weekend overall here at Croft, is going to start with a DNS. Did not start. A real shame. But we hope you're enjoying the show, whether you are joining us on NLR TV, on Motorsport Radio, or indeed here trackside. Of course, a big crowd, as always, for No Limits Racing here at Croft. It's great to see so many people here, even early doors here when practice was just getting going here on Saturday. It was already very busy, and space was at a premium for those trying to make their way around the paddock. But riders making their way into their grid spots. Of course, that number 18 slot of Jeremy Page will be free. The number 3 rider I'm expecting to pull into the pits. As no, look, is that him coming in there? And no Scott Pendleton either, it's looking like. So some issues out there for a few riders, it would seem, out there on the sighting lap. But hopefully everything's okay. Green flags waving at the back, so regardless of those issues, we're going to kickstart things. Race number 3, the Club Power Cup, and the old school 1K trophy is go. Shocking start from Kieran Wood. He drops the clutch far too quickly and just does not go. He'll get swarmed down into turn number 1 as they battle their way through the opening chicane of Clovo and into Hawthorne. We wait to see who's got away with the whole shot as they start to make their way towards this second chicane, and then the back straightaway looks all clean so far, but what a really poor start that was from our pole sitter. Just did not get going at all as he let go of the clutch, and he will have to fight his way back through the field in order to get going once again. Coming through, it's the 97 of Jack Cullen, hardly a surprise there, who's inherited the overall lead of this race. And if history's anything to tell us by so far this season, though, you should expect him to start streaking away. But it wasn't a pole position for Cully, and early doors some competition there as well.
So impressive from Jack Cullen. I mean, it's what we've been saying all season long. He's dominated every single race so far. But yeah, lovely to see Simon Franklin as well in that bright yellow Kawasaki. He's up in second position as well. He's been another rider who's impressed us on multiple occasions this season so far, and it's continuing here at Croft. You can see another Kawasaki just behind Dean Turner, actually, up into P4, so even he's now ahead of Kieran Wood, who started from pole position. Now, Kieran Wood, I almost wonder if potentially his electronics were a little bit too strong on board that BMW and just was unable to get the bike off the line. Curtis Milburn, it looks like, now ahead as well on the older 1K trophy machine. So on board the Kawasaki, he was ahead heading out the final corner, but using the power, he went as one of the riders there suffering an issue. It looks like a crash out on track for them. And massive shame for them. Hopefully, though, they can get that bike fixed for tomorrow, And I do almost wonder if that was Dean Bednarek that had issues. But some moments for a couple of riders there behind as, Terpin at the end of Tower Bend is your race leader. And yet again, Jack Cullen continuing to lead from Simon Franklin. He's not a type of rider, really, that cracks under pressure, and he's used to leading the race so far this year. So you would think for Jack Cullen, it's normal proceedings as things stand.
Certainly, of course, Cully, a big fan base as well, always cheering him on at home. But I'm sure he'll be hearing that support in his head at least down there on the bike. Dean Turner now putting huge pressure on the 262 of Logan for P3 overall. That's not for position, of course. Dean Turner is currently out there. Looks like problems. The 996.
That's Curtis
a 10-second jump start penalty. Yeah, big penalty for that one. So he'll be dropping well down the order. Looks like Logan really struggling out there. Turner, of course, he's got a lot of gap behind him to the next bike in class. I mean, we're talking somewhere down. I think they're in 20th place overall as the next rider in the old school 1K trophy. But looking for that overall podium. But he's got a bit of pressure from behind as well in Wood and Hugh. Turn one. Can anybody find anything? Anybody thinking about poking a front wheel? Certainly thinking about it is Wood on that BMW. Kieran Wood, of course, had the pole position. Really disappointing start. Now 4th place in class, 3rd place overall. Or 4th place overall, 5th place overall, 4th place in class, should I say. Get all my numbers mixed up here. He'll be keen to try and make his way back onto the overall podium. Look at Dean Turner, though. He's got a great run down the back straight. Could very much have the inside line coming into Tower Bend. Is this the opportunity for Dean Turner? Yes, it is. Up to 3rd place overall. A mammoth lead in the class as well. Dean Turner flying here at Croft.
Yeah, Dean Turner up into the podium positions for him, for the RAF riders as things stand. But just to give some of the other old school 1K trophies a little bit of credit, of course, Curtis Milburn, he is out there running on track around 7th in the order, but with that penalty applied, he's dropping all the way outside of the top 20. So it looks a little bit worse on paper than maybe what it actually is for him as well. Kieran Wood responding nice and clear, to say the very least. Still at the moment, we're running slower than qualifying. So Kieran Wood, he's able to run inside the 124 bracket. And if he gets a bit of clear track ahead and can stop fighting with these riders for the overall podium positions, it's not race over just yet, but he's going to have to get a shift on as we head into that 4 out of 7.
Yeah, capitalising on a Dean Turner mistake there. Turner, huge pop up of the front wheel coming into the complex section. Of course, the old school 1K trophy bikes, some of them will have very limited, even no electronics if they're old enough, no anti-wheelie, no traction control, things like that. So they are a handful to ride out there, and clearly just catching the RAF mechanical engineer out there for a second. But he still holds on to that class lead, of course, even though Wood now on his recovery ride up into 3rd place. There is race leader Jack Cullen. Franklin is right there with him though at the time being. 1.5 seconds was the gap between them at the line last time, between the 97 and the number 95. Again, Jack Cullen is not a rider we often see break under pressure though, so I think he'll be sitting pretty, and I think he'll be feeling confident on board that BMW. As now we see Dean Turner, looks like Wood has managed to already gain a bit of an advantage over him. Of course, they're not fighting for position at all, but you still want to be the rider in front. The natural racer in you wants to fight with everybody out there, even if they're in a different class. And indeed, those behind Dean Turner as well, also not in the same class as him. So those guys behind, they're fighting for 4th and 5th, Logan and Hugh, in the Brandfix Club Power Cup. Defensive line into complex number 2 there from the 262 of Logan. As they come through, looks like we may have a yellow flag coming into the complex section as well, so potential issues for somebody there. Hopefully everybody okay as we head on to lap number 5 for this pairing though. Very, very tight in the fight for 4th place. Looks like it's Jack Cullen who's dropping down the order. I may have launched the commentator's curse. Jack Cullen is dropping down the timing screens. I talked about how he doesn't crack under pressure, but he's nowhere to be seen out on track. And it may be mechanical, he may have had an off. No, he's pulled into pit lane. Yeah, that's an issue for Jack Cullen. And that hands Simon Franklin a huge advantage at the front now. What a shame.
Such a shame for Jack Cullen. Things are going so well for him. And well, yeah, he's pulled in just by the complex. That's just before the final corner for him. So he's pulled into the left. The paddock's entry is right there just through a gate. So disappointing for Jack Cullen. He's going to have to watch the rest of this race from the sideline. He cannot believe it. Shaking his head. A little bit scuffed to the levers there. So hopefully it wasn't a crash from him. But if it was, it would be a right-hander. It was his right right arm that scuff was on, but I'm sure we'll speak to him later on in the day and try and get the story from him. But the first real mistake of the entire year for Jack Cullen, and that, of course, in turn, is now going to promote Simon Franklin into the race lead. Kieran Wood, second position out on circuit as well for him, all things being well. So this should be second place out on track, but we'll wait and see how things look as we head over the start-finish line, and that is going to be a 5.889 second gap for Franklin in the race lead. So this is second out on circuit, and we're now on the penultimate lap of action. Dean Turner remaining P3 overall, so this is now going to be an overall podium for himself. Second place runner in Class Melbourne. He's going to continue to drop down the timing screens as we're on lap 6 out of 7. So great stuff there as your race leader, Simon Franklin. I mean, the injuries that he's went through throughout his racing career, it's amazing that he's able to be so fast on a bike. It's amazing that he's still even able to be out there on the bike, on the circuit, not to mention in the race lead. He's set a purple Sector 1 as well, so 25.5 for Sector 1. That's 2/10 quicker than anyone else out on track. That's 2/10 quicker than this man right here, Kieran Wood. A newer bike as well for him, so it's the Kawasaki that leads the race, and the BMW M1000 that sits in second. Then you have a much older Honda Fireblade of Dean Turner that's clearly still able to do the laps as your race leader makes his way through a couple of lapped riders further down the order, but no real issues for him as he just uses his head, uses his wealth of experience out on track as well. As we head on to the final lap, trying to keep that front wheel down. I mean, impressive stuff for Franklin. The last lap flag being out, yellow flag, of course, with the black cross as we head through turn 1 and then through turn 2, building our way all the way through Hawthorne and then now the chicane, the right, then the left. We've seen so many riders go down here in the past, particularly on the left-hander, just on the change of direction. It's surprisingly tight through there. As it looks like at Tower Brent, there is a rider as well. It's just getting help from some of the marshals to push his bike to safety. So hopefully a mechanical issue for him rather than a crash, but you can see that yellow flag being out there on track and the green flag just telling riders that racing can begin past that point as heading through the Jim Clark S's, now through Barcroft and then Sunny in and then towards Sunny out. So impressive from Simon Franklin. I mean, this is going to be the cherry on top in 2026, and we're only on round 3 of the season. The Kawasaki rider is going to be taking P1 this time around. Simon Franklin, from start to finish, he's looked competitive, and well, Jack Cullen gave him just a little bit of a gift, but cracking under the pressure that the 95 was giving him. One more corner to round, and Simon Franklin is going to be your race winner here at Croft. Round 3 of the season starts in perfect fashion in the Brand Fix Club Power Cup for Simon Franklin. He does take the race win from Kieran Wood. We'll wait for Wood to cross the line in just a few moments' time. And well, that gap is going to be 7.631 seconds. Officially, is going to be Franklin's winning margin. Logan, of course, taking P3. So, yeah, that is going to be a big mistake from Dean Turner on that last lap. He drops to P5 overall. But most importantly, it's still going to be a class race win. Now you can see a big group of riders further down the order. A massive wheelie as well over the line for none. So P7 for himself. And he seems to be happy with that one, to say the very least. He knew he had a comfortable margin. As well, I can see some scuffs as well. Just outside the commentary box window on Jack Cullen's bike. So I would say that was a crash for him. Not much damage though for him. But the first mistake for Jack Cullen is Simon Franklin's delight. So Simon Franklin does take P1 this time around alongside Kieran Wood and James Logan on the podium. Jordan Hugh takes P4, while Dean Turner, after a last lap mistake, does take P5, and the win, of course, in the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. Paul Spencer on the 666 finishes ahead of Aaron Nunn and Martin McClatchy. Mitchell Baines and Robert Cortez finishing the top 10 places. Philip Whitby, Jeremy Page, Dale Hill and Justin Cockayne rounds out our top 14, with Chris Edmondson rounding out our top 15. Craig Macon, Ian Troon and Andy Ashcroft rounding out the top 18 runners. Dean Bedrick, Ryan Marriott and David Dean round out the top 23, while Simon Anderson and Neil Stevenson takes the final spots inside the top 25. Michael Gurnhill and Curtis Milburn as well. They take second and third in the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy, P28 and P29 for them. As we see a couple DNFs. It does look like the 911 runner, which we've seen crash earlier on over at Sunny, was the runner there, not Bednarek. So, yeah. A massive shame for them, and hopefully we can hear from our winner this time around, Simon Franklin, as he'll be down with Ross in the Holden area.
Brilliant race then here at Croft. Let's grab our two class winners at the very least before everyone shoots off for a break. First of all, overall winner in Simon Franklin on the bright yellow Kawasaki, which I myself find heretic, but he seemingly likes that. Simon, wow, what a race out there. You look absolutely knackered.
I am, mate. Thanks very much, yeah. Yeah, enjoyed that. Shame for Jack. I hope he's all right. Yeah, it was a good race.
Yeah, we didn't actually see what happened to Jack. Do you mind just running through what happened from your eyes?
Yeah, just as he was coming out of the complex towards the hairpin, I think he just lost the front. But like I say, I think he was up on his feet. He's all right.
Yeah, we saw him up on his feet. That's the main thing. But also as well, you kept him very, very honest that entire race. You were right there with him. So it's not like you've been gifted a race win. You did have to work for that one.
Yeah, no, like I say, whether I could have done anything remains to be seen. But I'll take it. Thanks very much, yeah. If I could just mention... a couple of my sponsors, Hunters Motorcycles Newcastle, couldn't make it happen without them, and also John and Anita at Bikers World, and also if you want some good photographs, Jodie Coughlin, good photographer. Thanks very much.
Great to hear from you, Simon. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
No worries. Let's run and grab our old school 1K trophy race winner in Dean Turner once again. Looks like we've maybe got some bikes firing up, so we may not be able to speak to him or see if he might be able to pull over for us nicely. We'll just let everyone go through and see what the situation is. Is he going to be nice? Yeah, he is. You can always rely on Dean. Oh, you're so nice getting out of the way for us like that.
Oh, you know, I'm a nice guy, aren't I?
Wow, what a ride from you though. Possibly the best performance we've seen all season. Fighting for the overall podium for most of the race. That must have felt awesome.
Yeah, it was good. This is sort of a bit of a bogey track for me. It's not my favourite by any means. There's a few fresh faces in my class as well this weekend, so it was like, just see what we could come away with. But we've made some changes to the bike. It's made the track a bit easier for me, so we'll just keep ticking along at that, I think.
Yeah, certainly not looking like a bogey track from a trackside perspective. Maybe you're feeling different. We think you're riding phenomenal out there. But another race win this season then to kickstart things. Again, looks like you're feeling the heat just like everyone else is, but feeling confident moving forward?
Yeah, I think so. If the next two races go a bit like that, then yeah, happy days. My championship rival's not here this weekend, so put some extra points in the kitty.
Yeah, so it could be not a make or break weekend, but definitely a huge weekend for you, looking forward to the end of the season.
Yeah, 100%. So hopefully the ball keeps rolling and we carry on with this trajectory, see where we end up.
Awesome stuff. Dee, thanks very much, and a great ride, Nabba.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Great to speak to our two race winners. Once again, some fantastic action out there. Lewis, Rae, let's head back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Ross, and still great to see that you're got the shades on down there in Park Fermi. Well, that was the opening 3 races of the day. Now we're on a little bit of a lunch break, so a little bit of a rest for the riders, and that's all she wrote for the morning's running, if you would like. Still, though, we will be going from race 4 to race 8. Not to forget our 3-hour endurance race taking place just before 3 o'clock this afternoon. But before that, we have around an hour's rest, and during this time, we're going to take you through some of the stuff we've recorded earlier on in the weekend, where we take you through Croft as a circuit and some of the classes in No Limits racing this year. So we'll be back around 1:30, and then until then, see you later. I've never crashed here at Croft, luckily. Never really had a great opportunity to ride Croft, to be honest. And if I could, it would be a track that would be right up there. I mean, it's a real rider circuit, and a circuit which is steeped in history anyway. And you come here, friendly faces all around, and it's got a good old school feel to it.
Yeah, you definitely get the Yorkshire hospitality when you come to this place. Everyone's really, really happy to be here, be it from the staff, the marshals, the riders as well. As you mentioned, it is a real firm favourite, but it's tricky around this place as well. There's lots of technical sections, lots of sections where you have to be very, very patient on the bike as well, despite the fast nature of the vast majority of the track. So it's one that you can see quite big field splits. It's one where you may get a couple of riders just kind of escaping off at the front because they've got experience. But again, because it is a track in the north as well, it's a track where you get a lot of local riders who aren't willing to head down south. You get a couple of Scottish riders getting the trip across the border as well. And they're very, very familiar with this track. They do a lot of track days here. So they turn up and everyone goes, who's this guy? And then they kind of shoot off into the distance. So it's a bit of a funny one sometimes. But again, it is a brilliant circuit.
It's a brilliant circuit, loads of overtaking opportunities, let's not forget, and some very generous a very generous start-finish straight, first of all, and then the back straight towards the likes of Tower Bend, super, super long as well, really fast entry into that as well, with a chicane just before it. So yeah, a real inviting track, and not to mention the final corner, yet again another overtaking opportunity with the hairpin. But within that, there's some real technical sections and some sections where you need to invent something. It's a track where there's some corners that if you want any chance of making the pass and making the pass stick, more importantly, you need to start planning at 2 or 3 corners beforehand.
Yeah, you certainly need to set up your moves around this place. The front straight, as you said, they'll be topping up max speed, getting out to the bottom for the fastest bikes. Got around about 140, maybe just a touch over miles per hour. They'll be getting this similar down into Tower Bend as well, but it's just consistent high speed runner. Even if the speeds aren't quite as quick when you're looking at the speedo to the places that we go to, like Snetterton, like Donington, that they have those huge long straights. It's just your average speed around here is really, really fast. And I think the lap record round on the superbikes are 1:15 or 1:16, something like that, which for a touch over a 2-mile circuit is pretty quick. So it is a very, very fast circuit, but again, it's very tricky. Lots of technical sections. And one of the big things as well, lots of bumps around this place as well. I was watching up at Tower Bend earlier. There's a massive bump right on the apex of the corner, and it's really tricky for the riders to get through there, because that's the first corner really on the circuit you can just pin it on the way out, because through the first couple of turns you kind of got to be a bit cautious and a bit careful. There's a couple of chicanes and those things that get in your way. Out of Tower Bend, you've got to hit that bump, then let the bike settle down, then you can get on the throttle once everything's calmed down. So it can really catch you out, this place, sometimes, if you're not careful. And it is a place that definitely rewards the more experienced rider. It's a place that rewards the riders that know this place like the backs of their hands. But it's still one that's very, very fun.
Yeah, it's super fun for everyone involved here this weekend. It's a fun event, and an event which attracts a lot of spectators, let's keep in mind. Croft, it doesn't get too many motorcycle racing events over the course of the season. British Superbikes last came here in 2011, and since then, no limits. Well, we've been consistently coming here anyway over the last couple of seasons, and we've had some mixed conditions throughout the weekend, not to mention last season as well, where I believe it was Sunday morning, I believe it was actually, that there was some mixed conditions out on circuit, and some riders getting caught out in that final sector, just with some greasiness out there on circuit. So a real tricky one, but as you mentioned, with Scottish riders, some riders from up north, it can cater to them sometimes, and well, with them coming from up north, maybe a little bit more experience in those wetter conditions than some riders down south, because they've had some scorching weather over the last couple of weeks. But yeah, a real good rider circuit, a real good fan favourite circuit as well. And although Croft maybe doesn't come to mind when some people think of iconic UK racing venues, if you're a fan of BSB of the past, if you're a fan of even British touring cars, which still use this as both a test and a race venue, then you'll know Croft like the back of your hand. I mean, you think of places like Barcroft, Sunny In, Sunny Out, real iconic sections, and as we mentioned, still keeping with that fast flowing and real high momentum circuit.
Yeah, especially that middle sector. It's just massive around the bend. You mentioned Sunny In and Sunny Out. You can realistically take it as one corner, but it's technically 2, but a huge double apex right-hander that you can carry so much speed through on the bike. It's absolutely ridiculous. And again, a lot of that is straights and then fast bends through the middle sector. Then you get to the final section, the complex section. Suddenly you're on the anchors and you're right back down to speed. And it can catch you out if you're not careful, because you've been riding so fast, and then suddenly you've got to be kind of very, very tight. You've got to keep yourself, be very patient, especially through that final hairpin as well, which seemingly just goes on forever. Of course, the first hairpin into the complex, not quite 180 degrees. It is still a hairpin, but you can open it up into the final hairpin, which is then 180 degrees coming onto the front straight. So, of course, you need to be careful going through there. You need to be patient. You want to get the best exit out of there, of course. You can maximise your run down into turn number 1. But it's just so out there. It's so different compared to the rest of the circuit. It does catch people out a lot, and it's very easy to drop the bike or get thrown over the bike even coming through there, because you've been riding at the utmost to almost 100%, and then suddenly you just got to dial it right back for 2-3 corners, and it's not something that a lot of people get used to straight away. So you've got to be careful through that part of the racetrack. But for the rest of it, it is absolutely just flat out for most of it. And it's so fast. I know I keep saying it, but it really, really is. There's some huge corners around this place. And that's why riders love it so much, because you're on the limit for basically 80-90% of the lap.
Yeah, and riders love it as well. I mean, just look around us at the moment. The iconic green and yellow colour scheme going across the entire circuit. And the almost lack of gravel traps is real nice old-fashioned, and there's a lot of runoff no matter where you go. I mean, let's not forget, a super safe circuit at that. Although there's not necessarily the amount of gravel traps that you normally see at other circuits in the UK, when you have a runoff, where, for example, in the middle section, even by sunny in, sunny out, a lot of runoff there, a big grass runoff for them, and I'm sure some local farmers not too happy if someone crashed into their field. But yeah, nonetheless, a real different track to look at as a spectator as well. But yeah, always nice being here at Croft, and a 3-hour endurance in store. And as you mentioned, being patient, I think that's going to be the key word across this weekend. We've experienced quite a lot of wind since we arrived here, and with riders going out of pit lane at the start of their stints, and obviously let's not forget pit lane intervention times are going to be in store. We'll go into them a little bit later on over the course of the weekend. But if you spend a bit of time in pit lane, it gives that chance of the temperature just to escape the tyre ever so slightly. Then you head out the circuit, and suddenly there's gusts of wind, which really can affect you on your outlaps. And another challenge with such a flat venue.
Certainly is. Again, it's just farmland around this place, so it's very easy for the winds to pick up. It's very easy for the winds to change direction as well. We're currently experiencing a bit of a crosswind coming from the pit lane over to the infield side of the circuit. So if you're coming out of pits now, it's going to be blowing you into turn one almost. About 10 minutes ago, there was a headwind down into turn one. About 10 minutes before that, there was a tailwind down into turn one.
Yeah, it's changing quite a bit.
Yeah, it changes up. And again, that's something that the riders are going to be needing to keep an eye on. Of course, you've got those 2 flags up there on the top of the pit building. The smarter riders, as they make their way onto this front straight, will have their eyes directly on that to see if the winds change direction, to go, okay, when I'm at top speed approaching turn one, am I going to have to brake earlier? Can I brake later? Am I going to need to adjust where my body is on the bike in order to counter for those winds? So it's gusty around here, place. It's blustery. But again, it just adds to the character of the circuit. It's something else you have to think about, and it just adds that little extra challenge.
Yeah, a little extra challenge, and well, with there being sprints and endurance racing this weekend, a whole new challenge as well, just the endurance riders in pit lane this weekend. But the only positive, another positive that we can mention, I should say, of this circuit is whenever it comes to bike setups. And we spoke to a couple of riders in pit lane a few moments ago, and they were speaking about needing to make some changes, or they had made some changes, or still waiting to test 1 or 2 parts ahead of racing tomorrow. Of course, they still have some qualifying to take place before the race actually gets underway. But with it being such a flat venue, it can be one of these circuits which is great as a testing ground. I mean, for example, next round at Brands Hatch, you're testing a whole different area of your bike with the likes of Paddock Hill Bend, and then suddenly going up towards the likes of Druids, a whole different challenge for them. While here, you can get consistent feedback from the bike. Obviously, different braking markers maybe, depending on what the weather's like that day. But in terms of track surface, disregarding a couple of bumps here or there, a relatively smooth track surface, not too many undulations, and good to get feedback on board the bike.
It certainly is, but then on the flip side of that one, you also do get limited running here across a race weekend. Of course, you're not allowed to fire an engine up before midday on Sunday due to local noise regulations. Of course, there's only 40 racing days a year here. We're so lucky to have 2 of those 40, of course, and that's why it attracts such a large crowd. Of course, as you said, we are essentially the premier bike racing event of the year when we head here. So, of course, all the local biking enthusiasts turn up and want to watch and then maybe think about having a go, but it's limited time, so of course it's a great circuit for testing it. But when you're here on a race weekend, if you do have a little problem, if you're not happy with the bike from the get-go, you don't have a lot of time to sort it out. So it is a circuit that you can come here when it's a test day, you can just do laps and laps and laps, and it's brilliant. But on a race weekend, it can be tricky to get things right, and especially if it's mixed conditions, as it could be on Sunday, as it was last year.
Yeah, we could have mixed conditions. We have some wind blowing at the moment. We have sunshine in the sky. Who knows what's going to happen? All we know is that Croft is going to get some incredible racing this weekend, Ross.
It certainly is, and we can't wait for it. Of course, our 3-hour Bike Alloys endurance on Saturday afternoon, and 21 races across the weekend. It's set to be absolutely mega, the 3rd round of the 2026 No Limits racing season.
So we're here at round 3 of the season, as we've already mentioned, Ross, and well, we're almost 1/3 of the way through after this weekend, and what an exciting season we have in store. Obviously, we're here at Croft. We're already finished Snetterton and Donington Park. Let's not forget the GP layout of that one. but still an action-packed season in store. 9 rounds in total this year. There's going to be 8 of them featuring sprint races and 8 of them featuring endurance racing. One of them, of course, featuring just an endurance race. That's going to be our 12-hour race later on this year. But after we leave this weekend at Croft, it's not only going to be the riders looking forward to Brands Hatch, it's going to be time to start thinking about points as well. But, well, Ross, with Brands Hatch coming up, a whole new challenge for everyone.
Certainly will be. I mean, first of all, it's unbelievable to think that after this weekend we're 1/3 done in the season already. It's absolutely flown by. Of course, we had 2 fantastic rounds at Snetterton and at Donington Park as well. We're hoping that it's going to be another brilliant weekend of racing here at Croft. And then, of course, round number 4, Brands Hatch, the Grand Prix layout as well. We're going down into the forest. Completely different to everything we've experienced so far this season. Of course, there's just so much undulation. Paddock Hill Bend, of course, one of the most iconic corners in world motorsport, let alone UK motorsport. But it's such a challenge, and you're bombing up the hill to Druids and then back down again, and then you go down into the forest. It's so out there compared to everything we've done this season. Of course, a very, very historic racetrack, like everywhere we visit this year, to be fair, and one that is certainly steeped in history for our sport as well. But it's just so out there, and it's going to be very interesting to see how riders and teams are able to adjust coming from what is a relatively flat circuit here at Croft, should I say. Yes, a bit bumpy here and there, but for the most part, pretty flat. There's, of course, a fair amount of undulation at Donington Park, but it's so fast, it's very flowing. Snetterton as well, pretty flat for the most part. And then Brands Hatch is basically going to be a roller coaster in comparison, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens there, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think everyone's looking forward to it, and then that's, of course, going to be our gym round. And then, of course, we head into a big blockbuster July where we have 2 rounds in 1 month. That's going to be the rounds where we have a slight split in the paddock, of course, where then we have the Anglesey International Circuit for the 12-hour Biker Lawyers endurance race. I mean, before we even begin to speak about Anglesey, what a big moment this is for the championship. I mean, we've done 6 hours before. We had over 5 hours last time out at Donington Park. But 12 hours in distance is a monumental moment for No Limits Racing.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. Of course, it's the longest, the biggest endurance race that we will have ever done here at No Limits. And because it's a huge 12-hour race, I'm sure we're going to have a huge entry list. You know that people are going to be bringing extra teams to attach on. We're going to be getting new teams coming along for it as well. Anglesey's tough, though. Of course, we'll be using the international layout for our endurance-only round, the 12-hour round. It's quite difficult. Obviously, very picturesque circuit. You get lovely views out across the shoreline, and it's all nice and maybe a bit chilly because it is in Wales. But we'll deal with that when we come to it, even though it is going to be in the middle of summer. But it's very deceiving because it looks lovely and it looks like it's wonderful to ride and it looks like you're going to have a great time. But it's a tricky circuit to get to grips with. And in 12 hours, I mean, it's not going to be the riders giving up at that point. It's going to be machinery failing at that as well. Of course, we had, it was a little over 5 hours we were able to complete at Donington for our lap endurance race there. But a 12-hour endurance, that's more than double the length of that. And it's a whole different ballgame to how you approach it, what you're bringing with you as well in terms of machinery, in terms of spare bits, in terms of how many tyres, what tyres you're even running on. How you set up the bike as well is going to be completely different because you want to be comfortable for those whole 12 hours. And it's better to be comfortable than it is to be quick, especially late in the day when everyone's knackered. Everybody wants to go home at that point. But you still got a race to compete and for some teams a race to win.
Yeah, some teams it's going to be from lights out all the way to the checker flag just to make it to the end. For others, it's going to be battling for positions, trying to pick up championship points and try not to get spoiled almost by those extra teams that are going to be entering in because let's keep in mind, with no sprint racing, it might entice 1 or 2 more teams, maybe a little bit more, to take part in it because, well, they're not going to have to race the next day, for example. They've just got 1 day of full-on racing from start to finish. And then, of course, it's the whole new challenge of whether you decide to do multiple bikes or whether you decide to do it in classic endurance fashion and rely on one bike for the entire race distance. And let's not forget, a whole new challenge in terms of Anglesey International. You've mentioned the breezy coastal conditions. That, as we know, can bring in some very, very tricky weather conditions. I mean, when it rains at Anglesey, it pours down. I mean, it can make Scottish rain, it can make Knockhill rain, which we'll get into a little bit later on, I'm sure, look tame. I mean, when it rains at Anglesey, it really does. Sometimes we've had to delay racing until things settle, a little bit of standing water out there on circuit. Hopefully, with us going in July, it is going to be sunny conditions, but still, such unpredictable elements and a whole new challenge in terms of stocking up for your tyres, getting yourself mentally prepared, eating correctly as well, with it being cramping on board the bikes for really long stints out there on circuit, and maybe teaming up with a few riders that you're not used to having for that longer distance race. But that's going to be near the start of July. Then right at the end of July, we head to another roller coaster circuit, of course, over at Cadwell Park, where it's going to be a sprint-only round.
Yeah, I don't think I'd force an endurance at Cadwell, even my worst enemy, to be quite frank. That would be horrendous for all of the riders out there. But again, Cadwell, I mean, what a place that is. Again, as you said, it's an absolute roller coaster at that place. And as you come over the jump and to the top of the hill, it's crazy. But another track that's really, really fast, but like Croft, very, very narrow in parts. It's really, really hard to get that place right. But it is a track as well that is a firm rider favourite. People love going out there because it's such a thrill. People head there for track days all the time. It's a real no limits track days hotspot, of course. So I'm sure everybody here has plenty of experience around there. Because it's sprint only as well, you can just go full out for the whole weekend. You know, there'll be people getting there that haven't been doing an endurance, because of course we do get riders do the endurance and then the sprints as well. They won't have to worry about that, so they can go full out. Maybe we'll be seeing them a bit further towards the front of the grid than we would expect to see them on a typical weekend where they are doing the endurance and then the sprint races on top of it. But I mean, what is there to say about Cadwell that hasn't already been said? It's a classic place to go bike racing, but it's so difficult around there.
Yeah, from jumping over the mountain to then going down Duffus Dip. The first time that No Limits Racing has ever gone to Knockhill Racing Circuit. We head up Scotland. This, of course, here at Croft, it used to be our most northern round of the year. Now a whole new challenge is in store, and I think, Ross, we're going to see quite a few wild cards that weekend, and maybe some mixed conditions with us going in August. From at least my experience, sometimes the sheep can go down the hill and then suddenly the heavens open from above. But I think we're going to see some wild cards that weekend. Maybe some extra Scottish riders really wanting to put themselves to the test on a local circuit against some really quick riders that we have here at No Limits.
Absolutely. Knockhill, of course, it's the home of Scottish motorsport, and a place that, you know, you are very familiar with, I'm sure. Yeah. It's a great track. I absolutely love it. Very, very short lap, of course. It's, I mean, in comparison to basically everywhere we're going, it's absolutely tiny. But that makes it so much more interesting because there's going to be local riders there. There's going to be people that have probably ever been to Scotland before, quite frankly, let alone go to Knockhill. So I'm expecting the field split there to be fairly large, and it is, of course, a very tricky circuit as well, which isn't going to help that. Because it's such a short lap, by the end of even the sprint races, we could be getting a bit of chaos with some lap traffic getting involved. So it'll be interesting to see how our riders negotiate that one. But of course, it's Knockhill. It's the classic, it's the mixed conditions. Even though it's August, so we're expecting it to be fairly warm. You'd hope it'd be fairly warm at that time of year. But Scotland, you never know, do you? But it's a track that I absolutely adore, that place. It's so much fun to watch bikes go around there. But again, very, very difficult. Of course, you have that huge downhill section at the start of the lap, launching yourself then over the chicane as you start to climb back up. Then a very, very long, not quite a back straight before you get onto the anchors for the final hairpin. And then, of course, going over the front stretch, it's blind as well as you go over there. You can get a bit of front wheel picking up, even as you're approaching max speed on the run down into turn number 1. It's going to be really interesting to see how we fare there for our first time ever venturing north of the border.
Yeah, short and snappy, I think, is the best way to put Knockhill. And I think it's going to be short and snappy races with the laps being just so short in distance. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend. I think sometimes it's underestimated just how physical of a circuit it is as well. I mean, you don't really get a rest on it at all. And then from that short circuit, we then head into a very short end to the season, of course. By that point, we'll have a couple of rounds remaining. And it's some interesting rounds because we head back to circuits that we've already been to, but with a slight twist. Now, of course, we head back to Anglesey in Wales, where we'll be heading onto a different layout, the coastal layout, which, of course, has been what we've been used to the last couple of seasons. So, although it's a track they've already been to, slightly different layout for themselves. Same weather conditions as well, unpredictable as always, and back to a normal format in terms of the weekend.
Absolutely is. So, it's a change of layout, so it's not exactly going to benefit all the endurance teams so much, or maybe those that were there for the 12 or weren't there for the 12-hour aren't going to be hurt so much as they come for the shorter Bike Alloys endurance race, because it is a slightly different layout on the coast. So, of course, most of the track is basically the same, but there's a little cut through here and there. But again, going back there, of course, most of the riders here very, very used to the coastal layout. And again, just a regular racing weekend with the endurance on the Saturday, some of the races before that, and then all of our remaining sprints on the Sunday. Of course, though, that's getting towards the end of the season, so the weather's going to start to cool off. That's when we're certainly going to be seeing some mixed conditions. I'm sure of it, because it gets to that point. You're edging into September. We're getting back into autumn and almost already looking towards winter. The temperature's going to drop right off. And again, we're lining up to have a very, very hot summer this year in the UK as well. So it's going to be a bit of a sudden change, I think. Yeah. So obviously the setup for the bikes is going to have to be very different, not just for the different layout, but for the different conditions, the colder track and air conditions, and how that's going to affect things. So it will, even if it's a very similar round to what we've seen before, there will be differences, there will be changes, and it will still be, as always at Anglesey, very, very challenging.
Yeah, I think tyre pressure is going to be super important, especially compared to the endurance race going into the normal sprint weekend. But yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see, as you mentioned, different layout, a few extra cut-ins with the likes of what's essentially a corkscrew compared to what we're using in the endurance race, where there's a few extra hairpins in there, a few extra almost overtaking opportunities. It's slightly tighter on the coastal layout. But then we head from there, and already it's the end of the season. But most importantly, it's where prizes are won. Donington Park, we head back yet again, but a change of layout. We had the GP layout at the start of the season for round 2, and then for the final time of the year, we head back to Donington for National. It's basically the home of No Limits Racing, the second home of No Limits Racing, if that. And, well, riders love it, and it's always a great way to end off the year.
And, of course, the change between the National and the GP, it's as minimal as it can get for a layout change. 99% of the circuit is identical. So that is a place where, unlike Anglesey, even though, we're getting into October at this point, the weather will be very different. But because the layout is basically identical, you just go right at the chicane instead of left and then down and back up again with a couple of hairpins. So that is a place I think where we'll see those who won there at round number 2 will be very, very strong once again. But of course, it's Donington Park. We already went on and on about how much we love that place, how much No Limits love that place at the last round. I don't think we need to say it again, but it's set to be, as you said, a fantastic weekend. Of course, championships set to be wrapped up. Of course, there is always a possibility that they somehow could go before, but we're hoping not, because we, of course, want to see it go right down to the wire.
Yeah, we want to see the best action possible out on circuit, and with a slightly different layout, who knows? We're not going to have, hopefully, any of those pesky Goddards crashes with the different layout, of course, with us using the chicane to end off the lap. But prizes to be won this year, still plenty of action to take place. Round 3 of the season taking place this weekend. Make sure you join us for this round and the rest of the year on NLR TV.
So we thought we'd bring you up to speed with what's going on here at No Limits Racing at the moment in terms of format and classes, because there were a couple of changes last time out at round 2. So we thought we'd just let you know what the situation is coming into round number 3 of 2026 here at Croft. Now, the main change that we've seen, Lewis, is that the sport bikes and the F900 classes have swapped. So those are classes that are out on track alongside others at the same time. So there's multiple different races going on at once. But they've swapped over who they're racing with. So essentially they just jump places, basically. Everyone else is still the same. It's just 2 different classes in each of them. So a bit confusing, but also kind of simple at the same time.
Yeah, pretty simple, and especially whenever you remember the sport bikes now we're in with the likes of Stock Twins and the Super Twins out there on circuit. The F900s, they're out with the likes of the Cubs World Cups and out with 600s now, and also let's not forget now they're out with the Street Bike Cup as well. A little bit of controversy to start with, but as we've seen at Donington Park when the change was made, plenty of great race. I mean, some of the best racing we've seen of the weekend was with the likes of the Super Twins, with the sport bikes, with the Standard Twins, all being out there on circuit. And it does make sense from an organiser point of view as well to listen to the feedback from the riders out there on track.
Certainly, and it was great that they could all race with each other as well, because everybody was in the mix with everybody. It wasn't there was one class, then another, then another. Everyone was just all over the place, basically, and it was fantastic to see. And again, it's great to see the championship listening to that feedback and going, okay, well, we can change this, and said changes worked, and it's been fantastic to see it. So that's going to continue on coming into this one. Of course, the F900, it's not the biggest class we always have here at No Limits, but I think the swap's done it some good, of course, running with the twins mainly now, and they've also been able to race with them. Of course, the F900, you do get a couple of BSB riders coming here to race in that from the BSB paddock. Okay, you are allowed to run older F900 machinery in our class here at No Limits Racing as well. So get some extra training in and the likes. So it's been interesting to see what they can do alongside the twins now.
Yeah, but obviously started the season along with the twins did the F900s.
Of course. Got to admit, again, I can't even wrap my head around it sometimes.
Now, of course, out with the likes of the Street Bike Cup class out there in circuits. So similar looking machines in terms of style, but different engine configurations. But you're totally right what you're saying. Being able to run older machinery compared to the BSB Championships, where it is a really, really popular class. And with it being introduced only this year, the Fortress F900R Cup as an independent class, it's going to be interesting to see how that grows over the next couple of years. Once more bikes come onto market as well. Obviously, you can run bikes all the way as old as 2023 if you really want to with us here at No Limits, and still compete with some BSB riders that are using their new 2025 or 2026 bikes out there on track. So it makes it nice, open, easy for people to take part, and also means that bikes aren't just sitting there in the garage collecting dust and going to waste. And well, it's almost a completely different situation to what we're seeing in the likes of the sport bikes, which are now racing with the Super Twins and the Standard Twins, where they've just exploded in popularity here at No Limits as well, and of course in the British stage and the World Championship stage.
Certainly, the sport bike is very much the up-and-coming class within bike racing. It's not quite the new kid on the block, but it also kind of is, because it's kind of come from out of nowhere. Suddenly everybody's on one and everyone wants to race in it. And it's not even the future of the sport. It's very much a class that's a very strong hold and something that's got a very strong pull in it now. And it's great to see so many amazing riders here at No Limits, in other British championships and indeed in other championships across the globe have adopted this category. And it's been so popular so quickly. And of course, it offers great racing as well.
Yeah, it offers great racing no matter what level you're seeing it at. And, well, yeah, this class kind of started whenever we've seen the likes of the Yamaha R7 come out. We've seen the likes of the Aprilia R660 do very well as well. Straight out the box, let's not forget. Meanwhile, you have the Standard Twins and Super Twins, which are a real staple class in club racing and at road racing level 2, still are, where obviously Standard Twin, as they might suggest, a little bit more standard in terms of things. Not much you can do in terms of engine configurations, getting a little bit more power out of the bike. They stay stock, certainly the Kawasaki's, the Suzuki SV650s, staying around that 50-60 horsepower range. While then we go up to the Super Twins, which I've always liked to say, they're as close as what you can get to prototype racing without obviously taking part in like some MotoGP or Grand Prix racing. I mean, Super Twins, it was initially meant to be a very cost-effective class with the twin category, but then the regulations opened up a little bit more all across the world, and then suddenly we're seeing bikes with ZX10 front ends, ZX6 front ends, Superbike brake calipers on it, different swing arms on there as well. And let's not forget, absolutely tuned to the moon. I mean, some of the Kawasaki's running close to 100 horsepower, where they come at the box around 60 odd. So completely different spec of machines, completely different look as well. And in even some championships, you're allowed to bore the 650s up to 700 cc's now in the Super Twins. So Super Twins, it was a class which started off super strong, still is going strong, but the costs did begin to go a little bit out of control. And that's where the sport bikes come in. With the sport bikes, the Aprilias, the Yamahas, quite a lot of bikes actually, even the Kawasaki Ninja 650, not to be confused of course with the ER650 Super Twin. And also we've seen in the World Championship like the Kobe coming in, none quite have filtered into club racing just yet, but those are bikes that straight out the box are able to be competitive, and you do have to do a little bit to them. Certainly the Yamahas, I've heard they've had to do a little bit more to them to be competitive with some of the other machines out there on track, certainly the bikes of the Aprilias. But once you get them dialed in, super quick machines and super competitive straight out of the box. And although it's maybe a bigger investment to buy the bike, once you own it, it's meant to be slightly less maintenance out there, on paper at the very least, and still producing the same great racing, like we've seen at Donington Park, like we've seen for multiple seasons now in British Championship. And of course, last year we had our first sport bike champion with Louisa Benny winning, of course, a female on the top step of the overall podium for the year as well. But super great to see for the sport bike championship growing in numbers as well, and that's just to add to the sprint drama that we have over the course of the entire weekend. Let's not forget, 23 races on the calendar, on the schedule this weekend, 22 of them being sprints.
Absolutely, and of course the sprints, the run-of-the-mill races, you go out there, you do a sighting lap, the lights go out, you go around, hopefully you gain some positions, you might win if you're lucky or really good. Checkered flag waves, that's the end of it. Of course, it's a slightly shorter weekend this weekend than we would expect, just due to noise limitations when we're allowed to go out on track on Sunday. Then of course we've got the endurance. whole different ball game for the Bike Alloys Endurance. Of course, not only are we racing for 3 hours, but how things actually work is completely different as well.
Yeah, and for this round alone, we have a completely different start procedure. It's an accelerated start procedure this round, just to get things underway that little bit quicker, with a curfew, of course, later on in the evening. So starting just before 3 o'clock in the evening for a 3-hour timed race. But yeah, it should be interesting to see how that unfolds. Let's not forget as well, in the endurance race this year, it'll start, as always, under a flag condition, not under lights. And it's going to be when the flag drops to the ground that riders then can sprint across, a Le Mans style start. Super iconic scenes, both in 2 wheels and 4 wheels, but always brings a smile to the eye. It brings a smile to the face when you see the riders sprinting from one side of the track to the other, trying to not only get to the bike the quickest, but actually having a bike that's going to start under hot conditions, under maybe wet conditions, start on the button straight away.
It certainly is, and of course, not only is that iconic, but it always brings some great moments. You get someone from the back who gets a great start and suddenly gains huge positions.
Qualifying's not all.
No, it's absolutely not all. On the flip side, you get somebody at the front who's able to get their leg over the bike first and then drops the clutch way too quickly, and then they've got to restart it, and then it doesn't start again, and you're down the back by 30 seconds or something. It's just a completely different ball game with the Le Mans style start, but it makes it so much more enjoyable from a lot of different perspectives, even if it's not necessarily the purest of racing starts, shall we say. Another thing, of course, we have to consider with our Bike Alloy 3-hour no limits endurance race later on is that we've got pit stops to factor in. Of course, some teams have different bikes for different riders, not just one bike shared by 2, 3 or 4. And of course, then there's the minimum pit stop time as well, which we have to factor into things.
Yeah, minimum pit stop intervention time changes from round to round. And well, if you go under it, it's so costly. If you're under it by 1 second, for example, then it's going to be a 5-second penalty. Whatever time that you're under the pit stop intervention time, it's times by 5, and that's going to be the penalty that you're given. Now, super important stuff for pit stop, as you said. It could be shared bikes, or it can be a case that you have one bike shared across multiple riders in classic endurance fashion. Now, if it is the case that you are simply changing bikes, then that pit stop intervention time is going to feel almost a little bit longer. There's going to be a little bit less rush in pit lane as well, but it's there in place so that teams can still run one bike and not be disadvantaged. So you come into the pit lane, simply swap riders almost, or swap bikes completely, change transponders over, and then go out on track. A big rule this year actually is the fact that it has to be the bike that comes back to pit lane and not just the transponder if something does go wrong out on track. If you do then run into an issue over at turn 1 and suddenly need to get the bike back into the pit lane, it's the bike that matters, not just the transponder. Unless of course 50 minutes passes, then you can just hop on with your next rider. And as we've seen at Donington, if you don't stick to that, big penalties come your way.
Yeah, you can certainly get a big slap on the wrist from a race control. But of course, that does mean that we now no longer have the hilarious scenes of somebody ripping the transponder off the bike and having to sprint back to pit lane. They've got to get the whole damn bike back as well. But again, at least it makes it so that you can get back into the race fairly quickly. 50 minutes in an endurance scheme, not a whole amount of time, even with a short endurance like the 3 hours we've got here at Croft. If you do have an issue, you are able to get back out there and not have to negotiate your way back and wait. So at least it makes it somewhat fair. Of course, similar thing with the pit stop intervention time. It's also there for safety reasons as well. So you're not running around a pit lane. Similar thing with getting the bike back. You're not trying to rush a very damaged machine back when it could break down even more. Trying to rush it back through the paddock to get your pit box. Nobody wants that to happen because it's unsafe. So they're there for safety reasons, not just for fairness reasons as well. But all in all, it just creates it makes it a bit more equal for all of the competition and makes it more exciting because when it's fair, it means it's closer out on track.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's here to see a show this weekend. Even if you're a rider, you're here to have a good, fun endurance race, even if you want to get some points throughout the weekend. And then, of course, as you said, all about safety. Even for the riders that are taking part in just a one-bike setup, the pit stop intervention time, it's there for safety as well. It's there, as you said, so people are not running about the pit lane. They're not trying just to shove some fuel in the bike as fast as possible. Change tyres as well, that's a big one. Trying to get spindle in, make sure everything's nice and tight before you go out there on track. The chains in the correct position as well. It's not going to slip off 30 metres down pit lane or you can snap throughout the stint. Whatever the case, it's all there for safety and so that everyone does the right job. And let's not forget as well, the difference and challenges that you have when you are having just one bike, not only in pit lane, but when it comes to getting a bike set up that suits everyone, not just for speed out there on track, not just for feeling, but also, as we'll see later on in the year, especially with the longer 12-hour endurance race, comfortability out there on track. So difficult if you have one rider that's super tall and then you have another rider that's maybe half a foot smaller.
to be fair, having one bike, it is a bit more kind of traditional, pure endurance racing. That's how it works, up on, with the biggest races of them all. So from that sense, yes, I guess you're a bit more professional, I suppose. Not saying that,
purist.
Yeah, a purist. That's not, not saying that, all of the teams here with multiple bikes aren't professional as well. They all do a fantastic job. And of course, having multiple bikes, it does give you a slight advantage in the sense that, you can fine tune your own bike to how it wants to be instead of everyone has to share a bike, share a setup. But again, it's more pure that way. That's how endurance racing, in a lot of people's eyes is supposed to be, certainly at the highest level of endurance racing, when we're going for the Suzuka 8 Hours, when you're looking at the Boulder, when you're looking at the Le Mans 24 Hours, that's how it is. You've got to work around it and come up with a compromise that works for everybody. Yes, of course, you're going to have faster riders, you're going to have slower riders, but you don't want that discrepancy to be even larger because it's the setup and how the bike behaves suits one rider more than it does another. So it's those things that you have to deal with and negotiate with when you are running a one bike setup. But of course, there is advantages to that as well. Pit stops, you don't have to worry about any problems with another bike. You don't have to worry about your bike's not working, so you have to hop on somebody else's bike and get used to it by the time you get down to turn one, even though you've never ridden it before. All those things you have to consider. So there's advantages and disadvantages, yes. But again, the one bike setup, it is the more pure, the more traditional way of doing it. And again, it's a bit more of a challenge as well. And I personally feel like it brings a bit more team spirit as well, because it's not just, three of your mates going out there, for example, and, just going out for 3 hours and having fun. It's three of you getting one machine to the line.
Yeah, exactly. It's there to have a real team spirit out there and circuit, a real purist mentality, as we've already said. Meanwhile, the almost relay style endurance race is almost a little bit more accessible for some riders as well, because you can race 600 and 1,000 all with each other. That's not to even forget the new classes that we have this year with the addition of the twins in the endurance race as well. So maybe some slightly slower bikes to deal with if you're on a 1,000cc to what you've had the previous couple of years, but still twins out there in circuit, a whole new class for them and a whole new open place of accessibility for teams of riders to enter the championship as well on the twins. Although they're slower maybe down the straight, still they're bikes that you really need to carry some corner speed in, which here at Croft it's going to be super exciting to see. Well, luckily for us, we have 23 races in store this weekend.
We certainly do. One bike Alois, 3-hour endurance, and then 22 sprint races coming your way here at the third round of the 2026 No Limits Racing season at Croft. We're joined here at Croft by some very special guests. We are joined by the Bike Alois, some of the biggest supporters of No Limits Racing, and of course, all of our endurance races this season. Do you guys just want to introduce yourself to those at home who maybe don't know who you are and explain who you are and what you do?
Yeah, I'm Phil. I'm the business development manager for the company. I'm there to help develop contracts and relationships with new companies and help drive the company forward.
I'm Kev. I'm marketing manager. I also do the social media, and we network and basically connect riders with a support team that's on their side from a legal perspective.
Obviously, having a solid lawyer is pretty important when you're a rider. Accidents sometimes happen. But what led you guys to creating the Bike Lawyers in the first place? Did you feel that there just wasn't a strong enough support base for riders out there from a legal standing?
Oh, 100%. We've got a back history within this industry for a lot of years anyway. So we've got 25 years already previous of looking after bikers. Our main object with setting up the Bike Lawyers is because the values, the old school values about looking after them, making sure they're represented, making sure they're getting trim payments if they've been involved in an accident, making sure the families are looked after and getting them back on a bike and back in enjoying life again.
And is it true that all of you guys that work with the Bike Lawyers, you're all riders yourself, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. We work on our own bikes, we strip them down. I've just balanced some carbs the other week. So, yeah, we absolutely do exactly as it said on the tin. We ride the bikes ourselves. We live that journey. I've been riding 36 years. You've been riding a little bit more?
A lot more.
The world was black and white and he was running away from dinosaurs. But yeah, so we absolutely do what it said on the tin. We are bikers. I'm not a lawyer myself. In fact, I can actually bring this leaflet into shot if I can. That's Fergus. He's our lead solicitor. He started being a motorcycle solicitor about 25 years ago. And the Biker Lawyers are our way of getting it back to grassroots, which is looking after all riders, whether they've got millions of pounds, or whether they're running it on a shoestring. And that's why we're really proud to support the likes of No Limits, because again, it's open to everyone.
Absolutely. So just to sum it up, essentially, it's the fact that you guys, you're riders yourself, even if you are not part of the legal team yourself, you know the experience, you've had the accidents, you've had the incidents, you've had problems, and you know what it's like, so you're now able to offer that support back to the rest of the community.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's like we say, it's about showing that we actually care and the understanding of this journey. I mean, like we say, we've actually lived it. I mean, I raced with Hot Tracks, then I went to race with No Limits. I was senior solicitor Fergus. We had a team there, and we're actually planning on doing it again. We're actually going to be back on the circuit racing again with Kev joining us.
Well, that'll be interesting to say the least. But as you said, as you said, obviously you're not just supported No Limits for a while. You actually have experience out there racing. Out there on the track with the championship as well, so I guess it creates that special bond between the biker limits and the championship.
It's showing that we actually do what we say. It's not about just sitting in an office in a suit, because none of us do that. We all live like this in casual clothes, and when somebody's been involved and they say they've low-sided, high-sided, it's washed out, whatever terminology, all the solicitors get it. Even we've just got a new solicitor now joined us, a young girl, and first thing she's doing, a CBT to learn how to ride, to be part of what we're trying to achieve.
That's brilliant. So if anybody out there is looking for, some legal help regarding a bike-related problem, what do we do? Where do we go? Who do we speak to?
Well, the biker lawyers, and as you said, bike-related, but we'll also do any other legal service that is required. We work with a company called McHale's, and they cover every service you can imagine, whether it's criminal law or litigation or property, whatever it is. And the thing is, all bikers will have, hopefully, houses, family, might need power of attorney, might need wills and all that sort of stuff. We do the whole lot, and we look after riders completely.
And what's the best way to find you guys and get in touch with you guys?
Well, we've got a massive exhibitor trailer with a huge QR code on it. We've had loads of people taking photographs on the motorway. But we've got phone number, we've got the contact detail for the email address. And obviously, if you go on the No Limits website, the contact details should be on that as well. Yeah.
So anytime you want to contact us, if you just want even some advice or anything like that, just give us a call and we can help you.
Guys, it's been great to chat to you. Of course, we appreciate your support. The championship appreciates your support, and I'm sure so many riders out there do as well. And we're looking forward to seeing you out on track a little bit later in the season as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers, Mum.
Welcome back to Croft, everybody. Welcome back to Saturday's action of the third round of the 2026 No Limits racing season. We've had 3 fantastic sprint races so far, 4 more coming your way this afternoon, and then it'll be time for the Biker Lawyers 3-hour endurance race to end off the day. And then, of course, plenty more racing action to come your way on Sunday as well. We do still have around about 10 minutes left of our lunch break before we go back trackside, but we hope that if you are here at the circuit, you're enjoying this wonderful Yorkshire weather, and if you're watching along on NLR TV or on Motorsport Radio, you are loving all of the action, because we certainly are here at the track. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Lewis Rae alongside me as always for all of the action this weekend. Of course, still a little bit of time before we go back racing, Lewis, but that gives us plenty of time to talk about what we've just seen so far. 3 fantastic races. Yes, maybe some of the action, some of the winners, shall we say, a bit on the predictable side. Everything we've had so far, for the most part, has been what we've come to expect so far from No Limits in 2026. But still, fierce and fast racing. Croft, of course, very different from the circuits we've been to so far this season in Snetterton and Donington GP. It's offered something different and offered something spectacular.
Yeah, something pretty special to say the least. Although we did speak about some unpredictable results, but Jack Cullen, of course, in that last race before our lunch break in the Brown Fix Club Power Cup, well, he had had a few issues anyway. It sounds like he lost the front going into the final sector, and that promoted Simon Franklin into the race lead and then, well, inevitably into P1 in terms of the winner's enclosure. 7 seconds his winning margin was over Kieran Wood in second place. But just for your races in the morning, a slightly different schedule maybe to what we're used to. J.R. Kidd James as well taking race 2 victory. Meanwhile though, Tommy Fielden, race 1 victory of the weekend. The opening race win for No Limits Racing in round 3 went the way of the 5.56. Such an impressive ride from him. Exactly what we were expecting from him. 4.4 second win the margin over Tom Norton. Brandon Petty as well taking a class win earlier on too. But you can see the marshals just making their way back to their posts for the time being. Some of them opting to stay out there if they're further away from the paddock, just so they can have a breather, if you will, track side and have a little bit of some relaxation time before things get underway. And they'll have to keep nice and hydrated today as well, because it is absolutely scorching here at Croft. I mean, 22 degrees as things stand. So, yeah, super impressive stuff for them. Super impressive stuff for the weather, anyway, I should say. And hopefully, as the season progresses, it can stay like this. But, well, Ross, we did speak about it a little bit during some of the lunch break VTs. And, yeah, already we're here in round 3. It just seems like the season's starting. But after this weekend, we're a third of the way through the year.
Time flies when you're having fun, I suppose, and we've certainly been having a lot of that this season. But yeah, it's crazy to think, of course, they're very long weekends. We try and cram as much racing in as we physically can. Of course, at the last couple of rounds, the opening 2 rounds, should I say, we actually ran out of time in our Biker Lloyd's endurance race. We had to cut them both a little bit short, unfortunately, to Snetterton due to just the lack of sun at Donington, just because we simply ran out of time. We're hoping today at Croft, it's a shorter race than it was at Donington, back to timed endurance instead of laps, 3 hours coming your way later this afternoon. Of course, getting towards summer now, so the sun going down a lot later, so hopefully lights on our side and we are able to fully complete that one. But it has been a fantastic season so far, to say the least. We've seen some great racing all across it, and that is very much continuing here at Croft, as we can see people enjoying their lunch break, relaxing in the beautiful Yorkshire sunshine.
Maybe a suntan.
Yeah, a little bit of suntan. Hope you're wearing your sunscreen. It's very easy to get burnt in this weather. Of course, not quite the 30 degrees we had about a week ago across the UK. It was up to like 35 down south, I believe, which is horrendous, if you ask me. It shouldn't be that warm ever, quite frankly, but it's the cards that we've been dealt. Of course, the UK weather, can't go wrong with it. Round about 22 highs of today, maybe a little bit warmer, or it feels like with the sun. Tomorrow, we were expecting rain yesterday. That now looks like it has subsided a little bit. Still potentially looking at some overnight, but I think during the day we're expecting dry running. So it will be cloudy, we think, tomorrow. So could potentially be a wet track. But again, because we're starting at 12, because of the noise restrictions, it may well be that it's just dry running all the way through the weekend. So all that excitement we had, talk about the mixed conditions and what that could offer, that could be straight out of the window. Just our luck. But still, beautiful weekend here at Croft, and it's a beautiful day for some motorbike racing as well. So the 3 sprints, or the 4 sprints, I say, that we've got coming your way after this lunch break is done and dusted. The first one out, race number 4 of the weekend, we've got the No Limits Club Sport, the No Limits Street Bike Cup, and the Fortis F900R Cup. Then after that, race number 5, we've got the Sawn Cover Stock Twins, the Track Day Addicts Super Twins, and the No Limits Next Gen Sport Bike. Then race number 6 will be the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. Then it'll be the Dunlop No Limits 500s for your classic Honda action. And then we are on to our Biker Lawyers 3-hour endurance affair. So all very short races today, 7 laps for all the sprints. We're up to 10 tomorrow because we've got a bit more time on our hands, don't have the endurance to negotiate with. So tomorrow, slightly longer racing. We don't have a lunch break because we're getting started at 12, so we're hopefully just flying straight through and getting it all done and dusted, even if it is a slightly shorter weekend than we normally would have. Still, 4 races yet to come. We've had 3 fantastic ones this morning, and we're very excited.
Yeah, excitement is definitely the word to use. We'll be going from race 4, 5, 6, and 7 before race 8 being the 3-hour Biker Lawyer endurance race. It's going to be the 3rd race of the season for them. Of course, 8 endurance races coming up this year, and these are the prizes to be won. That's just down by the winner's enclosure, Parc Fermé, over by turn 1 this weekend. So a little bit of distance, but it's super helpful for the riders. Just coming off the circuit at the end of the races, they turn left at turn 1 instead of the normal right. But, of course, silverware this weekend up for grabs. But soon we're going to start getting to the point of the year where people and riders are starting to look towards silverware for the entire season. And we've seen some of the championship trophies from 2025 down there in some of the garages this weekend, including the 32 squad in the Endurance Championship. They're looking to go back to back this year, but still plenty of bikes going around the circuit at the moment, if it's not motorbikes anyway, for the time being. Obviously, Croft were restricted quite a bit with noise, and due to the fact we won't be starting until midday tomorrow in terms of track action. And for this lunch break, we need to have an hour lunch break before bike engines can be fired up back into life yet again.
Certainly, the noise limitations is a bit of a double-edged sword. Obviously, it's gutting. Croft is only limited to 40 racing days a year, which is... it's really sad because it's such a brilliant circuit and it's a place that you wish you could be racing every weekend, all across the summer and the warm months either side of it. But on the flip side of that, because there's only 40 racing days a year, when No Limits rolls into town, this is the premier bike racing event of the season for Croft, which is why it's so busy. It's why we get such a big crowd here. I mean, even this morning, 9 o'clock, practice hadn't even started, and there's fans rolling in, getting set up, getting their seats ready, and looking forward to some quality racing action. I'm expecting it probably to be even busier tomorrow as well. Of course, if you are local to Croft, if you're anywhere in the northeast, or you just fancy taking a couple hours drive, make sure you head on along down tomorrow. Tickets, of course, are still available on the Croft website, and I hope you can come along and see some of the action for yourself. It has been brilliant so far. Let's have a little touch on some of the championships, though, moving forward into race number 4 of the weekend, should I say. That, of course, is the No Limits Club Sport Cup, the No Limits Street Bike Cup, and the Fortis F900R Cup. In the Club Sport Cup, Callum Hurst, a 2-point lead in the championship so far over Finn Page. He's on 87 to Page's 85. He's got a race win, a second place, and a third place so far across the 2 rounds this season, but a DNF in race number 3 at the opening round at Snetterton means that gap with Finn is close, who has yet to finish higher than third so far this season. And Stephen Miller, only 3 points behind Page in third place with a win and a second place. A fantastic round at Donington last time out, but a bit of a disappointing opening round to the season. Then Jordan Warren Good, very, very close. The Army rider only 8 points behind that as well. So unlike some of the championships that we've seen so far, where there's already a pretty healthy gap in it, the Club Sport Cup very, very tight at the top, and this weekend could be crucial come the end of the season.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial in terms of points, and this is going to be one of the rounds which you can look back on in the year in terms of what went wrong, or what went right anyway, for them, because let's keep in mind, 8 sprint rounds this year. It's 9 rounds overall for No Limits Racing in 2026. But whenever we head to Anglesey in July, well, that's going to be an endurance only round. And then whenever we head to Cadwell at the end of July, doubleheader, blockbuster doubleheader, as you might have heard or say during the lunch break, that's going to be a sprint only round with some exciting guest classes as well in store this year. One of them being the Classic Endurance Championship, which should be joining us at Brands Hatch next round. And speaking to Mark Berry earlier on today, and he was saying it's looking like a mammoth entry list for that one. So good to see the Endurance Championship nice and healthy as always in terms of entries, and people really wanting to get involved. And I think it's not going to be long until we start looking at what the entry numbers are like for this 12-hour, because it's a daunting task, to say the very least.
It certainly is, but it's also going to be the biggest event that No Limits Racing has ever put on, as we see our a classic Audi safety car back with us this weekend after a couple of weeks of MSV Hyundai's just going out for a quick recce to make sure the track's all okay before we kickstart the rest of the races for Saturday's action. But absolutely, that 12-hour endurance at Anglesey is going to be the biggest event that No Limits has ever put on. And of course, it's going to be a huge event, but we're expecting it to be a massive success. Everyone wants it to be a massive success. And the thing is, if it is a massive success, it could lead to even bigger and better things down the line. I'm not going to say anything, but, 12 hours, there's only one thing that you can go really beyond that. I think we can all work out what we're talking about and what we're all hoping to do some point in the future. There's certainly been discussions and conversations about it behind the scenes. It's just a case of, if this goes well, how do we go about, making that next step, making that next leap, and, really solidifying ourselves as some of the biggest and best club racing, not just in the UK, but in the world as well. And of course, if you are watching along, wondering how you can get involved at No Limits Racing, make sure you head over to the No Limits website or social media pages. Find out how you can get in contact. If you're not so keen on racing, just want to get out there on the bike, make sure you head over to the No Limits Track Day site as well, where you can just come and do some track days with the No Limits gang. They're here at Croft, actually. I want to say next weekend off the top of my head. So if you are local, they'll be back here very, very quickly. But the track day guys, they're here, there and everywhere. Some overseas track days coming up as well. Track days basically every weekend and days of the week as well. They do so much. It's unbelievable how those guys have the energy just to keep going and keep turning up to different circuits around the world. But we are only a few moments away then from getting our race number 4, our first race back after the lunch break underway. Engines are starting to be fired up in the paddock. A few riders have made their way over to the holding area. Of course, 4 sprint races coming our way, then our 3-hour bike alloy endurance. Sprint race is exactly the same format as we've had from the 3 this morning. The riders will head out onto the grid from the holding area. There'll be 1 sighting lap and then a short and sharp 7-lap dash from start to finish. A little bit shorter than it will be tomorrow. 10-lap races for the sprints tomorrow. But it just means that the riders maybe can attack it a little bit more. And with the weather expected to be a little bit nicer today than it is tomorrow as well, Lewis, it means that hopefully everything's working out a little bit better. The energy's there as well. You've not had a long weekend just yet, even with a couple of test days. You can just go out there and attack it and see what happens.
Yeah, you can go out there, have some fun in the sunshine anyway, and just go out and enjoy yourself. Finn Page gets the first win of this afternoon's running for being first in the holding area after lunch break. He's looking forward to getting going anyway. He's ready to get going. And actually, he's just sat there for a few moments with his eyes closed when he was by himself in the holding area. Now that a few other riders have joined him, he's back with us anyway and ready for action to unfold. He'll be going from the 3rd row of the grid in P7. Of course, Finn Page on the number 30 R6 in this one. Plenty of 600s, plenty of street bikes and triples in there too. And of course, new for this year, as we spoke about during lunch break, the Fortis F900 Cup class. Of course, they were moved grids earlier on in the year. They were with the twins at the start of the season. Now they're lodged in with the Sport Cup class and the Street Bike Cup class as well. And since then, well, we've seen some excellent racing, to say at the very least. In qualifying, these guys are sitting in the high 120 bracket. A 127.1 gave Paul Holden pole position. But we'll get into the full grid in a few moments, Ross, because, I mean, a 29 rider grid, it's not the biggest that we have here at No Limits, but yet again, some real healthy numbers that we're seeing here at Croft, with some riders coming from up north in Scotland as well, and then some more riders as well coming from the middle of the country. It's in a real good place of the UK is Croft, and we get a good mix of riders, and maybe some riders that we don't normally see join us at No Limits Racing.
Yeah, we've seen a fair few already local riders or riders from Scotland who've been able to come in. A couple of riders from the BSB paddock as well who are local, who've been able to come down, or indeed up in some cases, for this round. And of course, it's great to have them with us. But of course, coming up now, it is the No Limits Club Sport Cup, the No Limits Street Bike Cup in association with Metzler, and the Fortis F900 R Cup in association with Pirelli. So riders are making their way out onto the grid. We'll have 1 sighting lap, and then it will be 7 laps from the light to the checkered flag. 3 different classes, of course, to keep your eyes on in this one, all fairly distinct from one another, so visually shouldn't be too hard to tell who's going round on what. But of course, we'll keep you updated. There'll be the different colours as well on the timing tower for you to keep you posted on the left-hand side of your picture. Paul Holden makes his way into that pole position slot. He had a fantastic run at it last time at Donington Park in the F900Rs. But will he face competition again in this class, or in this race, should I say, with the 3 different classes at Donington? 1, 2 and 3 on the podium was all in our 3 different classes. So it's competitive across the board in this race. Should be very exciting to see what they're able to do at Croft. Let's have a run through the grid for you as we get going on our sighting lap. It's Holden, Simon Daniels and Stephen Miller on the front row. They're followed by Carl Beresford, Callum Hurst and Fraser Lizachenko. Row number 3, Finn Page, Andrew Coulter and Luke Stanley. Then it's Thomas Drew rounding out the top 10 alongside Evan Brailsford and Jamie Bayliss. We then find Roger Lovelace, Ryan Arnold and Chris Taylor, Aaron McGregor, Samuel Boot and Carl Bayliss. Row 7, Peter Dugan, Michael Partridge and Matthew Maynard. Then it's Liam Sutherland, Liam Hansen and Joe Collier, Chris Rollings, John Hunt, Samuel Biles, Mark Felton, and our final and 29th rider who did not set a time of qualifying is the 77 of Oliver Nunn. So it should be interesting to see how we're going to fare out in this one. Once again, Paul Holden looking very, very solid in qualifying, but as they come through the street bikes, it should be very interesting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Paul Holden, of course, did the amazing last round in the street bike class, fighting for the overall win in terms of that one. A little bit more open as well for the street bikes, and you can have some Yamaha MTs in there as well. You can have some Triumphs as well out there on circuit, and well, it's been a class that's been constantly growing over the last couple of years, including now Paul Holden seems to be at the front of things on the number 6. Simon Daniels, though, let's not forget him, regular with us at No Limits Racing over the last couple of years. Of course, he's going to be going from P2, the first of our Club Sport Cup runners out there on track. And Fraser Lizachenko, I mean, what a year it's been so far from him. A big crash at Donington Park on the exit of the final corner at Goddard's. A big high side for him. Luckily, though, he's managed to get everything fixed, both with himself, mentally as well, and with the bike. So qualifying on row 2 P6 is a whole new challenge for himself at Croft. I mean, Snetterton was his first race weekend, and since then he's been immensely impressive from start to finish. Now you can see Finlay Page as well taking up his spot. Carl Beresford, top of our Triumph runners, I do believe. So great to see Carl back with us at No Limits Racing. As you see, though, Paul Holden, he's looking cool, he's looking calm, he's certainly looking confident. But what's going to happen when the lights go out? You can see number 6-7 Kawasaki just taking its place at the end of the grid, so he's looking nice and ready to go. So now that everyone's in place, hopefully in the right spots, the green flag does wave at the back, meaning we can get going. Stephen Miller on the edge of your front row as well. The reds will build on the grid, the red lights will go on, and they'll go out, and we'll go racing for race 4 of the day here at Croft. It's a great start from your pole sitter Paul Holden, who takes the lead on the run to turn 1. You can just see the field bunching up. Finn Page trying to pick up a couple more positions. Keep in mind, he started on row 3 and already he's up into P4. Can he get himself into the podium positions in the next couple of corners? Now we're going to have a big run down the back straight towards Tower Bend. Now you crank up the power of these 600s, certainly in the Club Sport Cup class, and the Fortis FD100 runners further back down the order. But it's still going to be a street bike that leads the field. Paul Holden, what a cracking start to this race. And well, Carl Beresford up into the podium positions as well.
Great start from a fair few riders. Holden is holding on up the front. Front 2 starting to break away. Holden's not in the clear just yet, though. Still pressure from behind early doors in this race as they make their way towards the sunny bend. Of course, technically 2 corners, sunny in and then sunny out, but realistically it's one big double apex sweeper as you make your way through. Then this short sharp shoot into the complex section, complex 1, a fairly medium speed left, and then hard on the brakes for a right hand hairpin at complex 2, which you see now. You can see already the gap that the leading pair have as they make their way around. Holding still leading over Daniels on the R6 at the moment, making their way towards the end of lap number 1. It will be the 6 of Holden ahead of the 5:05 of Daniels. Muller on the 23 looks like he's going to be holding on to 3rd place at the moment as they come across the start finish line. So it's pretty even at the front, but you see that big group of bikes there. That's 2nd back to about 7th or 8th. I want to say big move from somebody getting the overspeed down the straight into the opening couple of corners. So even though it's early in this race, people wanting to make moves, they know this race is short. Time is of the essence. You've only got limited opportunities to make things happen.
1.1 seconds was the gap over the line last time around. Now we're going to have to keep an eye on the sector points. Of course, this being the first flying lap of the race, it's going to be the first opportunity really to understand how things are in terms of pace. Now, of course, earlier on in qualifying, they were running a 1:27s at the front of this field. That, of course, being a 1:31 from a standing start, but we'll have to see what the pace is like now that we are truly up and going. Stephen Miller, though, he's put himself back into podium contention, up into 3rd, and already bridging the gap over Carl Beresford behind Finlay Page as well. He's lost out on a few positions over this last half of a lap. He's down to P6, nearly back down to his starting position in 7th place. let's keep in mind as well the great battles that we've seen last time around. Callum Hurst, he was involved in those, and Callum Hurst, it looks like he's looking very, very racy, headed into the complex, looking up the inside briefly on the switchback towards Carl Beresford, unable to make a move work though, so it continues to be Triumph leading the way from the Kawasaki rider for the battle for P4 out on circuit.
Certainly tried to think about it, just couldn't quite make it done. It is deceptively tricky making a move into the penultimate corner, because if you get it wrong and go too deep, you can lose a handful of positions very, very quickly. The number 36 now has a 10-second jump start penalty. So that is Taylor, Chris Taylor on the 36 in the F900s. He's running around about in the mid-pack. That's going to demote him down to nearly last. Of course, the penalties get applied straight away. So even if you finish, in a pretty decent position, you could actually be running around about 23, 24th place out there on the timing tower. Looking up the inside into Tower Bend. That's a brave move. That's a brilliant move. Through he goes. Nice stuff there over the bumps to get it done. He is on the charge and gets through nicely.
Callum Hurst making that move work finally there on Carl Beresford. We've been speaking about it for the last lap or so, and now Callum setting in sight on Stephen Miller. That's going to be for the overall podium positions and most importantly for second place in class. Simon Daniels continues to lead the Club Sport Cup category in P2 overall, and of course Paul Holden, no surprise there, P1. Well, you have to go all the way back to P7 out on circuit for the next street bike runner, but Callum Hurst has gained so quickly over this second sector, heading into sector 3 now as well. Just one more corner remaining this time around. We'll be heading to tick by yet another lap. A small mistake from Muller just at the hairpin as we crank on the power, trying to keep the front wheel on the floor. So difficult as we head on to lap 4 out of 7. Carl Beresford trying to gain his bike, definitely looks quicker in a straight line, but in terms of braking performance, anyway, it's Callum Hurst who brakes far, far deeper. Now we go to wind up the power yet again towards the chicane, to the right, then to the left, just trying to keep it on two wheels, trying not to clip those inside curbs. I mean, you have to run so close to them to be in the optimal line. Bravery at its finest here at Croft.
Certainly do. You saw Hurst there getting the curb just a little bit, just loosening up the bike underneath him, but he was able to get the power down okay. Did cost him down the straight though. Hurst seems to be very, very strong through this final sector as well, coming through to the bottom end of the circuit. Look how much he's gained already on the run out of Tower Bend through the Jim Park S's, then the Sunnies, and once again I'm expecting him to be having a look down into the complex section. So Miller could be under big threat here for the overall podium places. We have to go down to P12 for the leading bike in the F900Rs. That is Arnold on the number 18. He's got a big gap back to Cole Bayliss on the 55 in P18. So he's looking pretty comfortable for the class victory at the moment. Can Hurst find anything this time? Tries the same move once again, and once again decides to just tuck back into the toe. No point risking anything, but you could essentially get an easier move, getting a good run out of the final corner and on the run down into Clovo. But he hasn't been looking massively fast down the straights, so you've got to wonder maybe he needs to switch up tactics if he wants to get onto that overall podium and into second place late in the day. As now Beresford on the attack to the inside, does draw alongside, but is swept round. Hurst holds on to that second in class, third in class, fourth place overall.
Yeah, holding on for the time being. It's just, you can see the straight line difference there between Hurst and Beresford. Beresford's Triumph, once it gets wound up on the power, it just eats the bike lengths to the Kawasaki ahead. I mean, you can already see it unfold, but then we arrive at the braking zone and it's Hurst who's able to make the difference yet again, now closing in on Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller, he's going to be lucky to hold on to his second position in class, third place overall. And overall is what you want, and for championship points you need second place. Fink Page there further back, just ahead of one of the street bike runners, Stanley just behind him. So the 30 and 17 on your screen, making their way towards Sunny in, Sunny out in a few moments time. But a real good ride so far from Finn Page. It was a good start from him. He dropped back, but since then no silly mistakes as this battle is going to go on to the final lap. I mean, look at the difference there for Callum Hurst. He's building towards the move, looking up the inside now on the switchback, cannot make it work though. That is door shut.
Well, again, he's still sticking with that move, still trying that move, and he's gaining confidence. Decides to stay with it instead of changing up. That's the closest he's come to getting it done through there so far. But then you see the power difference, the Kawasaki dropping back, the Triumph closing in.
Look at that speed.
So it's unbelievable, the difference in speed. Yes, of course, there's about 100 cubic centimeters of difference between the engines, but it's unbelievable the difference in straight line pace that the pair of them have. Now we get towards the back straight, which runs, of course, parallel to the start-finish line. Once again, the Triumph, this will be territory here for Beresford, should I say. Let's see if he can make a move. Hurst, though, still putting the pressure on Muller for the time being. Beresford too far back on the 74 for the move into Tower Bend. You've got to wait to go over the bump at the apex before you wind up the power here. It's a very deceptively tricky corner. You apex much later than you think you need to do as well. Beresford a lot closer, in fact, this time to Hurst than he has been on previous laps as they make their way through the Jim Clark S6. Then the quick kink at Barcroft before sunning in, and now look at the gains that Hurst is making on Muller, almost running over the back of his competitor. Will he be trying the same thing once again through Complex 1? Keeps it tight on the exit of Sunny out. Beresford has turned the wick up as well, though, right there with them in this battle for second place. Here comes Hurst to the outside. Does he get it done this time? Almost touching, but Hurst has swept it on through on the 14. He tried, but then made it stick and delivered to the inside where Muller, but couldn't find anything. Now he could be under threat from the power of that Triumph behind. Callum Hurst moves up into second place in class, third place overall. Final lap of the race has begun. There is your leader, and Paul Holden, a 4-second advantage over the R6 of Simon Daniels in P2. Of course, two different classes there. Daniels leading his own race. Arnold still leading in the F900s with Carl Bayliss in second. Taylor on the 36 in P3. But up the front, Paul Holden is doing what Paul Holden does, just getting into the lead from the start, holding on to that position and then drifting away from the rest of the pack. Daniels in P2 overall has some 8.7 seconds of gap to make up it's 8.7 seconds back from Daniels to Hurst, should I say. So Daniels looking very pretty for the class win in the Club Sport Cup. But in the Sport Bike Cup, there's only one man with nobody else in class in sight, nobody else out on the road in sight, even coming up to lap a bit of traffic there. We saw the blue lights flashing for a brief moment. It's only a short and quick lap here at Croft, but in 7 laps to be lapping a rider towards the back, it is unbelievable. Who else would it be? Paul Holden rounds the final corner and wheelies his way all the way to the line and all the way to the checkered flag. Another dominant performance in 2026 for the number 6. Paul Holden is on top once again, and with no drama and no challenges at all. It is the 5:05 of Simon Daniels who comes home in P2 and does take that class victory in the Club Sport Cup. Then it was Stephen Muller in P2, then Carl Beresford P3, and Hurst in P4 in class. So they must have all changed about over the course of the final lap there, from third to P5 overall, but second to fourth in class. Real shame there for Hurst, who was looking really, really racy late in the day, but just couldn't quite make it stick. Unfortunately, looks like it was Ryan Arnold who took the victory, coming home P15 overall in the Fortis F900R Cup. And again, another rider in class with a big, big advantage to his nearest class competitor. But as the riders make their way into Parc Ferme, it is Paul Holden that takes the victory in dominant style. Simon Daniels second in victory in the Club Sport Cup. It was Muller second in class, third overall. Beresford fourth and third in class. Then it's Callum Hurst. Luke Stanley in P6 is second in class. They're followed by Finn Page, Jamie Bayliss, Fraser Lizachenko and Andrew Coulter rounding out our top 10. Further down we have Samuel Boot, Thomas Drew third in class. He's followed by Roger Lovelace, missing out on the podium by less than half a tenth of a second. Evan Brailsford 14th. Ryan Arnold takes the F900 victory in P15, followed by Aaron McGregor and Samuel Biles. Then it's P2 and 3 in the F900s with Carl Bayliss and Chris Taylor. Michael Partridge in P20 at the end of that one. And then the rest of the riders out there finishing this race, not quite for one of them, unfortunately. It was Matthew Maynard, Joe Collier, Liam Hansen, Liam Sutherland, John Hunt, Chris Rollings, Mark Felton a lap down. Peter Dugan had to pull into the pit lane with a mechanical issue very early doors into the race, in fact, on his Honda. So a real shame for him there, but a great race nonetheless, as the riders all making their way into the pit lane. And we'll hopefully be able to hear from a couple of them in a brief moment's time. Up next, though, will be the Silk Cover Stock Twins Trophy.
So we're down here in the holding area in Park Fermé for the time being. We'll have a quick chat with our race winner, Paul Holden. I mean, what a ride it was. Start to finish. You didn't crack once again. Great stuff here at Croft.
No, that felt really good. I've sort of got a good setup that works over all the bumps now. Makes the track a bit easier to ride. Yeah, I was happy with that.
And I mean, you were so strong at Donington Park. Were you expecting to be as strong here at Croft, or were you expecting to be a little bit more difficult?
I was certainly hoping to be as strong.
Yeah, and well, going ahead for the rest of the weekend, this has to bode well.
Yeah, we've got the endurance up next. I think we're P2 in the endurance qualifying, so P1 in class.
Well, yeah, best luck, because it looks like it's going to be a hot one.
Yeah, it looks, going to be a lot of sweat.
Yeah. Do not envy you for that one. Now, we'll jump in as well for Daniels, because Simon, I mean, what a ride it was from yourself. Unable to beat Paul Holden, but still, class victory for you.
Yeah, really happy with that. There's no way I was going to get Paul. He was just pulling away lap after lap, but started reeling him in towards the end, but then he went and said he let off the throttle, so...
Were you expecting it to be a little bit closer in terms of the class, riders behind in the same class as you, or were you expecting yourself to be ahead?
I kept looking over my shoulder thinking someone's going to make a dive on me in a minute, but I couldn't see anybody, so I don't know how far back they were.
Well, impressive stuff yet again, congrats.
Thank you very much.
Well, now the riders heading off on to the next race of the day, Ross. We'll hand it back up to you, because things are getting pretty hectic down here in Park Fermé, so back up to the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. Great to hear from some of our riders there. Looks like we're all ready to get on the formation lap for our next race of the day. In fact, we may already be coming towards the end of it. It is the Sawn Cover Stock Twins and the Track Day Addict Super Twins and the Next Gen Sport Bike as well. And indeed, I think we may well be getting ready to go racing. It is Lewis Smart that starts on pole position, John Coughlin and Scott Page alongside. And it's Charlotte Macuso, Tyler Viveros and Ian Chew, Noah Guillory, Alex Cook and George Dudson on row number 3. Then Louisa Benny rounding out the top 10, followed by Liam Kirk, Russell Dodds, Daniel Adams, Callum Rem, Enzo Tobias, Laturco, Lewis Cox, Martin Cramond, Seb Evenden, Polly Richardson, Blake Dibwell, Archie White, and Fred Driver Smith rounds out our grid. We do have a green flag at the back. Short and sharp transition there, but we're ready to go racing once again with our 2 twins classes. And is that lights out, or is this a formation lap? May well be lights out. We'll bomb down towards turn 1. Are we racing? I'm not entirely sure, but we'll make our way towards turn 1 anyway and make our way through. Looks like it is, in fact, a sighting like we're going on for. I think I got a bit confused there with the different layout from the marshals from the previous tour. So as we make our way round on the sighting lap, we may as well run through the grid once more for you. And just take it a bit slower for our Sawn Cover Stock Twins, our Track Day Addict Super Twins, and the Next Gen Sports Bike class. So it is Lewis Smart on pole position alongside Jack Coughlin and Scott Page. After them on row 2, we find Charlotte Macuso, Tyler Viveros and Ian Tune. Then it's Noah Guillory, Alex Cook and George Dudson. Louisa Benny rounds out the top 10 alongside Liam Kirk and Russell Dodds. Row number 5, we've got Daniel Adams, Callum Remen, Tobias Laturco. And then it is Lewis Cox, and Seb Evenden. Holly Richardson is 19th, Blake Didwell in 20th, and Archie Wright 21st. Fred Driver Smith, our sole rider, on row number 8 in 22nd place. So this one should be interesting, as always is in this in No Limits Racing and in this class as well. Of course, 2 different versions of the twins, aren't there? You've got the stock twins, and then you've got the super twins, which is your twin basically dialed up to 11, where you throw a load of money at your standard bike, you put loads of different bits in it, and it goes ridiculously quick. Tune it to the absolute wall. And then, of course, the Next Gen Sport Bike, which is a relatively new class in motorbike racing, but it's one that has absolutely exploded in popularity and seems very much to be a, not just a future direction of the sport. It's a direction the sport has already gone in because of how popular it has become so quickly. And these 3 classes always providing exciting racing as well. Lewis Smart, a rider on pole position who has had a spectacular season so far, looking very, very racy all year long. Of course, we know just what he can do out there on a bike, and of course out there on his bike in
the pole position slot. It'll be interesting to see what he can do going forward. I believe this is the first pole position that the 32 rider has had all season long. Be interesting to see if he can try and convert that into a victory. Has had a couple of class victories, of course, so far this season, but we'll wait to see what he's able to do in this short and sharp 7-lap race. Our flag marshal will quickly evacuate the grid, and our eyes will turn to the red lights, and we are ready to go racing for our 5th event of the day. We are go. Great launch there from Smart from pole position. The 32 kept the front wheel down, and look at the advantage that he has already. It's monstrous. Before they even get down to Clervaux, the rest of the riders all scrambling to find any inch of racetrack that they can as they come towards Hawthorne for the first time. Then the chicane, then you can really unwind as you get onto the back straight. Lewis Smart has already booked his ticket and disappeared up the road. This is unbelievable. What an opening couple of corners. What a launch he had away from the line. Just absolutely nailed it through there. I think it may well be a case of just seeing who's come through in second and where. As you can see, Smart going through already before we get to the next couple of our riders. I mean, just look at the gap. It's unbelievable how far ahead he is. But as they make their way towards the Jim Clark S's and then into Barcroft for the first time, it is Lewis Smart that leads the way. Coughlin holding on to that second place at the moment. There's some way back on that Aprilia. Smart's going to have something like a 2-second advantage by the end of this opening. I believe that Page has held on to third place away from the line, and indeed he has also on the Aprilia out there. So Aprilia is clearly liking this lovely Yorkshire weather and the Croft Circuit. And as they come towards the end of the opening lap, it is the pole sitter Lewis Smart that is already miles up the road from Coughlin, from Page. So the front row stays the same, keeps the status quo. There was definitely some changes a little bit further back in the pack though. So as they come to the line, we'll have to see what the advantage is for Smart on that 32. It's got to be a couple of seconds. 4.6 after one lap of racing. That is unbelievable. What an opening lap from the pole sitter. He is miles clear already, and quite frankly could just cruise on home for the rest of the race, but we know he's not going to do that. We know he's going to keep on pushing. Noah Guillory has moved up into 4th place, and Cook up to 5th as well. A couple of big droppers. Charlotte Bacuso dropping 4 down to 8th place on that opening lap. Tune also dropping 4, but it looks like everybody completing the first lap for the time being. Some gainers, some losers, and then there's Lewis Smart out at the front of all of it.
So impressive on that opening lap from Lewis Smart. I mean, you could see it in practice and qualifying just how fast he was, especially in that final sector. The confidence that he has on that front end of the Triumph Daytona 660 was super impressive. But at the end of the day, it is what you would expect from Lewis Smart. I mean, he runs in the British Championship in the sport bike category. He did unveil the bike to us actually as colour scheme for the year at Donington Park just before the season kicked off in PSB. But nonetheless, you know, a 5-second advantage after one lap, you would expect that to very much grow over this lap ahead of Colin and of course Scott Page. So a busy weekend for the Page family. We've just seen Fib Page out on circuit, finishing around P6, P7 out on track, and now Scott Page looking to get a podium in class, looking to one up in the Page family, but nonetheless still super impressive for the number 30 either way. Noah Guillory as well, the top of your stock twin runners. Now Noah Guillory, he's been one of these riders that, well, Ross, both you and I, we've known him for quite a while now, and he's been, look at his fast lap race, a 1:27.3. I mean, it is astonishing. 4 seconds quicker than anyone else out on circuit. Nobody else is even under the 130 bracket. And Lewis Smart, taking words out of my mouth, a 1:27. But Noah Guillory, just going back to him briefly, he's one of these riders that can jump on pretty much anything and straight away be super quick. He was racing on Metrikits for quite a while. He's one of these tall riders, a bit stockier as well for himself, and now that he's on a big bike on a big track, it seems to be really suited him, even though he's down on the horsepower in the stock category.
Well, it's the age-old adage for motorsport. It's better to be a jockey than a Michael Jordan. You need to be small in an ideal world to be quick, no matter whether it's 2 wheels or 4 wheels in this world. But Guillory's one of those riders, again, a bit taller, a bit stockier than you'd ideally like an athlete to be. But at the same time, he's able just to get on these bikes and continue to ride it, and ride it very, very well. Of course, holding on to that class lead as well in the Super Twins, the salt cover stock twins, should I say. It's currently Smart, of course, miles up the road from anybody else, leading the way in the sport bikes as there's a change for position there coming into the complex around the outside. A nice move being made. I believe that was Liam Kirk on Viveros, so moving up into third place in class, fifth place overall, and a nice move there. He's did a couple of moves around the outside of complex number one and getting that one done, getting it stuck as well. Brilliant stuff from him. But it is Lewis Smart that leads overall and in the sport bike class. Then it'll be in the track day addicts trophy category. It will be Coughlin leading the way, and in the sawn cover class it is Noah Guillory, who has now dropped down into fifth place. It may well have been Viveros, in fact, going past Guillory that we just saw though. I mean, Lewis Smart though, he's still lapping 4 seconds quicker than anybody else. It's 13.5 seconds the advantage. We try not to make as much of a big deal out of the leader as possible. We try and talk about everybody because we want everybody here, to be broadcast to the world, to show their ability to the world. But this is the kind of performance that the stewards are going to tell him straight away, go to scrutiny, Eric Son. There's no way you're that quick.
It's so impressive. It's out of this world so far for himself. But Lewis Smart, he's played this well so far, and he's not the type of rider that's going to throw it down the road with this much of an advantage. He's going to use his head and keep things pretty calm out on circuit. A 127.0 now. He's closing in the 126 bracket. Meanwhile, Lewis is Scott Page out on track. This is third place overall, and of course second place in class, running in track the Addict Super Twin category for Page. Super impressive stuff for him as well. Not to be disrespected, of course, still running within a 132 bracket, still extremely fast pace to be doing here at Croft. Charlotte Marcuso now being involved in a good old scrap further back. It looks like Marcuso might now be ahead of Noah Guillory, of course. Charlotte, one of our female riders that we have here at No Limits Racing. Last year's sport bike champion Louisa Benny also out there on circuit. She's P11 overall, which is of course being P2 in category, as now we head back towards turn 1. Yellow flags showing on the start finish straight for the time being, so hopefully nobody's ran into any issues that we've needed some yellows out there on circuit.
Yeah, not seeing anybody down there, and then it's green onwards on the way out of the opening couple of corners, so maybe somebody just pulling into the holding area, which is down just before you get into turn 1. You can just pull off to the left and go in there if you do have an issue. So it is Smart leading the way, and then P2 and P3 in the sport bike category as it gets very tetchy coming into Tower Bend. The 30 of Page holding off Viveros for second place in class. Very tight between those two there, almost contact. In fact, this could be an interesting one to watch towards the end of this race. As I was saying though, Smart leading the way in sport bikes, Louisa Benny and Adams in 11th and 12th. They're P2 and P3. Only the 3 riders, unfortunately, in sport bikes here for this opening race for these classes. But it does mean if you finish the race, you get a podium. You can never complain about that one. Then over in the Track Day Addicts Super Twins, we have Coughlin in P2. He's first with Page and Viveros following. That is the battle that we're currently watching, the battle for P3 overall, P2 in class. Then Noah Guillory leading the Sword Cover Stock Twins on the 41 and P6 overall. P8 overall is second with Cook, and P10 overall is Judson. He's holding on to P3. Those guys all in a bit of no man's land in comparison with others out there in their class, and they just need to bring it home. This battle though, that's raging on for second in class, third place overall, second in class, third place overall. I was right first time. It's a bit warm. It's getting to me. Really, really interesting here. Very close between the pair, and Viveros has been working his way through this field very quickly. He could be a real threat to that position.
Yeah, you'd have to say so. And Charlotte Marcuso as well. She's moved in on this group nicely over the last couple of laps. P5 overall for her, and now up into, close in on P4 and P3 out on track, and trying to grab a little bit of slipstream if possible. Viveros, of course, just ahead of Scott Page, just behind Scott Page out on circuit. So 1.5 laps remaining on this one, and you can see how strong Charlotte Marcuso actually is. But now, heading to the final sector, there is your race leader, Lewis Smart, heading on to the final lap now. And we'll talk about how confident he has been. I think it's fair to say he is the favourite to win this one. A 23.4 second advantage over the line last time around. He's going to clock by yet another lap to see the last lap flag. And now one final circulation of Croft Circuit awaits this rider. Number 32 has been so impressive. He's not using his normal colour scheme as we would normally see him at BSB. Just some black fairings for him this weekend, just in case he throws it down the road. It's one less set of fairings anyway to go get stickered up in between now and the next round of BSB. But nonetheless, Lewis Smart, I mean, this is exactly what he had to do. Storm away at the front, hit his own markers, hit his lines, gather some data, although BSB hasn't came here in a few years, actually. Hasn't came here since 2011. It's still a nice opportunity to grab some testing miles in on a circuit which has a little bit of everything in terms of high-speed action. Not necessarily undulations as of such, but yeah, Lewis Smart heading into the final half a lap. Now, Sonny in and Sonny out. And cranking on the power, making his way towards the complex in a few moments' time. So coming out, Sonny out now is Lewis Smart, heading into the complex, ending complex, out before the final hairpin, where we met with the checkered flag to take nearly a 30-second win. Over the course of just 7 laps, Sunday's looking pretty bright as well. Lewis Smart rounds the final corner now and cranks on the power in the Triumph Daytona 660 to take victory on the number 32. Lewis Smart wins the next gen sport bike class and the overall win here in race 5 of the weekend. Colin does look to take second position on the 118 machine. Meanwhile, Scott Page, he looks to take P3 in class, although he's currently being involved in a great battle for Lex Viveros and Charles Marcuso, so we'll need to keep an eye for them at the line. I believe they're just making their way towards the final corner now. As well, we'll wait for Colin to cross the line in a few moments' time. Of course, a big advantage that Lewis Smart had. It meant we just had to wait a little bit longer than what we would normally expect. Here is a second group, though, for the final spot on the overall podium, and it does look like it's going to go the way of Scott Page. Viveros does take P4, Charlotte Marcuso P5. Kirk gets ahead of Noah Gilroy, so Noah Gilroy gets pushed back down to 7th place overall, but that won't matter at all. He still takes the Stock Twins victory, the Sorn cover Stock Twins, as well, we see Chun, Cook, Adams and Tobias Loturco actually getting pipped in that final lap as well, so that's going to push him back down to P15. But nonetheless, Lewis Smart is your victor, a 32-second win for the number 32. He takes victory over John Colin, with Scott Page and Tyler Viveros taking second and third, fourth. Scott Page, of course, taking P3 in that one overall. Charlotte Marcuso takes P5, while Liam Kirk 6th. Noah Gilroy, of course, wins in the Stock Twin category in 7th, with Ian Chun, Alex Cook and Daniel Adams rounding out the top 10. Further back, Louisa Benning finishes P11, with Russell Dodds finishing P12. George Dudson, Lewis Cox, Enzo Lobaez Turco finishes P15, with Martin Cramond, Callum Wren, Fred Driver Smith, Seb Everton and Polly Richardson rounding out the top 20 runners. So great stuff there in the twins and the sport bikes. In a few moments time, we'll be heading back down to Park Fermi, where then we can head to hear from Ross, who's with our winners here today.
Oh, a great race there with some unbelievable performances as well. Let's see if we can grab some words out of each of our class winners. We'll kickstart thing with Lewis Smart. We can see John Cochran, our class winner, alongside him as well. But Lewis, what have you taken and what have you done to the bike? You were 4.5 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else.
Nothing's changed on the bike. As you know, it's my Triumph I've been on for the last 2 rounds, but yeah, just really enjoying riding my bike this year and just doing as many laps as possible, but love this little ride.
I mean, you say you haven't been here for 2 years. You had about 15 bike lengths before you got to turn 1 away from the line and then just vanished off into the distance about halfway through the lap. You were just riding superbly out there.
Thank you, yeah. As I say, just mega race. Track conditions are mint, you know, weather's really good here. And yeah, just loving riding my bike at the minute.
So you're looking for a very positive weekend then, I can imagine.
Yeah, should be good tomorrow. I think the weather's on our side now. I know it was a few talks of rain, but hopefully we should get the good weather tomorrow and a few good solid results too.
Well, Lewis, that was unbelievable stuff up there. I can't wait to watch the rest of it. Thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you.
Let's slide in for the 118 with John Cochran, get a few words out of our next class winner, P2 overall as well. Not too bad out there.
No, can't live with the young fellas, but taking advantage of Lewis Arrowsmith not being here, trying to bag as many points as I can, because obviously Lewis Arrowsmith, I mean, obviously both Lewises are really quick, but Lewis Arrowsmith is super quick for this class. So anything I can put in the bank now will hopefully help me later on in the season.
I mean, you yourself had a great ride. There wasn't really any pressure from behind. You were just out there enjoying your time out of track.
Yeah, I knew I had a little bit in hand. I knew if I got in front of them off the start and just click off my laps, I'm generally fairly consistent, so I can just rattle the laps up. Even if they're not the fastest laps, I can, stay consistent. And although I was having a little look every now and then over my shoulder coming out of the hairpin just to make sure that I wasn't going to get nabbed on the last lap or anything, But no, I enjoyed the race. I miss my old buddy Jim Wetherill. Whenever he's around, me and him are always wheel to wheel. So, I have to come with a different race face when he's here.
Oh, awesome stuff. Congratulations, John. Looking forward to seeing you the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's all we've got time for down here. Let's quickly head back to the commentary box. We're ready for the next race already.
Out on circuit, they're on the green flag lap. This, of course, being the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy alongside the No Limit Premier Sport Cup. Now then, James Alderson goes from pole position in this one with Matthew Dawes and Kieran Sembiante on the front row of the grid. Owen Miller, Aaron Dakin and Eddie Wormald starts from row 2 with Stephen Muller, Dean Holland and Simon Aldridge on row 3. Jamie Wilson rounds out our top 10 runners with Grant Whitfield and Aidan Goodens on row 4. Corey Barron, Daniel Good and Aaron Cook rounds out the top 15 with Brandon White, Tom Greenwood and Dylan Miller rounding out the top 18. Finally, Fraser Lizichenko takes up the final spot on the grid for what is a 19-bike field. Now, it's not the biggest class that we see here at No Limits, but it consistently produces the best racing of the weekend. And we've seen that at Donington Park in what was, so far anyway, the race of the season. It was all anyone could speak about at the end of the weekend. Race free for this category at Donington Park. Go back and check it on our YouTube channel because, honestly, the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy delivering once again. But a triumph on pole position at R6 on the outer of the front row. Some Suzuki's in the mix as well. Let's go racing. The red lights are ready to go on here for race 6 of the weekend here at Croft. We are go. It's a solid start from the number 19. James Alderson leads the field towards turn 1 for the first time of asking. Tips in with a comfortable advantage in the lead. Kieran Sembiante being swallowed up ever so slightly as Aaron Dakin from the middle of the second row does manage to get himself into P3. Owen Miller as well. He's getting his elbows out this time around, doesn't he just? P4 for him, for Owen Miller. So already up towards the podium positions for himself on board the Triumph. Now, there has been a few issues with that bike this weekend. Hopefully it's all sorted. Clearly though, no issues for James Alderson. At the front of the field as a rider goes down just behind. A massive shame there for him, and that looks to be Matthew Dawes who's crashed out, I think. So number 8 down on the deck, losing the front at the end of the back straight over at Tower Bend, and that's going to hand an even bigger advantage to James Alderson at the heads of the field. He now leads what's Aaron Dakin and Owen Miller. So Owen Miller in P3, Kieran Sembiante in P4. Is this going to build into yet another podium scrap here at No Limits Racing in 2026? Keep your eyes glued to the track this time around because things are surely going to get spicy. We did say it's not the biggest grid in the world as the rest of the field makes their way into the final sector. Now into the final corner towards the left. Owen Miller, slightly tighter line for him. A moment on the rear for Aaron Dakin, keeping it on 2 wheels though, just getting it spint up ever so slightly. The rear tyre gripped, and that's going to allow Owen Miller to get back through. So position made for him, and that should be P2 overall as well. Let's keep in mind Dakin in a different category in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup class. So he sits P3 overall, but James Alderson, a comfortable advantage. Matthew Dawes crashing on that opening lap over at Tower Bend, and Owen Miller, after starting all the way down the orders, managed to muscle himself up into second position.
He certainly has. Alderson, of course, a very experienced rider, a local rider as well, only from Durham. History in British Superbikes in the Supersport category. And, of course, he's had successes here as well in No Limits in seasons gone by. But even though he's up the road, the battle still rages on for second place overall Mellor, Dakin, all going at it, even though Mellor and Dakin is not necessarily for class. Sembiante right there with them as well. Similar to what we saw in Donington. I know you were talking about that race number 3. It was just unbelievably close. Yes, it may not be close to the lead of this race, but in a fight for second place overall, it is certainly tight out there as there's another move to the inside coming into complex number 1. That was Sembiante making his way up into P2. And that is a nice move from him. Sembiante was unlucky not to have a stronger weekend points-wise at Donington. He was so good out there and just came away a little bit empty-handed in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately. But now moves up to second place. Mechanical flag waving for somebody there. That's the black with the orange. Can't make out what number that is. Well, hopefully it'll flash through on our live timing. The meatball flag, as I like to call it, because it looks like a meatball, but I know some people don't like that. But it's still Alderson that leads from Sembiante. Mellor in P3, Dakin down to P3, and that is a rider down there. That'll be the 35 of Greenwood, who's gone down. That looks to be down at the final corner. Yeah, the hairpin. So it looks like he's dropped the front potentially, but he's up on his feet, which is the main thing to see, but a real shame for him.
Yeah, I have to say, that's if he's lost the front there, which it looks like he has, that's really early in the corner, right at the start of the braking zone. The 170 is the rider that's been given the back flag. So Corey Barron, he did start P13 on the grid. He's been given the black. He's been given the meatball flag, as what it's called up here in the commentary box. But yeah, so a big shame for him. Mechanical issues clearly the marshals have spotted that it's not safe simply to continue out on circuit. But Sembiante, great run so far for him, keeping Owen Mellor at bay for the time being. But for how long is the question? We all know that Owen Mellor can be like a dog with the bone. He just doesn't give up at all. I did manage to have a chat with him this morning. He did say they ran into a few issues yesterday, and it wasn't going to be until qualifying this morning that they knew if it was fixed or not. Some wiring loom issues for him. So clearly some electrical faults just caused the bike to die on them yesterday all the way throughout practice. But now running the podium positions, he's got to be happy with that. As you see, James Alderson, fastest lap of the race. Your race leader stretching the margin to 7.9 seconds. And there's confirmation again of the mechanical flag, the 170. And the marshals clearly getting a little bit frustrated that they haven't seen it just yet.
Absolutely, of course. You do have to respond to a mechanical flag within a set period of time as well. You get a very hefty penalty. Could even be facing disqualification from the race if you're not careful. So Corey Barron, as much as you'll think, that's rubbish, I can stay out here and everything's fine, he will need to come in at some point as somebody catches the bump a bit wrong on the run out of Tower Bend. Almost gets thrown over the bike, but does well to stay on the seat in the first place. There's Sembiante. Looks like he's opened the gap up to Owen Mellor a little bit over the first half of the lap. But to me, on my eyes anyway, it looks like Mellor a little bit stronger in the second. So I think we'll be seeing him close up just a bit on the run down into the final corner, certainly, as there we see some of the other battles going on at the moment on the run down into the complex section, and then going towards the hairpin as we are now quickly approaching the latter phases of the race and making their way through. No issues whatsoever. Big lunge to the inside, or slash the outside, I suppose, into the complexes there by the number 92, I believe that was, but couldn't quite make it stick. But still makes their way through and continues onwards. Battles raging everywhere you look here at No Limits Racing.
Continuing on in these closing stages of the race, Eddie Wormald's looking for a move on Aaron Dakin. We know how strong Wormald was over at Donington Park, and now he's continuing that pace here at Croft. So Aaron Dakin, of course, different class for him. He's still going to get the maximum 25 points available, even if he finishes P4, even if he finishes all the way at the back of this pack, it's still going to be 25 championship points for himself. But Dakin, he's had one or two moments on board that Ducati, maybe not the most comfortable in the world, maybe a little bit to do with the heat as well. It could be a case of running tyre pressures slightly too high, and that rear tyre just a little bit harder than what you would want it to be once you actually get there out on the circuit and get it fully up to working temperature. A lot of the time, tyre warmers will actually heat up the outer carcass of the tyre if you've not got them on long enough. Luckily though, nice warm temperatures here today to do so out on track, and not too much wind as well to take it out of them. But white yet again from Dakin, and that's going to allow Wormald just have a little peek through, but yet again no move has been made. And well, hopefully no issues this time around in terms of Corey Barron out on circuit, but I can still see the 170 still out there on track. sitting behind Eddie Wormold. So hopefully no issues with that machine, or at least no immediate problems anyway for himself as we come over the line yet again to start lap 7. Alderson's lead now up to 11.3 seconds. You can already see them heading through turn 1 as now Wormold races towards and looks up the inside on Dakin. Great stuff.
Yeah, can't quite make it stick on that occasion, but certainly looking Wormald wants that 4th place overall, even if it means nothing for his own class, his own championship fight. The racer in you, the natural born racer, just wants to get through, wants to race, wants to get past your opponent, even if in the grand scheme of things it doesn't really matter. As we make our way into Tower Bend, the penultimate time for this group, the 170 still out there, has been done by Simon Aldridge, though a little bit further back on the straight. I can't see visibly what's wrong with the 170 of Barron, so it's clearly been something that you can only spot trackside. One of the marshals, of course, a big thank you to all the marshals this weekend for their incredible support and making it safe to go racing, both the Croft marshals and the No Limits marshals who follow us up and down the UK. But coming around the final corner, it will be one more lap for James Alderson, who has bolted away into the distance. If he stays on 2 wheels, this one will be nice and easy. Still no way through for Eddie Wormold, the number 92, stuck behind that 29. It's a mirror image out there as they take the yellow flag with the black cross that tells them one more time, and then that's it. That's done. No more. Looks like Corey Barron may have dived into the pit lane finally after a couple of mechanical flags. He still kept pushing around. Didn't see any more coming out. He may have had something hung over the pit wall on a board telling him, look, you got to come in. We don't want to get disqualified from this race. And in fact, no, he is still out there. He's just dropped back a little bit from this group, 2.5 seconds. So may have made an error somewhere. So Corey Barron determined to finish this race. I wonder if the stewards may have a different view of that one. James Alderson, though, he's got a few corners left to go. It has been an absolutely mesmerising ride from the number 19. He hasn't put a foot wrong. Somebody has come to a grinding halt up by the way into Parc Ferme there. That's just at the entry to turn 1. And it's well out of the way, and hopefully not many people coming through there left to complete racing laps, because there's one guy coming around here already to finish the race. James Alderson has been phenomenal, and as he will come to the line to take the checkered flag, a fantastic way to kickstart his No Limits 2026 campaign. Absent from the first 2 rounds, dominates in the first race of round number 3, and then we wait to see what the rest of the order is going to be. Sembianti will be second, Mellor will be in P3, then it's what's going on with Dakin, Wormold and Aldridge. Indeed, it is Sembianti from Dylan Mellor. And then Dakin, I think, held on to that P4. Wormold hold on to that P5. And Simon Aldridge does take P6. Corey Barron does finish in 7th place at the end of that one. So we'll have to wait and see if he's going to get a bit of a slap on the wrists from the stewards following a mechanical flag, which may have been rescinded. It could well be that there was a mechanical problem on review. It wasn't actually there. He was told you can stay out. But it will be a fantastic victory. His first race, his first win of the year in No Limits for the one and only James Alderson. The local man at the local track shows him how it's done at Croft. Kieran Sembianti is second with Owen Mellor, not Dylan as I said earlier, in P3 on the Triumph. Then it's Aaron Dakin, P4. He takes the class victory there. And then it is P5, Eddie Wormold, Simon Aldridge, P6. Corey Barron does finish 7th on the road, but did get that mechanical flag. Grant Whitfield is 8th. Jamie Wilson, 9th and 2nd in class out of the 2 runners we unfortunately had in the Cup category. Then it's Daniel Good in P10 to round out our top 10. Of course, the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup here as well. After those guys, I think we're still waiting for a couple more to cross the line and take the checkered flag, but that was your top 10 for you there. And a fantastic battle in the mid-pack for the positions just outside the podium positions. And a couple of fantastic rides up at the front of the pack as well. Of course, those guys, they'll be back out tomorrow to show us some more racing action. They may be a couple of riders from that in the endurance race a little bit later on as well. But as they all come to a rest in Parc Ferme, they can relax and recover for just a bit, because up next it will be the Dunlop No Limits 500 classes for your Hondas, your CB500. Some classic Honda action and our final sprint race.
Cheers, Ross. Down here now in the winners enclosure and just having a little chat with Paul Rennie as James Alderson. But we'll see if we can jump in for a quick chat post-race. But James, what a great ride that was. Were you expecting sprinting to the distance like you did?
Not really. I mean, we're good around this track. I know the bike's good, and like I say, the weather's good. Everything's perfect, really. So, no, it was good to get a good first race and win like that.
Yeah, and the Triumph looks strong out there. I mean, what's the plans for the rest of the weekend? Still 2 races to come tomorrow.
Yeah, just try and do the same as that, really. 2 more races tomorrow like that, and don't really need to make any changes. I feel like the bike's all right, so yeah, we'll try and have another good 2 tomorrow.
Hopefully nice ride conditions for you as well. Best of luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And we'll quickly head over to Aaron Dakin as well, who of course took a class win for himself, but quite a lot of movement for him. But Aaron Dakin, I mean, how do you feel after that one? A little bit of movement for you out there on circuit, certainly at the rear end, but how did it feel out there for yourself?
Yeah, it was good. It was a messy first lap because there was a guy in front who went down at Tower and kind of unsettled me a bit, and then at the last corner on the first lap I had a massive rear slide, so but once I got into a rhythm and kept these other guys behind me, it was good.
Yeah, and the plans for the rest of the weekend, obviously not too many people in your class this weekend, but still getting a good fight out there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to mix it with the boys at the front, so the closer I can get to those guys, the better, really.
Well, best luck. Always good to see the Ducati out there as well.
Brilliant, thanks.
Well, that's that, it seems, down here in the Holden area. Ross, will bring it back up to you in the comment box for the time being, because I believe we have the NL 500s ready and raring to go out there on circuit.
We do indeed, Lewis Rae. Thank you very much. And as you can see, a massive 36 rider grid getting ready for our Dunlop No Limits 500. 3 classes, of course, even though they are all on your Honda CBs. You've got your freshmen for your novice rider. You'll see a few of them still out there at further back with the bibs on. Haven't got their 10 signatures yet. Then you have the seniors, which is for the, I don't want to call them the gentleman rider, but for the older rider out there on the track. I'm certain none of them are gentleman riders when it comes to getting your elbows out. And then, of course, we have the elite category for those who are expecting to be running up the front. But, of course, they can all mix and match. They can all be all over the show. And it'll be interesting to see how it's going to be coming into this one. In the elite category, it is James Cottenham that leads the championship by 10 points ahead of Max Bartle, despite not taking a victory yet. He's had 5 second places and a third, though. Bartle, 3 wins, a second, but a DNF at the last round at Donington Park. As they get going on their sighting lap in the freshman class, it's Adam Rostron, who has a 12-point gap over Tim Patterson. And then in the seniors, it's Ian Keeble, who's, well, I'd say dominating, only 5 points ahead of Carl Freeth. Again, similar story to what we see in the elites. It's 4 race wins for him, but a DNF means that the 1 race win, 4 seconds and 1/3 of Keeble, keeps him ahead. Let's run through the grid for you for our final sprint race of Saturday's action. It is Max Bartle on pole from Luke Hutchinson, from Reese Hutchinson. Then it's Simon Aldridge, P4, James Cottenham, P5, Daniel Mokanani in P6. George Bartle is 7th, Ian Keeble in 8th, Carl Bayliss, P9. Gary Wilson rounds out the top 10. And Scott Walker and Carl Freeth alongside. Row 5 is Tim Patterson, Gary O'Doyen and Paul Beard. Then it's John Hunt, Adam Rostron and Danny Dolson. 19th is Felix Hearn with Stuart Martindale in 20th and Paul Saville 21st. Roy Wilson is 22nd, Jack Seaman in 23rd and James Dewitt in 24th. 25th is Mark Parnell alongside Casey Griffiths and John Elliott. Then it's Philip Sturman, Gene Starbuck and Steve Clowes. Leo Wilson is followed by Michael Snowden and Alexander Soms. And row 12, Michael Kent, David Colley and Lucy Smart rounding out our grid. Should be an interesting one, this one. Again, some riders will have been very experienced around Croft and will know how to handle the Honda machinery around these parts. Some riders could be their first time here, still getting used to this Yorkshire circuit. As a result, the field split is quite big from the front to the back. Of course, we do have some riders out there who haven't got their 10 signatures yet, do still have the orange bibs on, may well be their first race weekend that they are ever doing. In fact, all of those things play into it. But of course, when you're fighting at the front, you're fighting in the elite class, you're fighting for the win. Some of them will already be fighting for championship positions and championship advantages. With a field split as large as it is, I believe it was 15 seconds is the gap qualifying-wise from pole position to the last rider. That could cause a bit of chaos, and especially here at Croft, very, very narrow. difficult to get through riders that you need to lap, even with the blue flags flying. There we see Luke Hutchinson weaving his way through, keeping it nice and slow on the sighting lap. No point pushing it. Very happy to let other riders sit there and let things cool down for them. It is an advantage to have a slow sighting lap. Sometimes there is an advantage to have a quick sighting lap as well. It's all up to personal preference. At the end of the day, the medical car will stop at the back of the pack, and then it will be time for us to go racing for one final sprint race here today at Croft. Saturday's action of the third round of No Limits Racing, brought to you live on NLR TV. We're all ready to go for our Honda CB500s. The No Limits 500s are go here at Croft. Good start there from Luke Hutchinson at the initial drop of the clutch. Max Bartle not away too strong, but I think in the second phase he will hold on for the run down into the opening corners, and indeed he will. Looks like Simon Aldridge able to follow him through up into third place. Hutchinson holds on to that second as this huge 36 rider grid sweep their way through the opening turns, through Hawthorne, then the rider down there, and coming back onto the circuit is a bit out of the way, but riders will be having to take avoiding action. A few problems there as well. Somebody else has been collected in the chaos. So 2 riders down there. Somebody may have had a collision, taken some damage. We'll still race on for the time being. We will not, in fact. It has been a red flag thrown. All the riders were up on their feet. Looks like everybody was okay, but there's just 2 bikes down. It's a bit of carnage and a bit of chaos down at turn number 1. Not the way you want to start a race, unfortunately. The main thing, though, is that everyone is up on their feet. That will mean we will have a full race restart, though. All the grid positions will be exactly the same, and then we'll try again for 7 laps. Hopefully it won't take too long to clean up either. Looks like there's only a minimal piece of debris out on the circuit, so just need to get those bikes out of the way. Double check that the riders are all fine, but they're up on their feet. That is almost always a very positive sign. And then we can kickstart it once again, but a chaotic way to start that one. I believe it may have been James Cotton perhaps on the 83 that went down. It looked like it was somebody in that group from 4th or 5th place roughly that was the initial rider to go down to the floor. And but it looks like everyone's okay for the time being. Will they be able to rejoin the race? If the bike is okay, potentially, but again, some pretty hard hits onto the tarmac down there. Maybe that the race is done and dusted before they've even really got going.
Yeah, I would say that's race done for them. They would have to get the bike scrutineered in time and checked all over again. And that's not to even mention the time it takes to get the bike back to the paddock as well. But we'll have to wait and see, because the recovery van is being prepared. I mean, 3 bikes down on what was essentially the exit to the chicane and the finish up, but it started much before that, and it's just one of those things. It looks like the 111 of Simon Aldridge, judging by the levers and the front of his bike as well. He is one of those riders. But nonetheless, good to see them up on their feet every way, no matter who it is. And hopefully they can get those bikes back pretty quickly indeed. Actually, with what happened there in that open lap, we were very, very lucky that it was just 3 riders that went down, and everyone was so aware of the situation that was unfolding in front of them and so focused on what was going on out on track, so they could avoid the situation that was happening. Luckily, just 3 riders down, because that could have been much, much worse.
Certainly it would have been. Again, it's never pleasant when a bike heads back onto the circuit during an accident, but again, great avoiding action by everybody, especially those in the bibs who are new to racing, haven't got their 10 signatures yet, to have that wherewithal, that racing knowledge, to be able to slow down, get out of the way, hands up as well to warn those behind. Great to see everybody's able to avoid, and again, what could have been a very, very scary incident, as it ended up with everybody seemingly okay and up on their feet, and only 3 bikes getting involved, one of which I think was able to stay on 2 wheels as well. I think just had some damage and maybe dropped a chain or something like that and pulled off to the side of the track. I believe George Bartle on the 21 was also one of the riders involved, potentially. Thought I saw the number 21 going down, but we'll wait to confirm that for you when we get going. Looks like whoever it was that stopped is trying to rejoin in the background,
trying to get bump started.
Yeah.
You can rate the effort in this weather, and that is the 54. So, yeah, trying to get it restarted at the side of the circuit, and that 54, of course, being 56 even, actually. It's just a heat haze. It's making it a little bit more difficult to spot out on circuit. But Luke Hutchinson, who was meant to start on the front row of the grid, he's trying to get that bike bump started down the back straight at the moment. There is the 111 of Simon Aldridge, so as we thought, he was involved in that one. And that looks to be the 71 as well that's out there. So Stuart Martindale, real disappointment for him. and George Bartle luckily on that restart grid for the time being. So they'll be brought back to the paddock. They won't be taking the restart for being a quick start procedure. It might have been a different story if the race is pushed back to later on, but by the time it takes now to make sure the bike's all safe. I mean, however, it could be a different story for this man right here if he's actually able to get bump started. If not, I'm pretty sure he's going to have heat exhaustion by the time he makes it to Tower Bend, because, I mean, running in levers is not a fun task.
Yeah, especially in heat and humidity like this as well that we're experiencing. Unbelievable stuff. And, I respect the dedication. I respect the commitment. However, the fact that he's got about halfway up the back straight and it's still not going tells me that may be an issue for Hutchinson, who was running in second place. So it may well have been it going through that he had a mechanical issue, and then Aldridge went down trying to avoid him, and then that's what caused the incident. It may not have been immediate contact between riders. So the race will be restarted. It'll only be a 5-lap race this time. Again, we're very, very keen to get the endurance race going so we can complete the whole thing. So the race is being shortened. We're not messing around. One sighting lap as well, as you can see.
A very happy Mark Berry.
Yeah, enjoying the sun and his time, telling him to get the engines going and get ready for one sighting lap. We'll run through the grid for you once again. It will be the same as it was for the initial attempt at the start, just of course without those 3 riders. So an empty spot on the front row, an empty spot in P4 as well. Unfortunately for those guys, they won't be able to rejoin. But we'll go around for one more sighting lap. Hopefully we can keep it clean this time. But only a 5-lap race now. Time is now very much of the essence for these riders. They've got to be even more aggressive than before if they want to make up places, want to make up positions, because a 7-lap sprint here at Croft is already pretty short. 5 laps, this is almost turning into a Mario Kart race, how quick it is.
Yeah, exactly. Short and snappy, let's put it. But yeah, a Mario Kart race in the NL 500s. Max Bartels should be starting this one from pole position. Luke Hutchinson, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to take up his grid slot. I mean, even though he's not taking the restart, we can admire his efforts, to say the very least. So he should have been starting second. Instead, though, Reece Hutchinson is effectively going to be promoted into second. He's still going to start third, though, on the road. Simon Aldridge, of course, he won't be taking the restart either on the 111. So the front 2 rows will just have 2 riders on it, James Cottenham and David McConaughey on row 2. So George Bartle, he will be taking the restart. Ian Keeble and Carl Bayliss alongside him. Gary Wilson even rounds out the top 10 with Scott Walker and Carl Freeth on row 4. Tim Patterson as well starts P13 as we have another rider stopped at the side of the circuit. So hopefully we're not going to have any more delays to this restart. It looks like they were pretty close to a marshal's post, so if they can't get the bike restarted, hopefully it's just a case of pushing it in to safety, and that being that. But nonetheless, not too far away from getting things going. It is the number 2. Yeah, and he was meant to be starting P6, let's keep in mind.
That looks like a chain, potentially, given he's down there doing some work. So if he's able to get that back on, he should be okay to start the race. But again, given the time limitations, the fact we want to get our Bike Alloys 3-hour endurance going, which is scheduled to start in 10 minutes, there will be a slight delay on that one. He may well be told, sorry, sunshine, your day's done. You're just going to have to watch from behind the barrier. Although looks like he's thinking about getting going anyway. But yeah, real shame.
He's going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, it is hot. These Honda machines, at the time they were very, very reliable. In this heat, some years after they were manufactured and the like, maybe starting to become a bit worse for wear, shall we say, out there. And especially when you're running them very hot at high racing temperatures. But hopefully McConaughey is able to start from P6 as he was scheduled to do so. Or it may well be that we're down from 36 riders down to 32 out there for our short, sharp 5-lap restart.
We're nearly ready to get going. The grid is forming yet again. A couple less riders than what we wanted on the grid, but still nonetheless, it's the NL 500s. A mammoth grid, whatever way you want to put it. It was meant to, of course, be 36. Also great to see Lucy Smart back on the grids after her injury following round 1. She missed round 2 completely, and now she's back in the swing of things here at Croft. So yellow flag waves at the back, just making sure everyone's in the right slots. Now the green flag can wave, and now it's time to get going. Max Bartle from pole position, number 1, the reigning champion, launches from pole. And the NL 500s, red lights on, red lights off, and we are go. A big wheelie, actually, further down the order from Gary Wilson as we make the way towards turn one for the first time of asking who's going to claim P1. It is, of course, going to be the number one of Max Bartle. So, job done for him. Reece Hutchinson trying to defend on this opening couple of corners, but he's going to have a difficult task with the likes of James Cottingham just trying to battle his way through, trying to muscle his way past. Of course, let's not forget, a lot of these riders have been in the CB500 category, what is now the NL 500s, for a long time. I mean, Max Bartle, a real veteran of the category, same with the likes of James Cottingham. They've all been known for being in this class, fighting at the front and knowing exactly how to get the best out of these machines. So down towards Tower Bend we go yet again, and that is Cottingham pushing his way past, up into second place for him now. So from third to second, let's keep in mind, he started all the way down in fifth. Although, with riders not starting, that's effectively been P3 out there on circuit. So, James Cottingham, though, nonetheless, still an epic start.
Yeah, it was a very lonely row number 2 for James Cottingham. We saw him get a good launch and try into the opening turn, but a very clean move through Tower Bend. Just got it on the inside, kept it tucked in. Nice and easy. Well, I say easy, it's actually quite difficult up there, but made it look very easy, certainly. So the 83 up to second, but with this initial battle for second place going on, it does mean that Max Bartle has been able to just extend a little bit of breathing room behind him for the time being, with Hutchinson as well. Reece Hutchinson, that is, on the 48. Luke Hutchinson on the 56, of course, down and out with mechanical issues at the first attempt at this race. So he's now in P3. And I believe it's George Bartle on the 21, currently maintaining P4, but a little bit further back as it stands. No, in fact, it's not. It's Ian Keeble who's managed to work his way up into fourth place, leading the way in the senior category as well. Gary Wilson P2 in that, and Carl Freed P3 in the freshman category. It's Patterson on the 713, followed by Paul Beard on the 178, and then it's Rostron, the championship leader, on the 18 of P3. They are 10th, 11th and 14th overall as it stands. As you can see, the different lines being taken out of Hawthorns. It does get quite wide-ish, or deceptively wide, I guess, because of that tarmac runoff on the run into the chicane. So you can take a couple of lines through there, open or close up the opening turn of the chicane as you wish. But again, you want to be running as cleanly through there as possible to maximise your speed down the straight and get moves done like that into Tower Bend. Nice and clean, just tuck it up the inside. It's textbook stuff, really, but it works so well.
Yeah, it works really well. These are not bikes that you would look at and think, yeah, that's a race bike. I mean, no fairing for you to tuck in behind, especially in these conditions. I don't think that's going to bother you too much. Get a little bit of extra wind through your vents, but nonetheless, I mean, these bikes are not made for racing when they came out of the factory, but they certainly produce some epic battles out on the circuit. And with there being, of course, the 3 different classes, let's keep in mind, like, for the veterans, the freshmen out there as well, as we see more moves being made, this time being George Bartle picking up yet another position, so that's a job done for them. So great stuff for them as well out there at track. And let's not forget the elites, the likes of Max Bartle, Cottingham, Hutchinson as well out there, round out the top 3 runners. Ian Keeble, though, he's winning in class for himself out there on track. So a lot to keep up with for them. Keeble, of course, in the senior category. That's shown by the red next to his name on screen. But the fastest lap of the race going the way of Max Bartle, a 134.9. Super quick stuff considering everyone else within the 136.7 or even 138 bracket out there on circuit.
That may even be a little bit quicker than his qualifying time, and indeed it was. He qualified on pole with a 135.1, so either favourable conditions to later in the day, or he's just really at one with Croft at the moment. So Bartle now 1.9 to the good, just eking away lap after lap after lap. Cottingham and Hutchinson, though, very tight together, less than half a second between them at the line last time. More moves there being made up the inside. There goes the number 78, I want to say, that was making their way through. It may have been Paul Beard for 11th place or 10th overall on Patterson. And as they make their way through, coming through the Jim Clark S's, then you'll find Barcroft a very quick right-hand kink. Then you're on the anchors coming into the same then. P5 overall and P4 in class, in the elite class, but he's got competition behind him from George Bartle. Carl Bayliss as well, also in this train, as a big off there coming into the complex corners. That is a monster off. Looks like the rider is okay, but at one of the fastest points in the circuit, dropping the front and tumbling away, but walking away, which is the main thing. Yellow flags will be waving. We'll wait to see who that was, but it is Max Bartle that still leads. May have potentially been Reece Hutchinson, perhaps from third place. who will have to confirm that. Max Bartle, though, continues his monstrous lead out the front.
Yeah, big shame from Reese. He's going to tumble down the order now, tucking the front. I mean, such a quick place out on circuit. And, luckily, hopefully, I mean, all is okay with him. Green flag still out. Racing still can continue, of course, just not in that final sector where he went down. Nonetheless, though, Max Bartle, 1.9 seconds of an advantage over Cottingham in second. Ian Keeble now, this has promoted him up into third place overall, which is then going to be first in the senior class. You can see the marshals just trying to get that bike to safety and get themselves to safety so the green flags can continue, because there's still a lap and a half of drama left here at Croft. And then we can focus on the 3-hour endurance race, which is still to come up in a few moments. So Scott Walker's having a good battle himself for P5 out on circuit, so the final spot inside the top 5. And of course, in the elite category, that's P4 in class. And a big group actually behind him. At the back of this group, we have Gary Wilson on the bright pink and blue CE500. He sits third in category himself in the senior class, P8 for him. And now trying to latch himself on to pick up a few more places. Obviously, this won't really promote him up much in terms of championship points, as we see double yellow flags still out, making sure everyone knows to slow down, to take it nice and easy, and certainly not to throw it down the road in that sector. Otherwise, it's a massive penalty that you'd be given. So, final lap time, and it is your race leader, Max Bartle, 2.5 seconds of an advantage for himself over Cottingham. Keeble sits in third, but the number one from the very start has been dominant, to say the very least. It was a 5-lap dash for the cash, and it looks like Max Bartle will be standing on the top step of the podium here on Saturday. Scorching conditions to be out there on circuit, around 22, 23 degrees air temperature, and that's before we even look at the track temperature, which has got to be at least in the mid-30 degrees Celsius range. But Max Bartle, I mean, what more can we say? He's the reigning champion for a reason, and he's still got a couple of races to pick up a few extra trophies here this weekend. But that all happens tomorrow. That's going to be a longer distance in terms of race and laps. And hopefully, all things being well, it should actually be double the distance to this one, because we should have around 10 laps or so on Sunday per race. So Max Bartle now heading into the final sector in just a few moments' time, heading into the tricky, the technical, complex section. And you see the marshals now over by that bike that we've seen crash just a few laps ago. Into the final corner, though, we head for Max Bartle. And it is going to be win number one at Croft. Will he pick up any more this weekend? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out tomorrow. Max Bartle, the number one, stands on the top step of the podium, has a little look behind him and knows he can cruise to victory. He dances over the line to take the win by 2.9 seconds. James Cottingham does claim second place overall. You see the check flag waving, a big group of riders now behind. We see the likes of Keeble, Walker, Freeth, Bartle all crossing the line. George Bartle, that being the younger brother of Max. He's now in his second season of competition with us here at No Limits Racing. Of course, brand new name for NL 500s this year, but still the same drama that unfolds during it, in association, of course, with Dunlop. And Dalton Hearn looks to be rounding out the top 15. Hearn losing out on that final lap of action. Griffiths should round out our top 20 as well. But let's have a look at how things look after that race. So race 7 of the weekend overall. Race 1 for the Dunlop NL 500 Championships. Max Bartle does take victory over James Cottingham, with Ian Keeble taking the senior win in P3. Carl Freeth does take P4, with George Bartle, Scott Walker and Carl Bayliss rounding out the top 7. Gary Wilson rounds out our senior podium, with Tim Patterson winning the freshman category ahead of Paul Beard, who rounds out our overall top 10 runners, 26 seconds down. Adam Rostrom, John Hunt and Gary Adorn rounds out our top 13, with Danny Dawson, Felix Hearn and Roy Wilson rounding out the top 16 runners. Dewart rounds out our top 17 with number 4 and number 23, and the number 68 rounding out our top 20. Parnell, Sternman and Klaus rounds out the top 23, with Elliot, Wilson, Colley, Starbuck behind, as Snowdon, Kent and Soanes rounds out the top 30. A lot of riders in this one. Of course, Lucy Smart taking the final finishing positions here in the NL 500s. We did see crashes from the 48 and the 2, most notably Reece Hutchinson. Hopefully all is okay with him and he can come back on track later on. But without further ado, let's head down to Park Fermé where Ross is waiting with our winners.
Well, another classic NL 500 race. A little bit crazy, a short 5-lap dash, but somebody who probably had a less crazy time than everyone else is our overall winner in Max Bardell. Max had to go at it twice at the start of it, of course, but held the lead both times and just drifted away from the pack.
Yeah, I just tried to set a quick time at the start to see if I could gain away, and that's what I did. So yeah, that was all right. Yeah, happy with it.
Yeah, looks like you're riding really, really well out there at the moment as well. Feeling confident on the bike this weekend?
Yeah, definitely confident. Yeah, enjoying it. So yeah.
Again, no real pressure behind you, so just enjoying a nice Saturday afternoon ride in the lovely weather here.
Yes, it is lovely weather. Hopefully it cools down for tomorrow because it's almost too hot. But yeah, I'm definitely enjoying it.
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations, a brilliant ride for you once again.
Cheers, thank you very much.
We'll slide over to second place quickly, just behind with the 83, and make our way through, see if we can grab a few words out of him as well. Very strong ride for you, that. You must be feeling good.
Yeah, it was good. I took a couple of corners to get past Race. We had a bit of a battle up at start, and then Max had already capped, and Max is that fast, you're not going to bring such a gap to it. So just did the best I could to keep him in sight. Yeah, here we are.
Still, very positive start for the weekend overall. And again, you were running very well, got through Reece. Reece, of course, then obviously came off. Couldn't handle your pressure, I suppose.
I didn't realise. I just thought it was still on my tail, so I just kept my head down, didn't look behind me, and yeah, just waited for that second flag to come out.
Still, though, as I said, really, really solid start to the weekend. You're looking forward to going out and doing it again tomorrow?
Yeah, hopefully it's a bit cooler.
Yeah, I think everyone's feeling the same, but thanks, a wonderful ride.
Thank you.
Great to speak to you first and second place there. I was going to try and grab Ian Keeble, but he's vanished off into the distance before I could get out of the 108 and our senior class winner. So head back to you in the commentary box, Lewis. We'll have a very, very brief delay as our endurance guys get ready to get going for our Biker Lawyers 3-hour endurance here at Croft.
Thanks, Ross. Well, you said that their 3-hour endurance race is next up. It's going to be race 8 of the weekend. And, well, I think it's fair to say our longest race of the weekend as well. But compared to Donington, this is going to be a walk in the park. Only 3 hours in distance. Nearly 3 hours less than what we competed at round 2. You can just see a little recovery job being done on Reece Hutchinson's bike, so hopefully not too much damage. Now, the good thing about these CB500s is they bounce pretty well compared to normal race bikes. There's not too much to break, and if there is, you can usually straighten it with a hammer and a few zip ties out there on circuit. We can see some people taking some relaxing measures before we get going for the 3-hour endurance race. It's super warm out there on track. I think if you're going to be watching this entire race trackside, you're going to need some sun cream and maybe a couple of refreshments to get yourself through it. So now's the time if you want to go do that and then make yourself available for the start. If you're watching from home, feel free to stick on the kettle or maybe even make a nice little iced coffee if it's as warm as what it is here at Croft. But we're not too far away, hopefully, from getting going. This race was originally meant to start at 2:55, but due to a couple of delays and red flags, like we just seen there in the NL 500s, it has been pushed back ever so slightly. It takes a little bit more setting up than what the sprints do. We have to get all the positions on the grass by the grid, just so everyone knows exactly where they need to go. And, of course, it's not going to be too much longer before we run you through the grid because it's a big entry list this time around. 29 riders taking the start for the endurance race, and a couple of riders already on the grid. They're nearly ready to go with Maselli JJ Racing starting from pole in this one. But as Ross and I were saying on the lunchtime VTs, not too much concern over your qualifying spot. It's all about how fast you can actually make it over to the bike, how athletic you actually are, and then, of course, getting the bike fired up, especially in these hot conditions, because quite a few of these bikes, once they get hot, certainly if they're using older machines, they don't really like firing up. And the last thing you want to be doing is trying to bump start a bike on the grid. So you can see our photographer there, Matt Sale, just having a couple of conversations with the riders on the grid. Smiles all round, of course. This being the last race of the day, but plenty to get our teeth stuck into on this one at the very least. And, the grid will start to form in a few moments. As Moto 46, Nitrous Plant Racing, JMJ Racing and Fireworks, they've all put in good performances, all close times as well. And one team that's not going to be up there that we are used to seeing, of course, being the 32 squad. And that's due to some drama in qualifying for them. They start all the way down in P10. But you would assume they were going to have Jordan Browse on the bike on this opening stint, because we all know how fast Jordan can be, especially when it comes to the first 5 or so laps at the start of any stint, never mind at the very start of a race. So still chats going on the grid. And, well, you have to wonder what they'll be speaking about. Probably about how hot it's been here at Croft and exactly what it's going to feel like on board the bike as they... have a lot of work to do as the safety car makes its way around the circuit, officially getting things ready. Now, we can, of course, call safety cars during the endurance race. So, if there is an incident that maybe doesn't necessarily require a red flag, but still needs some attention to, we can throw the safety car. This time, being No Limit's own safety car, a nice Audi, other than the Hyundais that we've been using at the MSV circuits at the start of the season. Expect as well a really busy pit lane. Now, here at Croft, it's endurance riders only in the pit lane, unlike what we have at normal rounds, where we have some sprint riders mixed in there as well. Just of how small pit lane is and the lack of on-ins like we've had in previous seasons, it means that pit lane has been reserved just for endurance teams only. But it also has brought a couple of riders that don't normally do endurance racing to the grid. And either that's because they really feel like giving endurance a try, or they just really are desperate for a garage space here at Croft. And I mean, you cannot blame them for that, because at least they're in the shades. And, of course, we'll be headed down to pit lane throughout the race, giving you the inside stories, the inside line of things. And exactly what's going on, especially once some of the teams start to run into some issues. And the likes of Fireworks, which is a one-bike setup as usual, once they start to make their pit stop as well. Because it's always fascinating to watch. Of course, we bring you through during the lunch break the different types of team styles that you can have in the endurance race, whether you want to do a relay style race where you change riders and bikes at the same time, or if you want to do it in the good old-fashioned endurance style, have one bike that has to last the entire 3 hours of distance. So, on our green flag sighting lap for the time being, then we'll make our way to the grid to line everything up for the first time of asking. Another thing to note, the race will start under flag, not under lights like we usually have during sprint races, and it's going to be whenever the flag fully drops to the ground. It's not going to be when the flag is raised up into the air like some of the riders, for some reason, try to get away with. Now, if you're wondering why there's riders already on the circuit while there's bikes going around the track, it's because once these riders make their way to the grid, they'll meet their teammates so they can get the bike held for them, of course, because they're not going to be on paddock stands on the middle of the track. So you set to have a human paddock stand holding the bike while the rider who's actually starting the race stands at the other side of the circuit. It's a real team effort. It's endurance race. It's what we love about it so much. As the rest of the teams make their way through the final set now. 3 hours in distance. 3 hours in time, I should say. We had a distance race over at Donington Park, 750 kilometres, but we didn't make it the full distance. Instead, it was more of 730 kilometres of Donington Park last time out. And instead of them, that was cut short due to the light. So hopefully this will be the first endurance race of the year that we can go all the way. It would be really special if we could. And a day like this with the sunshine out is the perfect opportunity for that. So begin to load up the grid exciting stuff to say the very least. And see James Grant just waiting for his bike to make its way to the grid. Louisa Benny looks like she'll be starting the race for this team. But yeah, a nice high qualifying order for themselves. And now, well, what can they do in this one? Fireworks as well, keep your eye on them. So the yellow flag does wave at the back, meaning we're not too far away from getting going. Everyone is just checking exactly if everyone's in the right spot. But of course, this is the Biker Lawyers Endurance Race, 3 hours in distance, powered by Pirelli. No Limits Racing, the home of UK motorcycle endurance racing. Race 3 of the year for the championship. We've had 3 hours over at Sesterton, 750 kilometres over at Donington Park, and now 3 hours here at Croft. You can just see everyone sitting on their bikes for the time being. This is essentially your dummy grid, and then we'll be heading out on the warm-up lap where we'll bring you through some of the team names. Some of them are interesting to say the least. Clearly have been decided over a pint at night. But Maselli GJ Racing, they'll be going from pole position on the number 1. Of course, incredible 2025 season for them, and great to see them back in the paddock here at round 3. Moto 46 on the number 6, not the 46, starts P2, while Nitrous Plant Racing starts P3 with JMJ Racing, Fireworks and Proudfoot Racing rounding out our top 6 on the 69. The 911 of Hick Racing and Norfolk and Good Racing, try saying that one very fast, they start P8, while Pack Racing and the number 32 Squad Track Slides, they start from 10th. Fast Fifers, they go from P11, while Ball Bag Racing, as they're called on the timing screens, they go from 12th. Team Sublime starts from 13th, while Randy Racing goes from 14th. Snaptracker Racing, WCS Racing, Oddballs Racing, and Gens Racing. Nolan Racing, Right Culture Racing, top 20, while GAS Racing and PB Racing round 22. Mad Road Racing starts from 3, while round out top 25 is Army Team 1 and Chet Racing. PP Racing goes from P26, while KGG Endurance goes from P27, and the 62 of Race Skins goes from P28. And finally, rounding out our grid is going to be the 56 squad. Now, 29 runners for this endurance race, 3 hours of action here at Croft, and beautiful conditions, if I do say so myself. We're nearly ready to get going, and well, in a few moments' time, we'll be looking for the flag that's going to be risen in the air, and the Le Mans style start, it's going to get underway.
It will be indeed. Of course, you will be seeing the riders making the very awkward jog in full leathers in boiling temperatures over to the bike, swinging the leg over, hopefully not dropping the clutch too quickly. And then it'll be go time for the Biker Lawyers. 3 hours endurance here at Croft. See the riders making their way in, of course, do have some support from their teammates, just holding the bike up, make sure it doesn't fall over, as bikes tend to do when you just leave them standing there and you don't have a kickstand and the like. Of course, the start can be a bit chaotic, can be a bit hectic, but once you're free and it all starts to open up, that's when you really start to focus in. That's when you start to run your own race, and you can just push onwards and upwards from there. So we'll just wait for the riders to make their way over to the opposite side of the track, and then it will be go time here at Croft. Once again, it's Maselli JJ Racing starting from the pole position. Circuit UK, Moto 46 in P2, Nitrous Plant Racing in P3. But of course, as always, Le Mans style start, that can change so quickly. And of course, the start is given by the drop of the Union flag. It is when the flag hits the bottom of the arc, if we're being really technical about it. So technically, if you start running when Mark Neat begins to drop the flag, you can get a jump start penalty in theory, as the flag is now raised. And somebody did give it a go there, but we are underway for our No Limits 3-hour endurance here at Croft. A couple of slow starters up the front of the pack, but looks like everybody away cleanly for the most part as we get going. And somebody has a huge lead
Is that our pole sitters potentially with the number 1 bike? It is. So away well is the Maselli JJ Racing squad. They'll continue their way around. Lodge on the bike at the moment. Looks like it was Bridger on the Moto 46 squad from P2 who got away in second. In fact, looks like most of the guys up at the front of the pack have managed to hold on to their position early doors, but it's a very strong start already from the Maselli JJ Racing team. So they've already got a good start. Of course, they did take pole position by quite some advantage. Looks like, in fact, it's the Fireworks team who've worked their way up into second place early doors. That's got Carly on the bike at the moment on the 25. And they'll push their way through the Jim Clark Estes for the first time, then into Barcroft, then Sunny in and out. It won't be as aggressive out of the gate in this 3-hour endurance as we have seen in the sprint. It's the age of you can't win an endurance race on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. It's better to play it safe and only take the moves if they're right there, like potentially this is, than throw it away with a risky manoeuvre. Only a couple of minutes in, up the inside. Hello, that's opportunistic. On the way into complex number 1. Won't quite get 2, will certainly get 1 though. Lovely move to move up a position. But as we come towards the end of our opening lap, we can run through the grid for you properly and see where things stand. It is the Maselli JJ Racing number 1 bike that holds onto the lead. JMG Racing with Jordan Poole in the 277 is second. Fireworks now up to 3rd place. So they look like they're chopping and changing every single second. Team Sublime P4, the Track Lags 32 squad in P5. Then it's Proudfoot Racing, Randy Racing, Nitrous Plant Racing. A really disappointing start for them. They're down to P8. Then it's Pack Racing in P9 with Alan Lane out there on his R1. And WCS Racing in P10. Looks like issues already for a couple of the teams. Looks like the number 512 squad has come into the pit lane. That was Aaron Nunn's bike out there. So he was 12th place when he crossed the timing beam, but that was in the pit lane. So early trouble there. Hopefully they're able to fix that one quickly. Already, though, the number 1 squad with a huge lead. It was 3.5 seconds at the end of lap 1. They're clearly attacking hard out the gate, and they're looking to manage the race after they've built up a comfortable gap.
Yeah, I mean, let's keep in mind the Maselli JJ Racing, what was Maselli's White Lines Racing last year. They are the champions of this class. They're so fast. And let's remember, they only have 1 bike out there on circuit if they're doing the exact same strategy as last season. That is, it's the first time we've seen them all the 2026 season. But great to have them here at Croft. And like Fireworks, they're normally a team which just tends to pick just one bike for the entire race. And just to make life a little bit more confusing, we have James Lodge and Jonathan Lodge on board the bike. So J Lodge and J Lodge both sharing the bike. So the Lodge duo, as we like to call them, and as we have done for the last year or so, they're out there leading the way. And it's going to be interesting to see what the 32 squad can do. So Kirkland's starting the race forward track slags, which I was a little bit surprised about. Usually they go with Jordan Browse for the start of the race, and with them starting down in P10, you would think that they would want maybe Jordan Browse to do his usual attacking. But credit where credit's due, Kirkland, it's been a real solid start up into what's P4 for the time being, second in category for themselves. And now, well, JMG Racing protecting Fireworks on this opening couple of laps or so in this first stint of the race. I mean, JMG Racing, we managed to have a chat with them yesterday. They were feeling nice and strong about this circuit, and well, clearly it's converted into lap times.
It certainly is. Holding on to the class lead strongly early doors here at the moment for JMG Racing. Of course, competing in the team sports. Again, we've got 3 different classes, but also 2 different championships. We've got the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance, and then the Biker Lawyers ACU National Endurance to keep your mind around. Even though the classes have different names, they are by and large the same regulations. So JMG Racing, the 277, leading the way in the ACU, or the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Team Sport Trophy. That's for 600s out there at the moment. And as well, out there, Jordan Poole at the moment. He's out there on his R6. It's 3 R6s for that 277 squad. They do all have the same bike, but they chop and change. It enables them to maybe adjust setup slightly for each rider to have their own little preferences here and there. Of course, no 2 rider gets on the bike and rides it the same way around the circuit. But 5 minutes now gone in out of our 3 hours. Maselli JJ with a 10-second lead ahead of JMG Racing. Then it's the Fireworks squad, the number 25 machine, leading the way in their class as well. So they've got away very, very well, has the Fireworks team in the Team Power Trophy. That's the No Limits Endurance 1,000 category, essentially. Currently out there for fireworks is the Andy Carlisle, only one R1 being shared between himself and Derek Gillespie. Then it's the 32 track slash squad. Then it's Team Sublime in P5. They are leading in category as well. Indeed, they are the number 17 squad leading the ACU National 600 class in P5 as it stands. They have Darren Dowds out there on a Triumph 765. It's 2 Triumphs split between the pair of them there. Then Randy Racing, P2 in the Team Sport Trophy. 2 R6s for them as well. It's currently Nicholas Round out there at the moment. Then P7, P3 in class for the ACU National 1000. We find Nitrous Plant, the 43 squad out there at the moment. It is, of course, Kieran Nicholson on his Ducati that's out there at the moment. A couple of Ducatis. That's got a brand spanking new one for David Williams as well. The Panigale, the fresh out of the box one that he didn't like the suspension of apparently, so he's been working on that one. Then it's WCS Racing, second in class in the Team Power Trophy, with the number 7 out there at the moment with Jim Weatherall out there on his Fireblade. P9 is the Pack Racing number 50. Alan Lane out there on his R1 there. P3 or P4 in class, should I say, and a P10 Snapdragon Racing, the number 4 bike in the Team Sport Trophy. A pair of Hondas for those guys out there as well. Currently on the bike is Plummer. And then just to keep you posted on what's happening with the twins categories as well. The 23 Ray Skins Endurance is leading the ACU National Twin. There is a bunch of BMWs for those guys down at P23 as it stands. Ryan Arnold on the bike at the moment. In the other twins categories, we've got KGG Endurance, the only Team Twin Trophy bike out there. Again, all Suzukis for that one. They're running in P26 overall with George Judson out there. And then it is Ballbag Racing 2 is the other ACU National Twin bike out there. They're sharing an Aprilia or a Kawasaki. It's currently Kevin Barsby on the Kawasaki 650 at the moment. So that's a rundown of the order for you early doors and how things have shaped up. Have seen some racing out there as it stands. But again, everyone's now starting to settle into that rhythm. Not quite 8 minutes gone just yet, but you've now found your space. You've had your start. You're either elated or thinking, what's the point of all of this? Can't believe we've got to do this for 3 hours. I messed that up so badly. Either way, though, you found your place on the track. You're either fighting or a bit of no man's land. Either way, it's now time to head down and just push on with the stint. When you get to the end of the first stint, come in for the pit stops, rider change as well, of course, potentially bike changes. If you do have a multi-bike team, that's when you start to think of the bigger picture and go, okay, how can we then catch up and proceed ahead of these guys?
Yeah, getting the shift on at the moment is Randy Racing. This is the battle currently for P5 overall out on circuit. And, well, Nitrous Plant will drop back down to P7 now, so another position's been lost over the last few laps. But just settling in for the time being. Let's not forget a clash. Such a great ride before Randy Racing at Dawn's, an emotional ride for them at the end of the race, walking away with some extra silverware for themselves, and starting it anyway is going to be Nicholas Round, as we see a couple of riders just coming over the start finish straight now, that being James Lodge. So James Lodge starting things for Maselli. You would think he would switch over to his brother Jonathan as this race does progress. But yeah, Fireworks sitting in second. So first and second out on circuit, just running one bike, I do believe, out there on track. Everyone else pretty much doing the classic, what is classic here at the limits? The relay style endurance race, if you would like. But here is your race leaders for the time being. A 1:23.9 is the fastest lap of the race, of course, held by them. But ever since setting that lap, they've been really settling into things, running the 1:25 brackets, which is still a second or so faster than anyone else out there on track. I mean, what we've seen them do last year when they hit the front of things is they were so consistent. They're one of the most consistent pairings that you can have. I mean, there's only 2 of them out on circuits. We see the 512 out there on track, but with them being just 2 of them out there on track, sure, they have to complete 11 more laps. And in this heat, that's going to be pretty difficult. It's nice and hot and they're racing about a BMW S1000 RR. But on the other side of things, if you have two riders that are very consistent, it means that when you get on the bike, it's not going to be a case of constantly having to make up time, because you're able to run at that pace as well, just like your teammates. You're in the position that you should be, and you're able to stretch comfortable margins. I mean, they've just crossed the line now, another 125, a low 125 at that, and now we await for fireworks to come into view over by the start-finish line, just to see what the gap is as things stand. So just waiting for the 25 still, and it's a 16.5 second margin, Ross. I mean, super impressive stuff, because we're only 11 minutes into the race. That's over a second each minute.
And you can hear as well as the bike comes past how not pushing they are, for lack of a better term, just letting it roll and drift through the corners. They know they've already got a huge advantage as it stands, and they can just kind of keep going at this pace. One thing we definitely have to consider in this race, as with all of the endurance, but I think especially so here today, is fatigue. It's hot, it's humid. All of the riders in the sprint races have been coming in out of breath, red in the face, going, I hope it's cooler tomorrow. When you're out there for 40, 45 minutes at a time and you're doing multiple stints across the course of the race, it is something that these riders are seriously going to have to consider, is how to manage the energy levels. And again, things like how to manage the sweat and things like that as well, and the heat, as the 67 makes its way into pit lane. That is very early, so clearly a problem going on there for BMAD Road Racing. Hopefully everything okay, but again, there was no hand up on the way in. It was just pull it in, so it looks like nobody coming out to check as well, so that is a surprise stop for the team. Hopefully everything okay. They were running down in about P20 at the time when they came into pit lane, so real shame for them. As I was saying though, yeah, something like fatigue, it's massively going to come in again. This race is nowhere near as long as the endurance at Donington Park was. Of course, that was a lap endurance, over 171 odd laps if memory serves, rather than a time endurance. Did have to cut it short, still ran for about 5 hours and 15 minutes, but of course cooler temperatures there. Here, even though it's a less physical track than Donington, it's one that requires a bit more finesse rather than just being brute and brave on the bike. It's just so hot, and you're going to be working so hard, and even though the time is shorter, things like the level of water that's in your body and how hard you're working, and the arm pump as well that you're getting when you're on the brakes, all those things we need to factor in across the course of the race. Looks like BMAD Road Racing has changed over. I believe it was Samuel Biles who started on that bike on the number 67. Again, it's two Kawasaki's between Samuel Biles and Sean Evans. Sean Evans has just headed out on his Kawasaki. We also have an R6 for Dwayne Sismore in their garage.
It was a quick changeover.
Yeah, very quick changeover. So they may be getting a penalty as well if things don't go their way. Again, we've got to remember minimum pit stop intervention time at the circuit, 36.1 seconds. That is the minimum amount of time you're allowed to spend in the pit lane. Any more than, or any less than that, and you get very harsh penalties, basically times 5 how long you're in there. So if you come out of the pit lane a second quicker than you're supposed to, that is a 5-second penalty added to your race time. If you come out 20 seconds quicker, for example, because that was very rapid, that's 100 seconds added to your race time, and especially early doors in the race, not even 15 minutes in yet. Not great. We'll wait to see what's going on there with the 67 squad, but everybody else for the time being running pretty cleanly. No issues, no incidents so far. Again, everyone just settling into the rhythm, feeling the track, feeling the bike, making sure it's all okay.
Yeah, as we see at the moment, the rest of the teams anyway, no one else having some issues anyway. Snapdragon Racing out in the middle of your picture. We've already spoken about them racing the CBR 600. It's not always the most popular bike for people to be running out on track here. Motorcycle racing in general, not just here at No Limits Racing. First 50 minutes of the race, so nearly ticking by as Maselli, GJ Racing, they've extended their advantage now up to 21 seconds. There is that changeover we were speaking about, so the 6-7 has done their changeover. Of course, BMAD Road Racing, they're going to sit dead last for the time being, but after the first round, the pit stops, once they've all been completed, you would expect things to begin to settle down ever so slightly as Snapdragon Racing continuing to chase out on circuit. They're in a nice little group at the moment as the 194 just ahead. Racing, certainly a An interesting name anyway for them. Two of the ball bike racing teams are out on circuit as well, but nonetheless they do continue to carry on. WCS Racing as well, they're currently using a Honda out on track. They set P9 on the number 7 as we're just looking at the final complex for the time being. Now, we spoke about it over the course of the weekend, just how physical Croft actually can be. It's a track which sometimes takes a little bit getting used to, and I say that because quite a few of the riders, when they come to Croft for the first time of asking, they tend to actually not like the track much over the first couple of laps, and it's not until you get a bike that's dialed in a little bit more, you get used to the quirks, the characteristics, even sometimes the bumps here or there around the circuit. Once you get used to that, well, that's when you tend to enjoy things out on track, and it's when the lap times as well begin just to come to you. So Kirkland continuing his stint on board the nitrous plant racing machine. Actually, I should say Nicholson on board that, Kirkland on board the track flags machine. So the 32 squad of Kirkland continue to run P3 overall. Definitely a track he's been enjoying. He's running 128, so around the pace that he needs to be doing to maintain that position. Certainly when Jordan Browse comes on board that bike, you would expect that to go a little bit quicker. And also, let's not forget Harry Denison. He crashed the bike yesterday. There was a bit of damage to that bike, certainly to the left handlebar. Scooped up some of the grass, if you will. He's taking it home as souvenirs, you would suggest. And definitely a new fare and a new front screen was needed on his M1000. So hopefully, no lasting issues here today. As you see, GMG Racing getting past some of the twin runners out there in circuit, and you've just seen the speed difference out there in track between the 600s and the twins.
Well, that's part of the beauty of endurance racing. The different classes, you have to negotiate your way around and figure out what's going on. Of course, within endurance racing as well, there's no blue flags unless you're lapping somebody that is in your own class. That is the 50 pack racing. That's pack racing. So Alan Lane out there at the moment, they're getting very, very early pit stop for those guys. So Alan Lane comes in on his R1, and leathers are already open. So whether that's a problem with a body temperature potentially, or if there's a problem with the bike as well, maybe he's just coming in, knows he's coming in, so he's just got him undone to get himself cool as well. So getting the timing right, and looking to send out the Suzuki back out onto the circuit. So hopefully everything okay for pack racing. That'll be Paul Dewey making his way out there now. But again, very, very early pit stop for those guys. So again, at the moment, everyone we've seen coming in, it's an issue, a problem, somebody's feeling that something's not right. This is not a strategic pit stop or a fuel pit stop by any means, unless maybe they know more than we do. It is a strategic pit stop and actually pitting early, short pitting the first stint, which you can go quicker at the end. I don't know. I'm not a strategist, but out comes Paul on the Suzuki, and he'll make his way round. That, of course, will drop pack racing a little bit down the order for the time being. Also seeing the Army team coming into the pit lane as well on our live timing. Of course, you can follow along on live timing over on TSL, our timing partner here. A big thanks to them, and always for their support here and for helping us follow along here at the Biker Lawyers. Stops, join more stops as well. So maybe it is pit stop time. Maybe we're just completely wrong, but I was thinking we'd be looking at least 25-30 minutes before people are coming in. So Gareth Isles is coming for the Army team. Let's see who comes out for them. But yeah, so more stops. So maybe it is just a case of, it's warm, people looking to manage fatigue. Maybe the fuel is a bit tighter than expected as well. All those things could come into it. We'll have to wait and see.
Watching the pit stops unfold is just rejogs my memory, if you will. And if I remember right, all the way through last season, the Maselli squad, Maselli GG Racing, they are able to go a few laps longer than most people out there on track. It seems like their bike just sips fuel at some of these circuits. Either that or they just short shift in some of the places to save a little bit more fuel. Either way, the number one squad, one of their biggest advantages was being able to go the extra 2-3 laps per stint and try and, certainly in the longer endurance races, to cut out an entire pit stop. And with that, that's how you gain out a lot of time, of course, because it's a 36-second time that you've got to spend in the pit lane. But we'll wait and see what happens in terms of pit stops pretty soon. Now we're watching Tower Bend, and Callum Hurst currently on board the bike for his team out there on track. So Callum Hurst doing a good job. We watched him earlier on in the sprint action. Now, a lot of the riders, of course, do take part in the sprint racing and the endurance racing as well. And, well, you can't blame them for that. Trying to maximise your track time, especially with only one visit to Croft the entire season. And for a lot of riders, this will be their sole visit to Croft the entire year. Sure, there's track days that take place, but in terms of racing events, this is your only real chance, as we see Callum Hurst getting past some of the back markers. It did look like one of the teams that didn't make pit stop was the Army squads. We're seeing the 56 Twin just make his way in, so that looks to be an ER 650 coming into pit lane, and coming out of pit lane, that's definitely an Aprilia RS 660 going out onto track. So Barnesby, Kevin was aboard that bike. It does look like Druitt, so Stephen will be taking over for him. So the 56 now does exit pit lane, and they're going to tumble down a few positions. They enter them P26, so you can see the tyre sticker still on board that one, but it's not going to cause too many issues, especially with how hot it is here today. A couple of laps, even a lap and a half, that thing's going to be completely gone. It's not going to affect his grip at all, you wouldn't imagine. But the blue flag being shown in the pit lane, just to be mindful, because here at Croft, pit entry and pit exit, it can be quite tight in terms of the racing line.
It is very tight. I mean, it's an old school circuit. The whole area is very, very tight in and of itself. We've had to go down to a second paddock down what used to be one of the old runways back when it was a airfield back in World War II, as with most UK circuits. Flying out of here was Bomber Command as well. So it just makes it a bit more interesting, I suppose, than just your standard fighter planes and all that, if anyone likes their World War II history and all of that. But making their way out, of course, blue flags, but they'll push onwards and upwards as we do tick just over the 20-minute mark. In fact, make that 21 minutes exactly now. So early doors still in this race. We have seen a couple of pit stops, but again, we're not sure if they're a strategic pit stop, if they're genuinely just can't get the bike to go any further than this. We're just really struggling on the fuel front, or if it is an issue, or as well, I'm just too hot, I'm just too tired, the conditions aren't right now, I need to come in, get some water, have a rest, and hopefully when it cools down later, I can stay out a little bit longer. Fitness, of course, is so crucial, especially so in endurance when you're out there for so long. Even if you're not pushing at 100%, just being on a bike for 30, 40 minutes at a time and then going back out there and doing it again and again and again, it does take its toll, especially in 23 degrees and very humid weather like this. So I just want to cut back to the Maselli JJ Racing Squad. You were mentioning earlier, Lewis, how you were talking about how they were able to extend their pit stints almost a lap or two, maybe even three in some cases. When they're coming past, in fact, we'll see them now when they're coming past, maybe not out of Tower Bend, so to speak, as they go through, but certainly coming through the sunnies, you can hear them as a
lack of adhesion.
Yeah, lack of adhesion. So somebody's dropping some fluid somewhere coming into the Jim Clark S's. Hopefully everything's okay and that can get cleaned up pretty quickly. But when I was watching them coming through the sunnies earlier, you can hear it now, off the throttle so early, just letting it roll through the corner, almost riding it like it's a 600, just getting off the power and letting it just glide around the corners, keeping that momentum up. Because they're not on throttle, that is going to be saving them fuel. So the fact they're able to do that, save that fuel, and keep the pace that high, that's going to pay them huge dividends in the long run as we get down to the final stint. So they could well be pulling the same strategy as they have done in the past. Maybe not run it to their maximum of pace, but their pace is still good enough. Just save that fuel in ways they know they can. Cut out an extra pit stop. It's an extra 30 once and a bit seconds that you don't have stationary. And then, come the end of the race, you're looking good.
Yeah, they're both super experienced riders. I mean, both endurance racing or just motorcycle racing in general. It's these moments here that really matter as well when they're trying to carve through some of the back markers out there on track. Look at this bike here, right? So, coming for a picture at the moment, just going towards the chicane down towards Tower Bend. That does look to be one of the new 900cc KTMs. And if that is the case, and we'll have a look down in pit lane later on, that's got to be one of the first KTMs that has been raced in the UK. And that is certainly one of the new KTMs out there on track. So, super excited to see it join us here in the endurance race. And, well, this bike, it has its own championship run by KTM themselves abroad. Not yet entering the likes of British Supersport and World Supersport, but I am hearing that potentially maybe it could be in the pipeline over the next couple of years. You would assume that would be their end ambition, end goal for that, but still incredible to see it out on circuit. And actually, it's super exciting to see for No Limits as a championship, and for everyone else out there as well. Now, just going back to the lack of adhesion flag we did see a few moments ago, that doesn't necessarily mean it's obviously any fluid out there. It could just be a case of someone's had a loose brake protector, someone's had a loose bit of bodywork, it's just flapped off their bike. It could be even just a knee slider on circuit as well. It's just letting the riders know that something is there on circuit. It could be fluid, it could be a bit of bodywork, it could be a knee slider, it could even be an elbow slider, since it is 2026. I mean, everyone's trying to get their elbows down nowadays, trying to look like Marc Marquez out on circuit, or Pedro Acosta, whichever you like. Nonetheless, though, people just have to use their heads, especially in these early laps, because we're only 25 minutes in the race so far, and the first 25 minutes has absolutely flown by, and once the first round of pit stops has been completed, hopefully we can head down in pit lane and exactly find out of what's happened in this first stint.
Exactly. Again, we've seen some early pit stops. We think they're for technical issues. We think there's something wrong. Most people still out there running very, very confident. Although a few teams are very much changing as well. It could just be different strategies, different bikes, feeling thirsty, how maybe they've got the wrong tyres, or maybe they thought it was going to be a bit cooler out on track. They've stuck a softer set on, and the tyres just aren't working. The likes of the Pirellis or the Metzlers that a lot of these riders are running. And of course, if you are here looking for a set of Pirellis or Metzlers, make sure you head down to the race support truck. It's a big Pirelli truck down the bottom end of the paddock. You cannot miss it, and you can get yourselves some tyres with a bit of a discount as well. Of course, a big thank you to everyone down there at the No Limits Race support team for helping us turn up, and again, just being good sports to make sure everyone's got bits and pieces that they need, and getting us tyres and all of those things. We really couldn't be doing it without them. But yeah, we're just waiting to see what the strategy is going to shape up to be, and who's able to go what distance, who's able to do what and when, and then we'll figure it out as we go along. It's still a big lead overall for the Maselli JJ Racing numbers 1 squad. The Track Slags 32 team have worked their way up to 3rd place overall, 2nd in class. They're chasing down the Fireworks 25 class. 25 bikes, should I say, of course, in a different class in 2nd. So maybe starting to turn up the wick just a little bit is Scott Kirkland on that R1. We'll wait and see. But that could also be a sign of he's coming in soon as well. Of course, sometimes it's prudent you get a quick couple laps before you come into the pits, a push in, as they like to call it, so that when you come out of the pit, you're in a bit more clear air, or you're in a more beneficial track position compared to others. Even though maybe you're tired, you're on slightly worn tyres, etc., you just got to find that little bit extra pace before you make your way into the pit lane. It's been very, very clean so far as well, which is of course what we like to see. No one having any issues yet in terms of incidents, a couple of mechanical problems here and there, but overall everybody's sticking to their guns, keeping it nice, calm, cool and collected in the sunny Yorkshire heat here at Croft. We've had a fantastic weekend so far. Hope you're enjoying all of the action, whether you're trackside or joining us on NLR TV. Myself, Ross McIntyre, Lewis Rae with you for the next 2 hours and 32 minutes here for the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance, the 3-hour race at Croft, the 3rd round of the 2026 No Limits season. Change of rider then for the number 28 squad. That is the JMR Performance Alan Benny Engineers team. I believe that it was Louisa Benny out there at first, and indeed it was. So Louisa Benny comes in, will make way for James McLaren, or an R9 for an R6, should I say. McLaren, his first full race weekend of 2026 this. He actually broke his hand a little bit earlier in the year doing some training before he set to go to Spain. So great to have James with us. We'll be racing all across this weekend, and hopefully the hand holds up. I know he's got a metal plate in the thing, so fingers crossed that's all fine, and again, not melting in the seat. And he's able to show us what he can do, and hopefully no rust there. He's just able to get straight back on it.
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, yeah, all the interests, they were called JMR Performance, of course, James's own company, and Alan Benny were engineers, but now Fast Fifers, as they're known on the timing screens. A little shout out up there from up north for them, but nonetheless as well, new challenge for Louisa Benny. She usually races the R7. Now, of course, having a little shot on the R9. She first tested it over at Donington Park. Got some laps in it on the Friday, and then, well, has rocked up here to Croft to do her first endurance race as well on it. So, always good to see it. Always good to see. They're currently sitting P23 overall. PP Racing, Shet Racing, and Pack Racing just ahead of them. Norfolk and Good Racing, they currently sit P19, and well, I mean, yeah, try saying that pretty fast. I'll let you work out exactly what it's meant to be anyway for them, for the 505 squad. But nonetheless, they're P19 overall out there on circuit. We're currently looking at the number 7 out on track for the Hot Fire continuing their running out on circuit. P7 for the number 7, quite fitting for the WCS Racing team. just sitting behind Nitrous Plant out there on circuit. So 17 goes a little bit wide, just trying to get ahead of some of the back markers out there on track. And well, good to see the Army team out there on track. They did make quite an early pit stop maybe from what we thought they would have done. So they're further down the order than maybe what we're expecting, but hopefully a cleaner race of what they had at Donington Park, because, I mean, the Army team squad at Donington, they were plagued with mechanical issues, and let's keep in mind they went from having three Army teams in the endurance race, cut it right back down just to one to focus on it, and well, since the start of the season, hasn't quite gone to plan just yet.
Sometimes Lady Luck just doesn't like you, and it stays like that, you know. Gremlins hang around as well with bikes. You're working it, you replace bits, and it just stayed. I think one of the bikes had an electrical issue, somebody else had a dodgy clutch at Donington Park, somebody else, it just broke down as well. So it is what it is. And there we do see actually a changeover for the number 7 squad, the WCS Racing team, making their way out of the pit lane now. Got swapping the Fireblade for the Kawasaki. That is Matthew Stansfield, who'll make his way back out onto the circuit. So half an hour to 35 minutes seems to be the mark of what you're aiming for. Some teams looks like they weren't quite able to make that, and then before that seems that was all just issues of some description that was bringing people into the pit lane. Again, we're just having to gauge the strategy in real time, unfortunately. We don't know what teams are running, you know, what fuel levels they've got on the bike, what tyres they're on, what tyres they have available to use across the course of the race as well. Again, that could largely be down to budget reasons. Some people might have a fresh set for each and every stint. Some people might just be running a set for the entire race on their bike, which, again, that should realistically be fine if you're running a harder compound. And if you are, quite frankly, bringing a fresh set for every stint, you've got far too much money for your own good at that point. But, again, we just don't know what things are going. So we're working this out right alongside you here at Croft, what people are doing with strategy. But, again, to my eyeballs at the moment, the 30 to 35 minute mark looks about right where you want your stint to be. Again, if it's a 30-minute stint as well, maybe a little bit longer, that sets you up very nicely for the end of the race. You keep it nice and equal across the 3 hours. And again, if you've got a 3-bike team, let me do some maths here. That's 2 stints for everybody, if my maths serves me correctly. I'm not very good at it, but I'll try my best anyway. So again, that works out very nicely. So now on the bike for a 3-rider team for each of the riders, half an hour each, split it up nice and evenly. I mean, as it goes, that's as fair and equal as it gets.
Yeah, exactly. Try and sort out the Matthew in the comments box. She says these were never my strong point either. That's because of the Nat 5s, but that's a whole different conversation. Kirkland currently out on circuit, still remaining P3. I mean, a real impressive stint for them. A few extra pit stops as well now coming our way. The Moto 46 squad, they've just done their changeover in P8. So Holden taking over as well. And well, as we mentioned, WCS Racing, they just exited to pit lane a few moments ago. Now, you can see here yet another change over, and this does look like the 512. Just having on stopwatch ready and raring to go. So whenever the rider does enter the pit lane, that being the Jens Racing team, Stevenson on board that one. So P24 for them as they enter pit lane. What position will they be on whenever they exit it? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. So it's BMW 4 BMW out there on circuit. So keeping things nice and consistent between the riders. And I mean, I think that's what you want sometimes, because whenever you have some riders sharing teams, in terms of, like we're seeing here with the Track Slides squad, they have different machinery across them. So if something goes wrong, for example, of Kirkland's Yamaha, if they still want to use Kirkland for the remainder of the race, he's then going to have to jump on the likes of a BMW just to get his minimum ride time in. And that's going to be a real tricky challenge to do. Meanwhile, if you have 2 BMWs in the box, it's a case of jumping on a BMW from a BMW if something goes wrong, or have the best of both worlds, like Maselli, like Fireworks, and share a bike. But we spoke about it, Ross, of how difficult it is in terms of setup and being comfortable on board the bike if you have riders that are not necessarily the same height, not necessarily the same size out there on circuit.
There's advantages and disadvantages to both of the philosophies. Again, we've talked already this weekend, as you will have seen over the lunch break, how the one bike setup, it is the more pure form of endurance racing. It's what you do at a world championship level. It's what you do at the Le Mans 24 hours, at the Boulder, or at the Suzuka 8 hours. But of course, again, you've got to set the bike up for 2, 3, 4 riders instead of just one. Then on the flip side, of course, if everyone has their own bike, that's all great and good. But if everyone's just running what they have instead of having the same bike, as we've been told, the number 31 machine has loose side number covers, and please fix at the next stop. That's the full-on racing team, so they'll have to they're not been told to come into the pits. They've not been given a mechanical flag. We've just been told, next pit stop, have a look at this. It's not dangerous, but just letting you know you've got an issue, and please fix it, or then we will start shouting at you and giving you penalties. As I was saying, though, there are some teams that all 3 riders, or all 4, or both riders, whatever, do have different bikes. And of course, that means that you know what you're riding. You can just jump on it, you can set it up how you like, and it's all fine and dandy. But it does mean if there's an issue with one of the bikes and you have to jump on someone else's. I want to say it's Paul Bowerbank and Snetterton that had an issue with his Yamaha R1, which has been playing in all season long. Had to jump on somebody else's bike in the garage, and again, had to get used to that bike very, very quickly. They were 5th position, ended up having a big off and causing a red flag. Luckily, he was okay, but again, it just goes to show that if in a stressful situation where your bike suddenly conks out, it's not working, you're in the pit lane and it's not moving, you have to hop on your teammate's bike, and it's a bike you've maybe not ridden before or you're not experienced with, you don't know the ins and outs of it, it's got a setup to maybe different to how you normally would like to ride the machinery. That can then hurt you as well. So there's advantages, there's disadvantages. Of course, the one bike setup is the pure form, but again, that's not always the best way to go about things, and it's just what teams feel like is what you want to do. And again, each team out there in this Bike Alloys endurance race will have a different idea of what they want to be as well. Some people will be wanting to set themselves a challenge. Like so the Maselli JJ race squad, one bike, 2 guys out there on it. They'll just be wanting to set themselves a challenge, doing it proper endurance style. Some guys who are out there just wanting to make the end of the race and just make sure they get it home in one piece, hopefully pick up some good places and some good points as well. And there's some guys, they're just out there having some fun with their mates as well. And that's the beauty of No Limits Racing, is you get a combination of all 3, and it's always brilliant.
A nice little points haul at the end of the day. Maybe some trophies as well to take home. That's what everyone's going to be looking for. Now, you can see changeover being done for the 67. Now on the pre-injection 604. Them Kirkland just behind on circuit. Now we're at the point of the endurance race where quite a lot of the battles on circuit are actually not for position, simply for road position out there on track. So trying to settle things out as it looks like a changeover has been done for the Nitrous Plant racing team. So Bowerbank out on circuit. We did speak about Paul Bowerbank, the issues that he's had with his Yamaha throughout the season. They still had a couple of things to try last night, hoping they found the issue. They wouldn't commit to say they found the electronic problem with the bike, and I think that's just to not jinx anything for today. But definitely, he was a lot happier, a lot smilier than what he's been as your race leader makes his way into the final corner. And James Lodge, it's been a solid ride so far for himself. 26 laps in now, we go to tick by yet another lap, and super impressive stuff for him. A 125.1, and it's been so impressive how consistent lap times have been so far. Consistently within the low 125 bracket for the Maselli JJ Racing squad, and they're continuing to pump by laps. So are Fireworks, so are Track Select, so are James G Racing, Randy Racing as well, yet to pit, and there is Randy Racing on the number 9. They're just about to be lapped yet again by your race leader. And Nicholas Round, he does enjoy an endurance race, and he started racing actually by smaller bikes, 125s, 50cc's, doing endurance races on those, and now he's racing 600s. His first big bike season was last year, and since then, he's enjoyed himself both sprint racing and endurance racing, and he's been able to convert some of those skills over by resting between stints, by going out there on fresh tyres, used tyres, full tanks of fuel, transferred all those skills over onto this big bike race. So it's been a real nice progression for him. It's been real good to see because, he's just going out there and enjoying every single minute. And now he gets a rare opportunity to follow the race leaders, even if it's just for a couple of corners.
Even for those few corners, yes, on different machinery, on the 600 compared to 1000, but that's going to be invaluable data to him to see, okay, they're braking there, they're doing this, they're doing that. How can I translate that to me and my bike and copy that? Again, sometimes it is far more advantageous, be it endurance racing or sprint racing, to be the following bike in a fight for the lead rather than to be the bike in front, because you can learn from your opponent, you can watch what they're doing, figure out, okay, I'm stronger here, they're stronger there, what are they doing, where's the best opportunity for me to try and make my way through and overtake. but we'll figure it out as we see riders making their way. And that's coming down the back straight, getting a lovely view of the scenery. And we've actually got
fireworks.
Fireworks coming off the road there. So problems, has that been a coming together? Surely it has been. Both riders on the bike and seemingly still in the race, but one of them pulling off to the side.
The 512. So the 512 running into a few issues there as well. That's James Racing. So Dean currently was on board that bike. So David Dean running into issues and slapping his left handlebar. So wherever that's
must have had to come
turned
together.
something off or you would have to say coming together, both of them being off the side of the circuit. So trying to bend that left handlebar back into position. Hopefully it's not broken or snapped any clutch levers. I don't think they're running a scooter brake on board that bike as he pushes the bike to the side of the circuit. And now it's going to be pressure on the team to get this right, get this procedure right, wait for the bike to come back to the pit lane, and most importantly, not send another bike out until at least 15 minutes has passed if David Dean cannot get his BMW back to the paddock.
Absolutely. Of course, that change of regulation last year, the whole bike has to get back to the pit lane, not just the transponder. You can't just rip the thing off the bike, leave it there and start sprinting your way back. So, but if it's not back in 15 minutes, you can make your way out. It's not great, but in the grand scheme of things, not the end of the world. At least you're able to rejoin the race in a 3-hour race compared to the 5 and a bit hour race we had last time at Donington. The 12 hour we've got coming up at Anglesey. It does hurt a little bit more. You've got less time to make that back up. So it looks like he's going to try and rejoin maybe trackside. Yep, looks like he is. Okay. And it was the fireworks squad in P2 overall and leading class as well that we saw going off with them. So whether that was there was a coming together between the team of them or one went down, the other took avoiding action. Hopefully everything's okay with that bike. Haven't seen them come back into the pit lane, and they have maintained that class lead, that second place position. They're not really under any pressure in terms of class. The second in class is the 31 full-on racing squad. So they're okay for the time being. Meanwhile, into the pits comes Proudfoot Racing, the number 69, currently running in P9 in the ACU National 600. It was Joe Ellis that started this race, made it just a touch over 40 minutes through this one out there, and now he's ready to hand over the reins to Joshua Proudfoot, the team's namesake, on his Kawasaki 636. So interesting to see what they're going to be able to do. And again, some riders still out there running very, very long stints. Again, we were saying 30-35 minutes is a pretty good stint to have around this place. We're now at 40, and some teams still yet to bring it into the box.
Yeah, still to enter the pit lane, certainly for the top 4 teams. Trackside has made a change now, so it is going to be James Waterhouse out there on circuit. And actually, 32 squad anyway, showing on the timing screens, only 2 riders used today for them. So what's went from Harry Denison, Jordan Browse and Scott Kirkland, it's now just shown as James Waterhouse and Scott Kirkland out on circuit. So a slightly different team order and team members maybe than what we would expect. So we'll have to pop down in pit lane later on, speak to them and find out exactly what's went on. Perhaps maybe Harry Denison hasn't been able to get the bike fixed for the endurance race, or not comfortable to use it in the endurance race if he's got a lack of spare parts for tomorrow's sprint race as well. Let's keep in mind, obviously, races in the sprints, and well, there's points and prizes to be won there as well. JMG Racing getting through, and actually Maselli JJ Racing looking to do some lapping on JMG Racing. So if they can get through in the 277, which is now the bike ahead of them, they've officially lapped everyone except from Fireworks out there on circuit. Astounding stuff, and they have done it now. So that's 3rd place on the road now, 1 lap down. Fireworks, meanwhile, they're yet to cross the line. Obviously, they've ran into their own issues, and halfway down the back straight, I do believe, is Fireworks. So making their way towards Tower Bend. I don't think it's going to be long until Maselli GG Racing have lapped the entire field out here on circuit, and they could potentially do it within the hour.
Absolutely, not even at the 45-minute mark here at Croft. And Maselli JJ Racing with that number 1 plate are absolutely flying, having to get out of the throttle a little bit, going out of Tower Bend, almost onto the grass, motocross style, as they had to avoid somebody there. Again, that's the danger that multi-class racing throws at you. That's as tight as you like on the run into the Jim Clark S's. And I think they may have ever so slightly touched the grass. In fact, they just kept it pink, kept it on 2 wheels, didn't even bother looking back. Yeah, I'm sure a few rude words may have been said under the helmet, of course, but still on 2 wheels. Again, you don't want your race to end with lap traffic. That is no way for a performance like this that hasn't even really unfolded yet to come to a conclusion. Still a bit more traffic to make their way through, of course, as well. That's the number 69. They're making their way up to the rear of now. That's Proudfoot Racing, of course, Joshua Proudfoot now up there on his bike, on his Kawasaki, but I'm sure he'll be very swiftly overtaken by the 1000 of the Maselli JJ Racing. The BMW, it's not 1000 actually, that's actually a 999, but still the point remains. Interestingly, they're taking so much more curb through the left hand into the opening chicane than anybody else. It's a bit of an awkward corner. It's one that's very much designed, I think, with four-wheeled racing in mind rather than two. Because it kind of jots out, it slows down Hawthorne as that is fireworks coming into the pit lane, getting the bike cooled. And then they'll be heading back out.
It looks like maybe even some damage to that front screen there. I mean, we can't quite see it. It could just be my eyes right with the camera. Actually, yeah, it looks all okay. So I'm going to take that one right back. But Ross, we do have the first pit stop intervention penalty in this race. So it is going to be for the number 69 team, Proudfoot Racing. Has a 5.795 second penalty. And well, as math isn't our strong suit, we head over to the calculators to work this one out. So a 1.159 fast pit stop for them. And well, that's going to be not necessarily too costly in the grand scheme of things for 3 hours, but these things can build up. And if you do not get on top of it across a whole season, it can cost you some real championship points.
It certainly can. And of course, not the immediate end of the world. Proudfoot Racing still running P3 in class. That penalty has already been applied. But they are on the same lap as P4 in class. That's Bullbag Racing. Of course, they do have two squads here this weekend. Bullbag Racing, should I say. Yeah, they've got two teams in the 194. You see, of course, in the AC Nationals. So, of course, the AC Nationals, Bullbag Racing 2, which we've seen Parsby coming through there. So 1 and 2, keep in mind again, even though we've got teams like Army Team 1, even though they are the only Army team at the moment so far.
Just in case.
Just in case. I'm sure we'll be getting some more when we head to Anglesey a little while down the road. But we do actually have a two-bike team. And I mean, as in like two separate teams with two separate squads, rather than just two bikes shared between a couple of people. So great to see that, and great to see that the Bullbag squad is expanding, shall we say, and enjoying themselves out there as well, I'm sure. 2 minutes and 13 left on the clock here at the Biker Lawyers. 3 hours of Croft in No Limits Racing, our third endurance race of this season. Of course, all of our endurance actions taking place on Saturday here at No Limits Racing. And then Sunday, we'll be bringing you coverage of all of our sprint action to finish off this weekend from NLR TV. Of course, just a reminder though, you can have a little lie and you've got plenty of time to wake up, have a coffee or a tea or something. Due to noise regulations, not a single engine is allowed to be fired up until midday on the dot here at Croft. So that means that we're going to have to wait just a little while before we get things going. So you've got time to sit back. It is the 5:05 of Norfolk in Good Racing with a 2.6 second penalty for a pit stop time infringement. So that's really tight margins. We're looking at tenths of a second there, if anything. So that's our second pit stop minimum time infringement in quick succession as well, it must be said. So people clearly getting impatient down on pit lane. But again, 2.6 sessions, I don't think they're going to be too worried about that one. That's minuscule time. And again, they've beaten that out of pit lane by probably a couple of centimetres, to be honest.
Yeah, they're not going to be too concerned about that one for the time being at the very least. But yeah, well, you can see the 56 now. They're making yet another stop. So are the number 67 squad. Of course, they're the teams that we see enter the pit lane in the first 10 minutes or so. Randy Racing looks like they're getting ready to make their first stop of the race. Meanwhile, everyone else, that's going to be their second stop of action. So down they go. Well, yeah, because some discussions happening there between the number 67. So checking that everything is okay for them as Oddballs Racing continue their running as well. And well, so do Fireworks. It's going to be a real question of who's going to pit first between Maselli and GMG Racing. Obviously, Nicholas Round, you have to say they will be in within the next couple of laps or so. And then, of course, GMG Racing and Maselli Racing, I believe, are the only two teams that haven't made a stop just yet. Of course, our leaders actually have just made their stop, so it is going to be Jonathan Lodge now on board that bike. So 32 laps they've completed on one stint of fuel. They've got to be happy with that one, and it seems like Jonathan is going to be in for a long mammoth stint as things stand.
Yeah, certainly will be. A 50-minute stint as well is really, really aggressive, but very, very positive as well. It means that you certainly have time to short pit a little bit later on. You can take less fuel in the bike. You don't have to worry about too much things. So wait and see how it's going to unfold for those guys. 2 hours and 10 minutes on the clock. Why don't we have a little run through the order of things as we are just coming to our final pit stoppers for the opening stint. In fact, second stint pit stoppers probably aren't that far away for some of them as well. And it's still Maselli JJ Racing, number one bike that leads up the front now with Jonathan instead of James Lodge on the bike. GMJ Racing, the number two with Jordan Poole on the bike. He's been out there for a long old time, and as I always say, not to be confused with the NBA player. Still running in second place and still waiting for those guys to come into pit lane as well. P3 now, Randy Racing with Tom Major out there. So Nicholas Round has forfeited his duties. In fact, just a moment ago, they just came into the pits a couple of seconds ago. So Major will make his way out very, very shortly on the number 9 machine. Again, another R6 for that squad, even though a different bike from Nicholas Round. Then we have the track slag squad with James Waterhouse out there at the moment. Again, we need to figure out what bike those guys are going to be running on because the typical lineup for them with Harry Dennison, Jordan Browse and Scott Kirkland, it's a BMW, a Fireblade and an R1. Kirkland is still in the squad with his R1, but we're expecting Harry Dennison and Jordan Browse to be here this weekend. They are not, well, they were here yesterday, but they're not racing in this one. James Waterhouse will have to figure out what bike he's out there on at the moment. They're running in P3. And what am I talking about? No, I'm talking about the right thing. They've in fact just got past Randy Racing because of the pit stop. So now P3 overall, second in class. Randy Racing was second in class. Randy Racing is still dropping places, actually. Must have been a lengthy old pit stop. P5, first in class, is the 178 PB Racing of Paul Bloomfield. He's out there and is still out there. I'm not sure if he's boxed either, actually, or he may be double stinting if he's absolutely mental, which, you know what, fair enough, if that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. Then it's the WCS Racing bike, second in class, the number 7, Michael Stansfield. Now behind the handlebars at the moment. Tom Major has made his way out into P7 for Randy Racing. They are third in class. Then it's the number 8, Serica UK Moto 46 squad. Then it's Snapdragon Racing. Racing, Paul Baubank has made his way out to the circuit and about 10 or so laps ago for the number 43. They are in P10. Then it's Joshua Proudfoot for Proudfoot Racing, P11. Team Sublime in P12. Bullbag Racing, 13th. Rye Culture, 14th. The Fast Fifers in P15. James McLaren now back out there. It looks like it was a fairly short opening stint, in fact, for Louisa Benny. But it looks like James running okay at the moment. Great to see that once again. His first full race weekend back on a bike after an injury earlier on in the year while training. Then P16, Full On Racing. P17, JAS Racing. P18, the 911 of Heck Racing. P19, Norfolk and Good Racing on the 505. And P20, the 49 of PP Racing. Then it's Pack Racing, the number 21 squad, who boxed very, very early doors. In fact, they've just made their second pit stop, in fact. And then it will be they've done on the second pit stop already. It's very early. Chris Taylor now out there for Pack Racing on his BMW after a relatively short stint from Paul Dewey as well. Those guys have been improving round on round, but they've had a bit of a rough run of this one. Then they're followed by Oddballs Racing, Shet Racing, Race Skins Endurance, KGG Endurance, Army Team 1, the Jens Team, Bullbag Racing 2, and Be Mad Road Racing. That's how things stand with 2 hours and just under 7 minutes left on the clock. Calming down though, there's people heading into their second stint. Couple people already onto their third, in fact. But why don't we head down to the pit lane and speak to some of the riders. Over to you, the marathon man, Lewis Rae.
Thanks for that, Ross. Well, we're down here in pit lane as things stand, and we're here with Andy from Fireworks. And, well, it was a dramatic stint. It was a fast stint for yourself, but it looked like something happened over at Sunny.
Indeed, that's why I'm stood here talking to you. I've been and apologised to Snapdragon, who looked confused. It wasn't them. And then I went and found Tom, and he's won him. And then that lad's with the R6. It's not them.
It looked to be the 512 team.
Is it? Sorry, 512. I don't know who you are, but that was more my mistake than yours. So.
Yeah, and just explain, we caught just the tail end of it when both you guys were on the grass. They had to stop a little bit just to get the left handlebar unbent. It looks like. What happened from your side?
Aimed down the outside for an increasing gap. I had enough speed difference to nip round the outside before it starts decreasing. I didn't leave enough factor of safety. He heard the bike and stood it up a little bit. And
yeah, I mean, it's a mistake. These things happen. It's motorcycle racing, but still a long race to go for you guys.
That's the first fella I've hit in 20 years on track. I sincerely apologise.
Yeah. Well, the good news is both you guys stayed on two wheels. It looked like they just had to sort something out, and then they were able to get the bike going again. So no real lasting damage at the very least.
No, it's broken screen. It doesn't seem to leak, and 512 was up and running a lap down. So
yeah, I mean,
I hope they're still circulating.
Yeah, I believe they are, and I mean, chin up for yourself, and I'm sure you're going to see them later on in the paddock and apologise.
It is very hard work.
Yeah, I'll let you have a cool down anyway. Best of luck, and we'll catch up later on.
Thank you. Oh, great coverage, by the way.
And yeah, right. Always nice to get a little compliment in here, and we'll see how much you can get in, because pack racing down here, having a nice little relax, and for yourself. Was it a planned stop that early on? I mean, you stopped within the first 15 minutes or so of the endurance race.
Yeah, so I had a good start, tried to go with the front runners. And to be honest, yeah, we just... I made a couple of mistakes out on the back end. So I was lost a bit of time and things like that. So just felt like the right time for me to come in and have a change over.
And now Chris out there on circuit, how's things going for him here today? Of course, it was a difficult daunting part in endurance terms for Chris, but all things look to be going well after some tweaks on Friday night for him.
Yeah, definitely. As I say, from Donington Park, we was always on the back foot. So hopefully this is the first round now where we can, show a bit of speed and, here, so he's learning that as well. I'm confident we'll just get stronger and stronger as we go.
Yeah, and just go out there, have a laugh, have some fun. You mentioned it's your first time here at Croft yesterday. Yeah. How are you finding the 3 hours? I mean, still just under 2 hours to go as things stand.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's warm out then. It's, you get dry, you kind of breathing in a lot of warm air. But I think once now the start's out of the way, it's just a matter of being consistent, and we'll try and run some steady laps and see where we end up.
Consistency is key, as we know, in endurance racing. So best of luck for the rest of it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And, Michael, it seems trying not to trip myself up too much. We're going to go a quick walk to the end of pit lane here, round racing, as I should say. Nicholas Round having a little bit of relaxation time, if you will, as the 176 they're coming into pit lane. So we'll watch this pit stop first, and then we'll go speak to Nicholas Round. So coming into pit lane now for the 178. Into pit box they go. It is going to be a rider and bike change, doing the really style endurance format, as most of the grid actually is. So it's just a case of swapping over from the R6, the older style R6. Obviously they updated that in around 2016 or so to the flatter front fairs, and then they're going to be changing over to the ZX6. So out of pit lane they go. Successful change for them. Hopefully everything has stayed within the regulations in terms of pit stop intervention time and the speed down pit lane. You can hear the pit limiter bouncing off as they left pit lane. Now Nicholas Round has actually just escaped us as he goes to the back of the garage. So we'll swoop in because, well, Nicholas, it's been a tough stint, it looks like, for him out on track. And if you can grab a quick word at the front of the garage bike, getting some extra fuel for this next stint. But I gotta say, you look pretty tired after that opening stint.
It's physical out there. It's a great track, but it's physical, yeah, because you're always braking and
wrestling the bike. When it's full as well, it's really, really hard work.
I've got to say though, credit where it's due, it was a good opening stint from yourself, plenty of positions gained, and well, it looks like number 7 just going out for their next stint, but a real good opening stint for you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just tried to be consistent. I could see GMJ in the distance, so I was just trying to keep the gap as constant as I could. He got a little bit away. He's a quality rider, but yeah, just tried to keep it in touch to give Tom the best chance in this stint.
Finally, next stint coming up for yourself, it looks like. How long are you expecting before you're out on the bike?
Hopefully everything goes right. He should be out 50 minutes, and then I'll be out for as long as 50 minutes again.
Well, best of luck anyway, and hopefully you can give yourself a little bit of rest somewhere out on circuit.
I'm going to sit just there for the next 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Well, round racing there, Ross, and well, we're going to pass it back up to the comment box in a few moments because it is scorcho down here in pit lane. I'm happily accepting donations for any kind of sun cream because the sun is well and truly out here at Croft. Back up to you, Ross.
Thank you very much, Lewis. Great to hear from some of the riders there and getting their perspectives on how everything is going as we are very swiftly approaching the 1 hour mark. Been a very calm race here so far in the Biker Lawyers. 3 hours of Croft here at No Limits Racing, the third round of the 2026 season. But it's been a very interesting one nonetheless. And of course, as always here at Croft, a very, very big crowd coming along for the spectacle. And if you are watching trackside, hope you are enjoying all of the show. Very knowledgeable crowd as well, as I found out when I was intercepted while I was dashing down to Parc Ferme earlier. And I told him I would apologise for this because he told me off because earlier I apparently said the lap record round here was a 1:15, when in fact it's a 1:19 set by Ryuichi Kiyanari back in 2007 in the BSB round. And, fair play to that guy. Clearly more knowledgeable than me. Absolute respect for it. Got that one wrong. But yeah, very knowledgeable crowd here at Croft. And a crowd that is absolutely loving all of the racing action. And of course we do go again tomorrow as well. Let us not forget. Plenty more racing action coming your way with all the rest of our sprint races. No inter-services race this weekend, of course, although a lot of the services riders are here still competing in other classes. And they'll be back at the next one when we head to Brands Hatch GP, coming your way on the 27th and 28th of June. Then Cadwell Park, of course, the 25th and 26th of July. Knockhill, the 22nd and 23rd of August. Then Anglesey Coastal on the 19th and 20th of September, and Donington Park on the 10th of October. Don't forget, in the middle of all of that, we also have our endurance-only round at Anglesey International. That is our 12-hour endurance, the biggest endurance event we will have ever done at No Limits Racing. And I'm sure we'll be seeing all of the riders here and many, many more showing up to put themselves to the test, put their machinery to the test as well. We can't wait for it. Make sure you head over to the No Limits website to find out more about that one. And of course, if you are watching on NLR TV, make sure you like, share, subscribe, all of the above to help promote the championship and get the best club racing in the UK out there. And of course, let us know where in the world you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting as well. If you've got friends or family out there on the racetrack, we want to hear from you. We want to show, or we want to see, shall we say, your passion. We want to see the support out there. Still running around like it's as easy as anything, really. The number one in the semi-JJ racing bike has had no issues. One near miss as they made their way through lap traffic, but even then kept it pinned with Jonathan Lodge still on the bike. Managed to get 32 laps done in that opening stint. It's been 10 laps since Jonathan took over from his brother James, and doing an easily or a similarly spectacular job. Of course, pace has dropped off a little bit. Jonathan keeping it very consistent in the 125s, though, it must be said. That seems to be the objective for the squad from now on. It was early quit laps from James at the start of the race. Of course, got a huge jump away from the Le Mans style start. Got a perfect getaway. And then a couple of hard laps, just pounding rubber into the road, just getting that gap behind them so they weren't under any pressure. And now it's just consistency, riding about 85, 90%. There's no need to push it any further. There's no need to put the machinery under that stress when you've got an advantage like this and you can run it fast enough that you hold on to it, even extend it, but the reliability side of things isn't going to come back to bite you. Of course it might, you never know, it's racing. Sometimes things blow up and go wrong, but fingers crossed, I'm sure, for the squad, everything goes okay. They continue to lead the way, though. The Track Slags 32 squad are now up into second place overall. On top of there hasn't been a pit stop for WCS Racing. They've just made their way through on their own accord. Of course, it is James Waterhouse still on that bike at the moment, who is possibly a stand-in. We'll have to, next time we head down to the pit lane, we'll run and inspect and figure out what's going on with their rider selections this weekend. But still doing a very good job, up to second overall. And of course, Lewis Rae, second in class as well.
Second in class to get a good points haul from today. Of course, has been pretty dominant over the first 2 rounds of the season and some of last year as well. The champions in category 4. Them, a couple more riders making their way into pit lane. It looks like Full On Racing and, of course, the KGG Endurance. So that is all done for them. Wells currently on board the Team Twin Trophy bike, but of course that will be changed in a few moments' time. As we do carry on. As over an hour completed so far for them, and always lovely to see them out on circuit. Still though, plenty of people watching on from home. Marcus Rhodes as well, watching on the Army squad as they continue their fight. They're currently sitting P26 down the order, and Ross, we spoke about it before, not necessarily the result that they'd be hoping for, but everyone's out there having a good time at the moment. And actually, we usually see them as well. No RAF Dambusters as well out on circuit here at Croft. Hopefully they'll be back for the next round. If they're not back for the next round, it doesn't matter too much, because it does look like a huge entry list for Brands Hatch's endurance race with the guest class in there as well. But hopefully they'll all be back for the 12-hour in July too, as the 32 continues their running out on circuit. By further laps, WCS Racing though, they've just entered the pit lane, so Stansfield now off that bike and Weatherald back on board it. Now Weatherald's a super experienced rider in terms of twin racing. You're used to race twins with us at No Limits a few years ago, now of course switching to the endurance. Now the 56 is being looked at under observation for some smoke out there on track. So the 56, followed by Grayson 2 out there on circuit. Where are they currently running? They're running P28 out on track. So the marshals just keeping a good eye on them as they continue to look for the bike. But still though, taken by further laps. 45 laps have been completed here at Croft. Some pit boards in as well. And there's some different strategies in terms of what they want to do to call in the riders for pit lane. And there's confirmation of the under investigation from race control. But some teams that they like to do simply just fling out a leg down the start-finish straight. It's the rider telling the team, look, it's time, I've got the light on the bike, I don't want to push it too hard. Or it could be a hand in the air, it could be a hand there 2 laps to go, to tell them 2 laps and then they'll be in. It depends how they want to work out strategy. Other teams will have it calculated so precisely that they'll have it on a pit board when it's time to get in, or when they recommend coming into pit lane. Because the last thing you want to do is run out of fuel 3/4 of the way around a lap.
There's also my personal favourite way to inform the team of just going 3 corners before the pit lane. You just go, sod it, I'm coming in, and then just turn up and everyone goes, what are you doing here? I needed to stop. It's just, again, it's one of the things, of course, a lot of these bikes will have dashes, but it's difficult to get into them and make them display messages from the team. And then, of course, you can't send messages back across to the team while you're out on the bike. So it is difficult, so you do have to come up with creative ways to signal. But each team has their own preference. And again, it's one of those things that those at the front of the championships might be being a bit sneaky and maybe looking and figuring out, okay, so this means they're doing this. That means, hang out on the pit wall, these guys are coming in or something, or, we now need to stop here instead of here because we can jump them, etc., etc. All those things that come into play in endurance racing. It's what makes it so much more special, because there's so many little factors like that do come into play and can genuinely affect things as well. As we've got about 1 minute and 50 left on the clock here at Croft. Been a very exciting race so far. Looks like the 56 has also now been given a penalty for a short pit stop as well. So, really not going the way of the 56 team at the moment. They've had a investigation into some smoke coming in. Maybe Ballbag Racing 2 decided to call that in early, and then they've actually got a penalty for jumping the pit lane as well. Didn't quite see how long said penalty was. We'll just wait for that To update on our live timing, of course, you can follow along to live timing as well at home or trackside. If you're listening along on the PA, you can head over to our timing card website, TSL timing, or livetiming.tsl, I think it is. And you can find us down there. A big thank you, of course, to everybody from TSL for their support, not just here at Croft, but across the season. And of course, it goes without saying, a big thank you to everyone making No Limits Racing happen for the first 3 rounds of 2026 so far. Of course, a big thank you to all of the marshals and the medic, both those affiliated with No Limits and then the trackside, or the marshals based from the track and the medics as well. We couldn't go racing without them. Ideally, in an ideal world, we would love to not be able to need them, but racing is dangerous, unfortunately. And it looks like it's an identical penalty, in fact, for the 28 and the 56 squad. So that may have been, they've been told, in fact, the 56 did not have a short pit stop penalty. It was, in fact, the 28 bike that was in for the pits too short. It's minuscule times for the fast fifers. Louisa Benny now back out on the bike on her R9. Of course, big thank you to everyone in race control as well, and all of the stewards, the race directors, all of the above. We couldn't be here without their support and continuing to help No Limits grow and grow race weekend after race weekend, let alone year after year. So a big thank you to all of those guys, and for the support that they are showing, and for continuing to push the championship to new heights. Hour and 50 left on the clock then here at Croft, and it continues to be Jonathan Lodge on the Maselli JJ Racing #1 bike, just running rings around everybody. They are now a lap clear of everybody else in the field, and we're not even halfway through this race. The Track Slag squad, though, still looking pretty, and in second place, and got a big advantage over the Nitrous Pack 43 squad. Meanwhile, the Circuit UK Moto 46 team leading in class in the ACU National 600 category. Then in the Randy Racing, or Fireworks, should I say, the number 25. Randy Racing also we see leading their respective classes. Ray Skins Endurance, the front runners in the ACU National Twins, and the leading twin bike as well. So that's how things stand. Just a quick overview of our front runners at the moment. And we'll just wait to see how it's all going to unfold. We should be expecting to see a couple of teams coming into the pits fairly soon. We did see WCS off coming in a few moments ago. That's why, or WCS Racing, should I say, not WCS off, a few moments ago. That's where they've dropped down the order a little bit. They were running P3 at the time. And in fact, as I say that, it's very possible that the Track Slag squad may have come in, or it's very possible as well that the Cerakote UK Moto 46 team have just got by them on pace alone. At the line last time, it was 0.7 of a second. They could be very, very close out on track.
Very close out on circuit. Even after all this time has passed, it's the theme of No Limits Endurance Race, and always great to see close battles out on circuit. We're closing in on 50 laps completed at the front of this order. Maselli, JJ Race, and they continue to lead a very comfortable margin anyway. Motor 46 now placing themselves up into second. Waterhouse continuing to run out on track for the 32 team. But Fireworks, I mean, you just seen how apologetic Andy was there, as Derek Gillespie does take the reins for the 25 squad. But I do believe just after we did that interview, he was able to find the 512 squad out there on circuit and apologise down in pit lane. But nonetheless, we're continuing our run out here on track. And now we are continuing laps for this. And we did see the penalty that was applied for the number 28 squad. That was for the short stop, and they are continuing to run laps out on circuit for themselves. But with the penalty applied, that'll drop them all the way down to P16. Louisa Benn, as we mentioned, taken back over for them. James McLaren, after a difficult start to race for the team, has picked up a few more positions. It looks like at the race start, Louisa Benny wasn't able to get the bike started offline. Of course, the R9 completely new for themselves. And, Maselli, GG Racing, alongside Jonathan Lodge, the number 1, sitting P1 out on track. So 2 laps of an advantage for themselves. A 128.9 still being their fastest lap. Most interestingly as well, their fastest lap of the race, the fastest lap of anyone in this entire 3-hour endurance so far, was indeed completed on the second lap of this entire event. And now that second lap's going to be the first flying lap, so it proves they've settled into a rhythm nice and quick. And you have to wonder how consistent they've been able to be. This clearly is not 100% for GG Racing. I mean, they clearly have a little bit left in the bag, and the question is, how fast can they actually run if they had to? I don't think we're actually going to see it at all this race, unless they run into one or two issues. I mean, I remember last year when we ran a race at Alton Park, it was mixed conditions, it was tricky out there. That's when we've seen some mistakes from the Lodge duo, one of the few mistakes that we've seen the entire season. As 31 being reminded about loose side number covers, being told to fix it at the next pit stop. But yeah, so fix the next pit stop, that's just for marshals out there on circuit if they actually want to have everything checked over. So marshals as well, if there is any serious issues with the bike, like it's smoking, they're easily identifiable for that. So we do see a rider and a bike down there at the side of the circuit. So we'll have to keep an eye on what happens. The 56 also running into some issues track side as well. Looks like that Aprilia is completely conked out. They managed to get it going yet again. As yeah, we continue on.
Local yellows for the time being. That incident that seemed to be coming through the complex section. Ryder is sat up, no, actually maybe in the infield down the back. Ryder is sat up, and that's the 505. That's Norfolk and Good Racing. Wow, and that's a big one as well. And the rider is receiving assistance, but is sat up. But yeah, that's looks like it's probably low-sided there, but it is just waved local yellows at the moment, so no immediate cause for concern, but we'll keep you posted and let you know what's going on as soon as we are aware. It was Daniels on the 505. That is Simon Daniels out there at the moment on an R6. I believe it is a multi-bike team with two R6s. Andrew Coulter, the other rider. So, of course, if Simon is okay to rejoin the race a little bit later on, then Andrew should be able to head back out in just under 15 minutes' time, given the regulations. But then, of course, there will need to be some repairs on Simon's bike as well. We'll figure it out as we go along. Yeah, still wave local yellows, so it looks like everything is okay. We did also see another rider going very slowly down at the opening couple of corners. Believe that everything was okay with them. May have just been a mechanical issue, perhaps a very slippy chain or something like that. So, as a safety car, in fact, safety car has been called now. So we do have the safety car coming out, so it's been decided that we'll be slowing down just a little bit. First safety car of the day. Of course, we only use our safety car in the endurance races, and we are, for fans of No Limits in years gone by, back to the old classic Audi for this round as well. So Glyn has ditched the MSV Hyundais for the good old No Limits Audi. So that'll be coming out. That'll be condensing the field, neutralising the race a little bit as well. But it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to gain or lose positions.
Yeah, no overtaking, obviously, under safety car conditions, completely neutralising the race. But let's not forget, just because the safety car is out doesn't mean you can suddenly start doing 5 to 10 miles per hour out there on circuit. You still need to go at a decent pace just to collect everyone in one nice bunch. And we're not in a situation where we're waiting 5-10 minutes for everyone to bunch up together, because that is not a great situation to be in. But yeah, we will continue on. It does let, yeah, as you mentioned, the 505 running into issues. So Norfolk and Good Racing. Daniels was on board that at the time. And yeah, always a name you just got a second guess. Say a little bit slower than maybe what you would want to, or maybe slower than what they would want to, or want us to say. But as you mentioned, the Audi safety car out, and actually the first time ever the safety car has been used in an endurance race. As last year, when we came to non-MSV circuits, we had the trusty old white Jaguar out there on track as our safety car. This year, though, brand spanking new Audi taken to the track. So Glenn Tour at the wheel of that one, and the bike's already piling behind it. And it's a real good technique. Now, of course, it's not going to be the leader that's at the front of the safety car queue. It might potentially be, but if it is, that's purely on luck. And it's going to be the first person who, well, the first person that is behind the safety car after a gap. So, 1 hour and 42 minutes. And everyone just managing to catch up to the queue. And safety car out, and pit lane, it will be quiet. The only people that will be entering pit lane under safety car conditions are people that absolutely need fuel and people that absolutely need to stop. And of course, the red flag with the white cross, that is the safety car flag. If you're not used to it being shown, obviously all the riders that take part in the endurance race, they are treated to a briefing at the start of the day. It's a must-attend briefing, and it covers things like this. So if it is your first time in safety car conditions, you are able to understand exactly what you need to do. It looks like about half the field currently has caught onto the back of the safety car queue. Still a big bunch making their way out of the final corner. I will tell you, race control at the moment will be a hive of activity while they work out what exactly they want to do and when they're happy to get a restart going. Not only for the 505 squad, which have crashed out on circuit and receiving some attention from the marshals track side. It's also a case that they just want everyone to be safe that tries the race, but it's a decision to be made of when exactly they want to get the race restarted with how many riders are at the back of the safety car queue. It still looks like the likes of JMG Racing, the 53, the 43 squad as well. Nitrous Plant, they still have to catch up to the queue. Just when the safety car came out onto track, they were at the complete opposite side of the circuit. So a little bit of work to do for them. But for your race leaders, they're right in the midst of this pack. And when the restart does get underway, they're going to have quite a few back markers to carve their way through. 54 laps have been completed so far. The safety car came out at just past 4:30 in the afternoon. Of course, the green flag went off around an hour and 15 minutes, of course. We started a little bit later than planned. Went racing around 3:15 in the evening, just after 3:15. But since the very start, your race leaders have been the Lodge duo. They've led all the way from the very start, and it was Jonathan and James out on track. Currently, Jonathan is on track. James took the reins for the first 32 laps. At the end of lap 32, he entered the pit lane, and it was Jonathan that took over. With the lap times that they've been doing out on track, it's been consistently within the 125, 126 range, apart from, of course, lap 2, where it was a magical 123. They did that when it counted and got themselves a nice comfortable margin. Safety car lights, though, they are out, meaning we are nearly ready for green flag running to take place yet again. So the safety car will peel in at the next available opportunity, and then we will hopefully be able to get action resumed out on circuit. So one more tour around Croft, and then Glentour, well, he'll release the bikes on their merry way for the next half of this race. By the time we get started, it's just going to be over 1 hour and a half left of this 3-hour race. Of course, quite tight noise restrictions here at Croft, so it's going to be tight to get everything started, everything finished, and everyone back into pit lane with the bike switched off at the end of the race. But that's a feature us problem in terms of the present. We are focusing on the action and ready to get going. So half a lap remains, of course. Let's keep in mind the first bike in your pictures, not first on the road. Instead, will be the first bike to lead to the safety car queue off. Paul Holden as well, sitting second in his picture. I can't tell you that one. As tries to make a little bit of the gap to the right behind, obviously. The pit entry, not too far away from the start-finish line here at Croft. It's on the main straight itself, unlike what we have at other circuits. So an hour and 37 minutes left on the clock, and we are nearly ready for green flag running to resume here at round 3 of the season of the Biker Lawyers No Limits Endurance Championships, powered by Pirelli, of course. Into the final sector we go now. The safety car peels left into the pit lane, and it will be action resuming out on circuit. We are go yet again on track. Into turn 1 we go now for the first time of asking. Everyone's going to try and be nice and careful, you would imagine, on track. After all the run, it seems like Track Slags has picked up yet another position. So Waterhouse just getting ahead of number 6. So Paul Holden now dropping back down another order, another position in National 600 running. Top 2 riders on track being National 1000 runners. Both of them, of course, racing for position and class. Now, the 505, it does seem like the rider will be taken to the medical centre, and that was, of course, the cause of the safety car, just so we could get the rider safely to the medical centre, just to get checked out after that off. They were sitting up with assistance from the marshals, so we said our best wishes. Here's for an hour and a half left in this one. Fireworks at about 4 for 5th in picture. Of course, they've completed yet another rider change for them, as well, one of the twin runners having some issues out there on track, so disappointment for them. Hopefully they can get that fixed, whatever that issue will be, and it's not going to be terminal. I mean, the bike is being pushed over, which would usually show that it's going to be a terminal issue, and they're going to have to wait around 15 minutes or so before that can resume. The 512, that looks to be, that stopped out on track. So none was out on track, and it is actually a faller. So a crash for none. Rider okay, though. We did see him up on his feet straight away. So luckily, no safety car needed this time around for that incident. As it looks like, to be fair to the field, a lot of riders have caught themselves up after that safety car queue. So clearly everyone getting a little bit better at safety car restarts. And it looks like the 911 was one of the few bikes that weren't able to get themselves caught up before we went green yet again. But here are our race leaders. Mr. JJ Racing with Jonathan James Lodge. Well, they're continuing their running. Blue flags, of course, out to the bikes ahead of them. Just signifying the faster bike is coming now. When you're getting laps, when you have blue flags shown through the ice, you're just to immediately get out of the way, swerve to the other side of the circuit, so you avoid any kind of racing room action. Instead, it's a case of being predictable to the bike behind, and just having the race leaders know exactly where you're going to be on circuit, and they can plan their way around you instead. It's really the faster bike's responsibility to get ahead nice and safely. So they have indeed done that. Of course, the number 1 squad, super experienced. So they're going to have what looks to be Randy Racing next on their list before what looks to be Fireworks, who's going side by side all the way towards turn 1. And yeah, great stuff for them. Of course, restart time officially look to be at 16:55. We're getting on race control, so we'll have to wait and see exactly what they mean by that. But nonetheless, that looks to be the restart time for the 512 squad. So the 512 can take back to circuit at 16:55 because it looks like they're not going to be able to get that bike back in time. If they exit pit lane before that time, well, it's going to be a big penalty for them. And always great to see such a healthy endurance entry list here at Croft. Some of the teams not able to take part that we normally see, as we're a little bit further up north compared to usual. Still, making up for riders. Number 1 though, a healthy advantage. A couple of laps advantage for them. A 1:23 still being their fastest lap, a 1:29 being their last lap, but they have been stuck in traffic for a little bit of time now, and because they've been stuck behind safety cars, well, they've not been wanting to get mixed up in any of the action. But yeah, well, we're continuing our running out on track. The BMW, of course, leading the way. It's a real mix of bikes out here on track. We have BMWs, Kawasaki's, Yamahas, 1000s, 600s, 650s, 700s, street bikes, you name it. We even had some F100 teams last time out, but we're ticking closer to an hour and a half left on the clock, which will, of course, mean half race distance. It's not too much longer now, as the number 6 has been given a short stop penalty. 22.92 second penalty for them. We'll get back into that as we head down to pit lane with Ross.
Thanks a lot, Lewis. Back down at pit lane, getting very busy once again. You see the 277 bike coming in. We're going to try to see how far we can get down the end, as we may unfortunately lose our connection back to the media centre, but we're going to give it our best. So we see a prime example here of what happens with a bike swap pit stop as well as a rider swap. So you just have to wait, essentially, the bike ready and raring to go. You just got to wait for that 31.2 seconds before you're allowed to head out onto the circuit. Well, seems like as good as a time as ever when the riders just come in. May as well ask a few questions. If I must. Is that going all right? It's quite tight. There you go. How are you feeling after that one then?
Battered. Absolutely battered. It's tough.
No, I mean, it's hot. It's a physical circuit. I can imagine it's tough, but happy with the stint?
It could have gone a lot better, I'll be honest. I'm a bit disappointed. I wanted to go longer. I wanted to go quicker. I'm pumped. That's better.
It's all right. You got a bit of time to rest and relax at least before you get back out there. But still, how's the squad feeling in general? All okay?
I think so. I mean, with P2, mostly thanks to George. I mean, I've been a bit of a nightmare, to be fair, but get some rest, get some water, go again.
I'll let you go and get some rest. You can have your glove back if you want. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Right, there you go. Straight in, fresh off the bike. That's as live as it's ever going to get, isn't it? I'm trying to see if I can find certainly the 32 squad, who I believe are down here. If not, definitely the Army squad. No, they're not. It's definitely the Army squad down there. See if I can get something out of one of those guys. And then if not, we'll just jump in back here and discuss some of the other teams we've got at the moment. So let's see if we can grab something out of one of the Army riders at the very least. And maybe jump in as there's a bit of refueling going on at the moment. How's things going for you guys all?
Oh, it's hot, isn't it? It's hot.
Yeah, it seems to be a consensus up and down the pit lane, don't worry. But yeah, everything okay with the team at the moment?
Yeah, hopefully. I've literally just come in, so I'm just trying to hydrate and sit down. But I think so. I crashed the bike before, so it seems all right now. So
obviously, very importantly for you guys, the RAF aren't out there today, so that's big points for you guys over them. So are you able just to get as many as you can to catch up a bit?
Hopefully, there's another hour and a half. Is it hour and a half to go? So it's never over till it's over. But yeah, it's just you got to catch them up here.
Absolutely. Yeah, no worries. We'll let you get on and sort yourselves out. But thanks for talking to us. We'll just see if we can grab from the 43 squad. See if anyone's around for a chat, maybe. There's that'll be why he's not riding. You know, Harry Dennison in arming cast, thing on leg. We were wondering why you weren't going out. Well, what happened? He smashed it off yesterday.
When you was looking at the bikes, what you didn't realise is that Jordan's bike was a little bit further up. So me and Jordan recently came together going in. So we both went down. He's done his bike, he's hurt his arm. I've fractured my wrist, I've dislocated a bone in my hand, and I've torn my MCL and dislocated my toe. So that's why I'm not riding.
That makes a lot of sense. We were kind of looking at the toe schemes, but like who, where, what? Well, fair enough.
It was either pull out or James obviously tagged in for us, and he's going really well. So yeah, we can't be happier than a P2 with so far. Anyway, fingers crossed for the rest of the race.
Well, all the best for the team. Hope you and Jordan get better. Yeah, great to speak to you, I guess.
I don't know if I'll be back out this season, but we'll see.
P3 now, P3.
P3.
P2 for us, mate.
Well, right, you've got to go out again, yeah?
Change of position then. Change of position then. P2, you'll take that?
Yeah?
P2, you'll take
I'll tell you now, but we've got a pit stop to make. I think we're a pit stop behind, so yeah. Well, hopefully Jack takes them. We'll have them this time. We'll see.
Well, still a long way to go, just about halfway, so things could change, of course, but, you know, on the move and still fighting with the guys at the front as well, so can't complain about that.
Well, P2's the aim, so we'll see. Kieran's doing the job,
Mark the tracks, lads.
Also, guys, we'll let you get on for a few pit stop. Thanks a lot, man.
Sorry?
We'll let you get on for a few stuff. Thanks a lot.
Man. Cheers, man.
Well, great to speak to some of our riders. We've got a couple more coming into the pit lane. We'll just see if we can grab anybody else quickly as we see the 49 team having a quick changeover. Seems like good of a time as any to head over there and get something out of them. If they're changing changing bikes. We'll let him go back into the actual garage first before we come in and annoy him for a little bit. Again, it's great timing this, because the stints are all a little bit over the place, so people are coming and going. The strategy's all very varied, so it just means every time we're down in the pit lane, there's loads of action going on for us to enjoy, and loads of people for us to come and intercept as the bikers wheel back. Lovely, fair analysis, must be said. Fresh in then? How are you feeling?
Very, very, very refreshing, yes. For a sprightly 59-year-old, I feel fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, understandably, it's quite warm, it's hard out there, but still, how's things going for the team? Running okay?
Yeah, it's a nice steady run. Yeah, good fun. First team out, and then we're out again now, so we're making laps.
Yeah, I mean, after we finish the race, have a good time.
Very much so, yeah. Everybody else looks like they're doing really well.
Yeah, well, things looking good. Bike's all feeling okay?
Yeah, it's good, yeah, tyres are good. Bit of refreshments now and refuel, and off we go again in 45 minutes.
Yeah, is there one more stint for you or a couple more left?
One more, yes.
Right, we'll look forward to it. We'll let you go rest and recover. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Great to be squad there. Still high of activity down in the pit lane. But Lewis, let's head back over to the complex. I believe we are now just about over half distance through this race. Lewis, Rae, back over to you.
Thanks, Ross. Always good to hear for everything that's happening down in pit lane. And yeah, shame we couldn't catch quite everything there that you're saying. Either that, or you have a little stutter in your voice. But yeah, always good to hear down in pit lane from the riders, from the teams. And since we've been down in pit lane, plenty to talk about. So obviously we had the number 6 penalty, a 22.92 second penalty for them. That's for a short pit stop. Then 1 minute later, just under 1 minute later, 55 seconds or so later, we had a short stop penalty for the for the number 91. That's a 14.21 second penalty. Then we had a short stop penalty for the number 62. That's a 25.02 second penalty. And the 512 team being told they can pick up their bike finally now. It's been recovered to the drop-off point. Plus, the number 25, we've just been told moments ago, in the last 30 seconds or so, they've stopped at the chicane. So fireworks, they've ran into issues out on circuit. So a big issue for them. Well, there's the chicane there. We can't quite see exactly where they've stopped. So hopefully, actually, now we've been told they've rejoined out on circuit. So whatever they've stopped from, they've been able to get it started again. So potentially an electrical issue for them, whatever it is, a brief issue. Pit lane action, though, is continuing on. All balls racing there in the pit lane as things stand, as are Shet's races. So Snook currently on board to that well. So over half race distance has been completed here at Croft for round 3 of the No Limits racing season. We're not going to be too far away before we start looking towards the final hour of running. Here, of course, a busy Saturday. As always, it's going to be a packed Sunday schedule as well. No breaks once the racing gets underway at midday. Obviously, with it starting so late in the day, so much to get through. There is the 25, though, who have stopped and rejoined out on track. So it seems like the story continuing to be written for this team. It hasn't been all positive news for them. I mean, Andy was so apologetic down in pit lane, but hopefully any issues that they're having, it's not going to be race ending, because that's lost them some time, certainly in some positions. They're now running P12 out on track, so not an endurance race to remember for them, as the 178 does continue on. But yeah, Andy continuing his running as they make their way into the final running. 67 does follow them out on track. Now we need to have a good look at this bike, see if there's anything we can at least notice from the track cameras. Any damage at all to the machine? As well, he does make his way into the final sector, into the complex yet again, into the final sector. Particularly again, just trying to have a good old look at things as well, yeah, into the final corner he does go now. Some back markers to get through for himself, let's not forget. Out of the final corner, though, trying to keep the front wheel down on the ground. And I think our best opportunity is going to be looking at it in pit lane next time around. Obviously, right at the top of pit lane for these guys. Means that they don't have too far to go once they hit the pit lane limiter signs. Down round the outside. But it does look like some damage certainly on the front screen of that bike. Now, I didn't think I'd seen it earlier on. And, well, I thought my eyes were mistaken, but actually I think I was right the first time around. So, yes, some damage to that R1, of course. It is just one bike that they're using all the way throughout. And Andy, he did mention that he did make contact. He did say, actually, the first rider he's ever hit in around 25 years or so on track. So, yeah, a big occasion for him, and one that he was probably hoping would never come. But, yeah, now some twin traffic to get through for himself. That R1 battered and bruised as of such has stopped and rejoined out on circuit and now continuing to lap down the P12. But Ross still at the front of this race, nicely consistent from in front of our riders. But we've got to say, for the track slag squad, now I was waiting until he rejoins back in the commentary box to bring it up, but well, I don't think we could give Harry Denson too much stick for not being out there on circuit, because my word, is he battered and bruised.
Yeah, no, again, we had no idea, and again, we just completely missed Jordan's bike when we were doing the pit walks, apparently, and we were just like, oh, where is he? Oh, there he is. Oh, his arm's in a cast, he's done his knee, and oh, that's, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, all the best to Harry and to Jordan. Hope they get well soon, and we can see them back out on track as soon as possible. Yeah, that was a gnarly one, that one, clearly down at Tower Bend. Hopefully they're all okay. But still, the squad doing well without them, as the number 2 and the number 17 manager have been summoned to race control. So that's WCS Racing, currently 2nd overall and 1st in class. And then Oddballs Racing, currently 20th overall. So they've been told they need to go up and see the steward, see the clerk of the course and the deputy clerk of the course as well. They could be in it. That could be we just need to tell you something and it's just easier to do it face to face. Or it could be, you're in a lot of trouble here. So we'll wait to see what's going on there. But that's not a message that immediately fills them with joy. Normally when you get summoned to the steward's room, it's not a good thing. So we'll wait and see what that is. There are our race leaders coming in. Jonathan Lodge brings in the number 1 machine and will give way to James. In fact, it's going to be a tyre change as well. Look at that, proper endurance style. Off goes Jonathan, on will jump James as they get a new rear on certainly. It looks like they go new front as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Then put some fuel in it. They're running this proper endurance style, none of this faffing around. Get it in, get the quick fueler as well. I highly respect the balaclava goggles just in case something catches fire from the fuel man. And then the second that's off, James will jump on the bike, fire it up and go away immediately as we see now. There we go. That is awesome stuff there. Proper endurance pit stop live at Croft. Brilliant stuff to see that. And still, we said JJ Racing pulling away. The number 9 bike has come to a halt at the end of pit lane. Hopefully everything okay for Randy Racing.
I wonder if that's pit stop intervention time.
Maybe, yeah. It could be that they've gone too early, realised they've gone too early and just gone, okay, let's just pull in here, hold it here for a second, yeah. And rather than, trundle down the pit lane at vastly slower speed, which then is dangerous because someone can ride into the back of you. So that's probably what's going on there. Hopefully everything's okay. And again, you'd rather be 5 seconds over the pit stop intervention time than 5 seconds under it.
Now, straight away on their out lap, boosted in the pace. I mean, we've seen a front and rear tyre change for them, the fuel as well. Such a professional outfit for the Lodge duo. From start to finish last season, they ran races like it was a World Championship endurance race. I mean, the setup they have down there is simply impressive, and the effort they go through during the pit stops. They practice the pit stops as well before the event gets underway during qualifying, and any opportunity that you can really get, as there is the 512 squad, as they were involved obviously in the drama earlier on with fireworks, and everything hopefully is all sewn up between the pair of them. Into the complex so we go yet again, and the number 1 squad does make the way into the final corner now. A street bike just ahead of them to make the way through. And, well, that's going to be no bother at all, as you would imagine. Front wheel, though, rising quite a bit on that BMW now. Of course, they're using the S1000RR, not quite the M1000 that we see some of the riders using nowadays. We've seen the likes of last year, Max Lofthouse, for example, using the M1000, and this year, the likes of Harry Denson using the M1000 as well. Sadly, not in the race here today, although they were entered to be, but hopefully not too much damage as well with that bike, if he can get out at all over the course of the season. Because, I mean, Harry was saying potentially there could have been a season-ending crash, that one for himself. But into Tower Bend we go yet again. The second half of the lap starts around now. Then you get on to the power. This is now the Jim Clark S's. A big, fast-flowing section, and one that you need some commitment towards. And then Barcroft. Now, Barcroft is a real tricky corner, and it's a corner which maybe relies on a little bit more commitment on the bike than what you would need in a car, for example. Because if you run wide on entry to Barcroft in a car, you have that tarmac area on the outside. Meanwhile, on a bike, I mean, going out there on a bike is going to be very, very sketchy indeed. There's stones, there's little bits of gravel, there's little bits of rock, for example. It's not the smoothest tarmac in the world, and not one that you're going to want to end up on at all.
No, certainly not. I mean, you'll see when the British touring cars come to town a little bit later on in the year, they almost run all four wheels off the track there. They get out so wide to give themselves the biggest run into Sunny Air, because you can get away with that in a car, because not only have you got, extra tyre and extra mechanical grip, also the contact patch is so much bigger than what you get with a bike, so you don't have to worry about the little stones and things getting involved. So that's why it's much bigger corner, should I say, on a bike than it is in a car for certain. 1 minute 15, just a touch over left on the clock. Alan Lane, we can see there, back out onto the circuit for Pack Racing, currently running in P13, that's P4 in class. Out of 4. Those guys unfortunately having some issues early on and just not quite being quite up to the pace. But again, we spoke to Alan. We simply always speak to Alan. He's always just there whenever we're running up and down the pit lane. It's not a preferential thing. He's a very chatty guy, very nice and always easy to talk to.
And there's usually a story as well going on with that team.
Yeah, there is normally a story going on with the team. And again, these guys have never been to Croft before. And again, they're still relatively new to endurance and to no limits. But they said, they're learning each and every round, each and every lap, and they're very happy just to go out there and do their own thing. So great to see Alan out there and doing his thing. Blue flags flashing for him, of course, as he tips it in to the Jim Clark S's, and riding pretty comfortably. Again, even if it's P4 and technically last in class, A is still fourth, which gets great points, and B, finishing any endurance race is in itself an achievement. They are so physically draining, mentally draining. They knacker the bikes to pieces. I mean, blown motors, ruined chains, you need new pads, discs, etc, etc. These things are hard, and getting to the end of one is a monumental achievement. Be that 3 hours, be that 5 and a bit hours at Donington, or be that 12 hours in a couple of months' time when we head to Anglesey International for our marquee endurance event, our biggest ever No Limits Racing endurance, the 12 hours of Anglesey International, and we can't wait for that one. But yeah, to take the checkered flag in a Biker Lawyers No Limits endurance race is an achievement, and I'm sure that is exactly what Pack Racing are trying to do as they continue to build and learn round after round, race after race, and continue to push their way through. Not had anyone telling us, or what am I talking about? Not had any further messaging about the number 7 and the number 2 squad team managers being called up to race control. So hopefully everything's okay. I'm assuming we'll get a message if they have all been told off very badly coming through on the live timing. Of course, you can follow along the live timing if you're watching at home or indeed trackside. Just make sure you head over to our timing partners website, livetiming.tsl-timing.com. You can find us there under the bit that says No Limits Racing. That's funnily enough where we are. And you can follow along as closely up to date as we possibly can. The 90 has a loose side number cover. And then sort that one out on the next stop again. That's a pretty common theme around here. It's very bumpy. Things work their way loose, just as long as you can get that sorted for the next workout. Or the next time you go out, you're all good to go. A bit of a 4-bike train going on here as they're all negotiating their way around at each other. Almost 3 wide down into complex number 1. That's a bit brave at this phase of the race, but all making their way through very cleanly. And very tight racing. Again, most of these not for position. In fact, I don't think any of them are for position. And no, they aren't. They're all just kind of tripping over each other as they're out there doing their own thing. But again,
you see other bikes on track, you're still going to try and race them, aren't you?
Yeah, you're still going to have to fight them. It's the racer within anyone out there on circuit. They're going to want to get that position ahead of them, even if it's not going to get them any more points in terms of the championship this year. It's one of those things. And let's not forget as well, it could be beneficial towards your race. If you're stuck behind someone, you're following them nice and close, but actually in reality you're doing then suddenly half a second slower than what you've been doing the entire race. Some riders like a target, but then on the other hand things, you can get a little bit of target fixation, and it's one of the things that you learn pretty quickly when you begin to race motorcycles is the bike essentially goes where your eyes go, and it's not until you get involved in a near miss incident or a incident out on circuit perhaps where your eyes are drawn something at the other side of the circuit away from the racing line. The next thing you know, the bike's headed in that direction, away from where you want to go, and you can get yourself involved in it or have an incident of your own. So, yeah, Randy Racing. Now we're looking at on screen, back on the R6. I mean, Nicholas Round, he was incredibly tired. He said he was going to be spending the rest of his break anyway on the seat and just taking a breather from the action out of the track. But Alan Lane struggling to get by on the 50 from Nicholas Rounds. And Croft, it's one of these circuits that the final sector especially, it doesn't matter if you're on 600, it doesn't matter if you're on 1000, it's going to be very, very similar in terms of pace. It's not going to be until we get to these points here, start, finish straight, and of course the back straight, that superbikes are really going to be making a difference. But Croft, in terms of an endurance race, you can get away with a 600 and be super competitive at the front.
To be fair, we've seen at all three of our Bike Alloys endurance races so far this season that the 1000s and the 600s can be very, very competitive with one another. Unfortunately, if you're on one of the twins, you're going to be running at the back. Sorry, not sorry. But, you know, you can have some good racing with the other twin bikes that are out there, I suppose. But for the most part, both the 1000s and the 600s have been running very close and have been getting very much into the mix of things. Of course, we currently have P1 and 2 overall is from the ACU 1000 category. Then we've got the 7 in P3, another 1000 bike. It's when we get down to P4, or should I say WCS Racing, and the Team Power Trophy, so leading in their own class technically. It's when we get to P4 that we find the number 6 UK 600s, and even then they're not really technically 600s. It's a Triumph 765 and a Ducati 955. But again, they're still up there and still very competitive and still beating other 1000 machines. Some of the 600s. And again, it's similar to what we saw at Donington. It's similar to what we saw at Snetterton as well. Of course, Croft is very much a circuit where you can be competitive on a 600 compared to 1000, as we see. Well, that's just a look, isn't it? As you're putting fuel in the bike, fair enough.
Who can blame him for the temperatures?
It is warm.
But maybe not the most fire protective.
No, probably not. I think we would have concerns over the safety of that. But again, at this point as well, it's that warm anyway. It's probably like being on fire in the first place. So, yeah, hope you enjoyed that view at home. And if you're trackside, you're lucky you didn't see it. As we continue to go on 1 minute and 9 left on the clock. But yeah, of course, endurance racing, it is different as well in that you're running off pace, you're holding yourself back, strategy comes into it, etc., etc. So it does close up that pace differential between the bigger and the smaller bikes. But overall, really, you just you're on what you're brung, and if you're quick, you're quick. If you're not quick, you're not quick in the endurance side of things, aren't you? So, yes, at the moment we are seeing 1000s leading the way. We've also seen 600s leading the way here. We've seen 600s leading the way in previous categories, and they're certainly all getting up in the mix with one another. So just because you're on a 600 does not overall mean it's a death sentence. You can still be very high up the field, fighting for very solid overall places.
Yeah, the 600s, super competitive out on track. And again, there's plenty of them out there. You're seeing right now 2 R6s, 2 completely different generations of R6s out there on track, having a good scrap as they head through. But now they're continuing to run. Now, another penalty has been given in pit lane. This time, though, a right through penalty. And that's for exceeding the pit lane speed limit, doing 68 kilometers an hour in a 60 kilometer an hour zone. Now, a lot of teams do run pit lane speed limiters via a button, whether it be a push button or whether it just be a simple press. Nonetheless, though, you can't be speeding in pit lane. That's a dead set penalty. You're not going to get away with that one. You're not going to sweet talk your way out of that. One pack racing now, another pit stop for them. But yeah, an interesting one anyway, and definitely one that you'll never do again after you've been given a penalty for the first time, or at least you would hope so. And obviously we have a speed limit in the pit lane simply for safety purposes. We tick towards the next hour of running. We're nearly 2/3 of the way completed here, Ross, and things coming by nicely so far, I think it's fair to say. James Lodge currently on board the Maselli JJ Racing team. It looks like they've got a good amount of distance before that one. There's the number 67, just ahead of the 50, or 67 as the kids would say, out there on track. Continuing their run on board the Kawasaki, the Suzuki just behind them. A brand new addition for the Pack Racing team. So from Yamaha to Suzuki for them, down the back straight two, with 1 hour and 6 minutes remaining. And that is move made already for themselves. But we'll try and catch up with the Lodge brothers pretty soon and see exactly how their race is going. You would imagine it's going to plan, because it's been perfect from start to finish so far. 76 laps completed so far for themselves, and sprinting into the distance. Top three bikes though in the running order. Marcello's GT Racing leads the way from track flags. Now Kirkland back on board that one. Kirkland being the sole rider in that team that was actually entered originally into that team. Now the track flags team sitting in P2. WCS Racing sitting in third, with Moto 46 and Nitro's Plant Racing in P4 and P5. Randy Racing leading in class in P6, with Predator Racing, GMG Racing, Fireworks and Team Sublime rounding out the top 10. Further pit stops being made, PB Racing and GAS Racing is currently in pit lane. That looks like GAS Racing just stopping in their box before they change their rider, change their squad on the 85. Ashcroft did take that bike in. We'll wait to see who's going to take it out. Now on the road, it does look like the Moto 46 squad is ahead of WCS Racing, but of course penalties to be applied for Moto 46, so we need to keep in mind that one as the race goes on, because when things are settled out, WCS Racing gets back ahead. Little update as well on Army Team 1. They're now further up the order. P23 for them. They were running P26. And, we do continue to run. And there is Army Team 1, just as we were speaking about them. They were running P23, but that, I think, is going to be down the order. I think they're going to be maybe told off a little bit from the shirts there about that rejoin. That was right ahead of another bike, crossing the circuit at an angle. But whatever the case, there was no contact, nothing like that, and they're back into the pit lane. So they've entered the pit lane P23, and then who knows, they could drop to P26 or lower at this rate. Dirt all over the tyres. No surprise there, but a tip-off, it looks like, at the final corner for the Army squad.
Yeah, it won't have been a fast crash, which is the main thing. It was Gareth Isles out there on the bike before that one. He has done a fairly lengthy stint, to be fair to him, so maybe just the front tyre just running out of rubber. Maybe himself just couldn't quite hold on to the bike when he's at full lean. But yeah, it would have been a fast crash, would have just slid off the road and into the dirt. So there won't be much to repair, won't have to worry too much about it. They'll just get somebody else something. And of course, there is never a better place to crash than right before the pit entry line. Because then you can just go straight back in. There's never a worse place to crash than right after the pit exit line, because then you've got to do a whole lap to get it back round. So you win some, you lose some. And, I guess not a total disaster for Army Team 1. Still 23rd overall at the moment as it stands. We'll just wait to see where they're going to emerge and who's going to be heading back out there. That may have been a slightly unscheduled shot. They probably wouldn't have been far away from coming in. But yeah, just slightly earlier than planned, as we are quickly approaching the 1 hour mark. Following around the Pack Racing number 50 bike at the moment. That is Paul G out there at the moment on his Suzuki. 3 different bikes for that score. We've got an R1 with Suzuki, we see now, and a BMW, and the double R for Taylor as well. Plenty of difference from those guys. They're a bit more of a run what you run kind of team, for lack of a better term. It's just those are the bikes that they happen to own. They're going to race together as a squad. But on the plus side, it does mean that you get to just focus on yourself, your own bike. You don't have to worry about your teammates' setups or anything like that. You just need to make yourself comfortable on the machinery. Of course, unless someone then needs to hop on your machinery in an emergency situation because their bike's in a million pieces, then you might have a bit of a problem on your hands. But for the time being, those guys running fine, as we see there. Number 8 up the inside of the 6-7. Just making their way through a bit of traffic. Nothing to complain about there. And running pretty smoothly as it stands. These guys... Again, it's been a very, very clean race so far. We've had the one safety car, of course. We had that incident with the 505 going down earlier on. Simon Daniels, the rider, the last update that we had on that one, that was that rider was conscious and was just heading to the medical centre for further checks, but that was very shortly after the incident. We haven't had more information on that one for you, unfortunately. But his teammate is back out there on the circuit. And I have no idea if he plans to do the remaining hour and a half by himself. If he is, he's a very brave man in the seat and far sillier than most, I'd say, as well at the same time. And he's going to have a very sore right arm tomorrow, I can imagine. But outside of that one safety car, it's all been very, very clean, especially in this heat as well, where we were worried about fatigue. We were worried about people getting frustrated with overheat, their body, their temperatures overheating, starting to lose focus, getting angry at those around them and maybe throwing it away a little bit. But, everyone just kept themselves running their own race. A couple of falls here and there, but nothing majorly serious apart from that one with the 505 squad. Overall, we've had 2 hours of really clean, really solid racing.
Credit where credit's due for the riders. I mean, Donington Park, we had... we had a good day of racing, let's say, but there was some messy periods with quite a few red flag interruptions. Same with Snetterton as well, quite a few red flags. So far, not to jinx it, not to give the commentators curse, but we've only had one minor red flag in the NL 500, which luckily wasn't too bad, and everyone was up on their feet straight away. So far, only one safety car as well, and if my memory serves me correct, I believe we had 5 safety cars at Donington Park, 4 or 5, anyway, for sure. And, here, one so far, only 1 hour remaining. So either we're going to have a very calm race, or it's going to be the most dramatic hour that you're ever going to see in Biker Lawyer No Limits Endurance Championship history, as we see our race leaders yet again. 1 hour left on the clock. Maselli, JJ Racing leads the way. James Lodge currently on board. Kirkland, 4-track slag sitting in P2, with Stansfield in 3rd. Motor 46, it's in P4 with Nitrous Plant Racing. Nicholson currently on board that one, with Ellis currently on board the 69 Proudfoot Racing machine. Randy Racing still leading in class in P7. JMG Racing, Fireworks and Team Sublime rounded out the top 10. Less than 1 hour to go here at Croft. Things begin to heat up for sure further down the order, but in the lead it's almost a 2-lap advantage for Maselli JJ Racing. Seriously impressive stuff for them on their comeback to No Limits Racing in 2026. And well, they're showing everyone how it's done so far, and if you can keep things cool for less than an hour, which it looks like a couple more stops left for them, that's going to be it. 2 stops left and they should hopefully be at the end. They could get roughly 32 laps on the tank.
Certainly can. And again, that's giving clean running as well. We talked about how calm it's been. There's always an opportunity to say what he does. Like you said, Lewis, with us saying that, it's either going to be clean to the end of the race or someone's going to go watch this, do their best Maverick Vinales impression and jump off the bike halfway down the straight. We'll wait and see how it's going to unfold, but anyway, for the time being, it's been very, very clean. And again, if you've executed the strategy right, from this point, if you haven't boxed yet, you're looking at 2 more. If you've just boxed, you're looking at 1 more pit stop realistically. So, all going to plan for the most part, as we do see our race leaders making their way back through the final corner, back onto the front straight. It is James Lodge on that number 1 bike at the moment. They've got a 3 or 2.5 lap realistically advantage over the number 32's Track Slags bike. In fact, just going to try and see if I can clock where they are on the road out there, looking at the live timing screen, but can't quite identify them at the moment. But yeah, I'd call it about 2.5 laps back. Are the 32 squad as it stands. In fact, yeah, they are basically bang on that. They're just making their way through the open couple of corners now. So 2.5 laps is the advantage for James. Jonathan Lodge, the Maselli JJ Racing number 1 machine. Of course, we saw them as well. They're sharing the same bike. We saw a proper professional style endurance pit stop tyre change, fuel on. It was amazing to watch. And again, given that most of the teams that do run relay-style pit stops, but you've just got one bike waiting, the other bike comes in, and he's going to, so awesome to see that one. WCS Racing holding on to third place at the moment. Again, not heard anything about that WCS Racing 7 bike or the 2 bike of Obels Racing. We heard a little while ago that their team managers had been called up to race control. Not heard anything just here. Lack of adhesion flag down the main straight. Somebody's either dumped a little bit of oil or something's fallen off of a bike somewhere, maybe a chain protector or something like that. So hopefully everything's okay. It's definitely not raining, I can tell you that much. I'd be very surprised if it was. Again, that's typically what happens when it starts raining. You get one of those, and then of course you get the, if it's a sprint race or a slightly longer sprint race, you get a flag-to-flag race, of course, here in No Limits Racing. I'd expect that you'd probably just red flag the race and have to switch on to wet tyres and get a wet setup. So let's see where this is coming on. It's only coming down the front straight. It's supposed to come around the back end of the circuit. And then from the commentary box, I can see just the post just before Complex 1, which you can see there now, actually. Nothing there, so don't know what's going on. Hopefully everything's okay, though. And, well, we don't even know if that lack of adhesion flag is still there. It may well have gone by now. If anybody's guessed what's going on down the start-finish straight as it stands. With 56 minutes left on the clock here at Croft. And no, it is still there. Okay. So, yeah, we'll figure it out. And so it starts as you're coming onto the start straight, because that marshal stand just a bit further back has it as well. So your guess is as good as mine, I suppose. Still with 55, or just a touch under 56 minutes, shall we call it, left on the clock here in the Biker Lawyers No Limits 3 hours of Croft. Here in Yorkshire, we hope you're enjoying the fun, whether you are trackside or joining us alongside on NLR TV, as we do have a bike going very, very slowly. That is the number 29 machine, I want to say. No, in fact, it's not the 29, it's just the 6th machine, I believe that is. That's coming to a crawling halt. That is the Moto 46 Serica UK squad. And they were leading in class, P4 overall, and it's gone bang. What is going on for Mark Bridger, who's out there at the moment on his Ducati? Paul, if he's able to get it back to pit lane, Paul Holden will be okay, but he's in a very awkward position, and if he wants to get back to pit lane, he does have to cross across the racing surface. And suddenly, the number 6 Moto 46 squad in a spot of bother, and could very well be losing the race lead in Class 2 Proudfoot Racing if they're not careful. They do not have a lap on them. They were on the lead lap. He's managed to find space to cross over, so he will be able to get it back to the pits, and they can quickly do a change and quickly get Paul Holden back out there as quickly as possible. Paul Holden, of course, a race winner in the Street Bike Cup earlier on today, but disaster for the Serica UK Moto 46 squad. That gifts Proudfoot Racing the lead in the ACU National 600 category. And suddenly, we've got a very, very different race, certainly in that class, but up the front as well. It's got to get back to the pit box. You can see just how exhausted Joe Ellis is, having pushed that bike, of course, throughout the stint. And he was out there for a fairly decent chunk of time. We're looking at about, it wasn't quite the same length as his first stint. I think these guys were double stinting it, in fact. Only one stint for Joshua Pravis. They were double stinting it. I'm sure. Has he run out of fuel? That might line up with it, to be fair, potentially, if they're double stinting it. He might have run out of gas. Well, it's anyone's guess. We'll have to see if Lewis or myself, whenever we're next down into the pit lane, can catch up with But to me, I suspect that Joe Ellis might have run out of juice. Tried to push it just a little bit too far, saw the light come on, and we can get a little bit extra out of this one. And suddenly it's put in his face. But we'll wait and see, and we'll have to see if we can head down and speak to them a little bit later on today. And they continue to push their way around here at Croft. It's been a fantastic day of racing so far at the third round of the 2026 No Limits racing season. A most northerly English round, of course. We're heading up to Kill a little bit later in the season. On the subject of Knockhill, here's someone Scottish, Lewis Rae.
Well, thanks for that, Ross. Stereotype much. Nonetheless, though, we're here with our race leaders for the time being. Jonathan Lodge, I mean, what a race it's been from start to finish for you guys. I believe it's your first endurance race of the season for you. What made you come back here at Croft, and tell us the race from your perspective?
Come down to the usual thing, just a bit of time, getting things ready. I always think it's that you've been lucky really with the weather for the first couple of rounds. I can remember going to Snetterton, it's freezing, so we're not so bothered about doing the full championship this year. We've done it now 5 years, so just going to pick a few rounds. I think the next one we'll do is a 12-hour at Anglesey. But we're going to try and run that one bike, start to finish, see how we get on with that.
Yeah, proper endurance style, if you like it. And, well, it always seems like whenever we see guys out on circuit, your bike's able to go a long way on one tank of fuel. Is there anything you can tell us about that? Is it strategy? Is it fueling of the bike?
If you run one bike, you're running like FAM rules on the bike, so we can run a bigger fuel tank, 24-litre tank, whereas the tag teams you only run a standard tank, so that's where we get the extra range from. To be fair here, we've done it in the past, run hour stints, 1 hour for one rider, 2 hours for other, but it doesn't work anymore with the rules, so we just split it down to 45 minutes. It's a bit easier on us as well, so.
Yeah, and with there being less than 1 hour remaining now, what are you expecting for yourself at step-wise?
I think James is going to come in with about 30 minutes left, and I'm just going to hopefully bring it home about steady 30 minutes.
Yeah, steady 30 minutes for you, and well, you mentioned the 12 hours. Is there anywhere else that we can expect to see you later this year, just before we let you go?
Not really thought about it. Maybe Donington at the end of the year, that's all.
We lost Lewis and the camera down there, unfortunately. Hopefully everything's okay. Shame we weren't able to hear the end of that one, and we'll see if we can cut back down to them momentarily and see if they can finish the convo, or at least find somebody else to try and talk to. Only 50 minutes left on the clock here at Croft, and what a weekend it has been so far. Of course, a shorter weekend than we would expect from your standard No Limits racing season. That's just due to local noise restrictions. Of course, Croft only is limited to only 40 days a year racing. And we are, of course, incredibly lucky and privileged at No Limits to be given 2 of those 40 days. But at the same time, because there's only 40 days, we are the premier bike racing event of the year, which is why it's been so busy today. It's going to be so busy tomorrow at the track. If you are thinking of coming along, get here fairly early doors, I will say, because space is at a bit of a premium here at Croft. And if you are here still watching along and listening to us trackside, we hope you're enjoying the show and hope you come back tomorrow as well for all of our sprint racing action. Slightly longer day tomorrow in terms of races, but of course, if you weren't aware, we will be starting the day later, so you can have a little bit of a lie-in and just chill out, especially if you've been up late watching the Champions League or something. Won't spoil anything, but I know that is taking place tonight. But yeah, so tomorrow all of our races are 10 laps. 15 races coming your way tomorrow, so essentially the race 2s and the race 3s of all of our sprint classes. But, of course, we're not racing until 12:15, should I say. So this morning we had our first race. We were out on circuit from 9:30. We had our first race at 11:50. We, of course, were live a little bit before that here on NLR TV, just to bring you some of the action. Tomorrow, we won't have our first race until 12:15. That's because due to the noise restrictions, you are not allowed to have an engine fired here on Sunday until midday, which is very late indeed. So we'll be looking to finish tomorrow, hopefully around about 6 in the evening. But we'll wait and see how that's going to unfold. We might be here a bit longer, might be here a bit shorter. It's all up for interpretation. Out there, though, it is still Maselli JJ Racing leading the way. doing a fantastic job. Track Slag in second, WCS Racing in third, and still no outcome regarding their summoning to the stewards. They're still just... actually, there has been a new rider summoned to the stewards, though. The number 6 squad, the last rider for Circuit UK Moto 46, and the team boss have been summoned up to the stewards. Now, we did just see them wheeling the bike across the track in order to get back to the pit lane after it either broke down or ran out of fuel. So that could be a bit of a slap on the wrist for them as they head back out to that. That's the also got a 15.79 second time penalty for a pit stop time infringement from the 73. And that'll be why what's happened. So they've been summoned up because they took a shorter lap and wheeled the bike down across the line and then through the pit lane instead of going all the way around. It's classed as a shortened lap, so their pit entry is invalid, so that the bike that's now back out there for the number 6 squad has not been given a penalty yet, but has been deemed to have gone out before the 50 minutes / bike has got back, because the bike technically never made it back because they took a short lap, so it was invalid. So I'm assuming they've been summoned to argue their case before a penalty gets awarded, but that's what's going on there. So that is a real spanner in the works from the team that looked to have their class pretty much sewn up and done a little more than 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, given the penalty as well, it's going to feel so cruel, because pushing that bike all the way up pit lane, I mean, yeah, I can't... I wouldn't like to be that anyway. Let's say I'm not very envious of that run, even if it was only a couple hundred meters or so. But there we go. You can see Randy Racing continue their running out on circuit. They set P5 overall. That, of course, no surprise there, being first in category. Paul Burbank now back out on the nitrous plant racing machine. So he's down to P8, but most importantly, I don't think it's been too many issues for him on board the Yamaha, like we've seen at round 1 and round 2, where there's been plenty of mechanical issues, particularly electrical issues with that bike. And, well, it seems like that's all sorted this time. As you wait to see what goes on. James McLaren as well, he's up into P11 now, so Fast Fifers, they could get themselves up into the top 10 spots before the end of this race. I think that's fair to say. So 45 minutes still left on the clock. Everyone remaining pretty spaced out on circuit. So Randy Racing just coming through turn 1 now. The next bike that they're going to be catching on circuit is going to be the 85, that being GAS Racing. So Ward's currently on board that one. So yeah, less than 45 minutes remain, but I don't think we caught quite the end of the conversation there with the Lodge brothers. So yeah, Jonathan Lodge just saying that hoping to do a couple more rounds this year, maybe even the last round as well at Taunton Park, but it seems like they're only hoping to do 3, maybe 4 tops endurance rounds this year. So always good to see them in the paddock, but yeah, a real shame that they're not doing the whole season.
Well, I think for everybody else, it's fantastic they're not doing the whole season. Yeah, because what they've done here is absolutely demolished everybody. Again, still 45 minutes left of the clock, anything can happen. But, I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody who's saying, yeah, this is, you know, their race to lose at this point. And it has been realistically from lap 1. They just bolted away at the start. By the end of lap number 2, they had already like a 15, well, maybe not that much, but like a 10 or so second lead. And then it's just been settling to the rhythm that's about a second quicker than everybody else. They've still got plenty left in the tank, so they know they're not pushing too hard and just ride around and ride away from everyone. So, yeah, I'm sure that everyone is delighted to hear that they won't be here every single round this season, because it offers opportunities for others to win, shall we say. Not saying let's bring out the pity prize for second place or anything. There's still plenty of fantastic riders and teams out there in the Bike Alloys No Limits Endurance Championships. But the number 1 squad have kind of turned up and made everyone look a little bit silly today, especially in our 1000 categories, just with how quick their pace has been. They currently have a 3-lap advantage over the Track Slag squad with 43 minutes left on the clock, and they are just absolutely flying out there. And although the air temperature's dropped down a little bit, so it's still quite muggy, but at the end of the day, it's getting cooler. But of course, the fatigue will be there already, so everyone will be starting to drop off a little bit now. Everyone's starting to get tired, especially as we're looking towards the last stint, or maybe 2 for a couple of the teams. they've just kept going, kept banging the laps in and in and in. They're still running 125s even now. The number 50 is under observation. That's the Pack Racing squad with Paul Dewey out there at the moment on his Suzuki. Potential loose exhaust is what race control is saying. So he may be shown the mechanical flag to bring it on in. But again, that may just be something that Marshall thinks they've seen. They're just waiting to confirm that. We'll wait as well to hear what race control are going to say. And then we'll see if they're coming into the pits or not, if that is going to be what it's going to be. But that'll be a real shame for the Pack Racing squad. They've been having a good run so far today. A couple of issues here and there, but running 4th place in class. Yes, out of 4, but still running a very solid 4th. And again, looking to finish the race very solidly as well.
Yeah, to get the points, first you must finish, as to say in endurance racing. It's definitely not a sprint, that's for sure. It's certainly not the 7-lapper, the 5-lapper that we've seen earlier on this afternoon. We're ticking close to 100 laps completed here at Croft. And, well, apart from obviously the 505's crash earlier on, which of course send our best wishes to, it's been a relatively calm sprint. I mean, we've spoken about it a couple of times now, and we're not trying to commentator curse anything at all. I mean, we love to see everyone actually just going out there, enjoying themselves, having a fun race, and not doing anything silly. This is how you're meant to treat an endurance race. Just make it to the end, collect your points, and still, some seriously quick lap times are being included in JMJ Racing, though they head out of pit lane now to start yet another stint for themselves. So they run P7 out on circuit, and that is going to be a change of rider as well. So Pollock currently on board that machine, so that's second in category as well, let's not forget, as a blue flag showing yet again, with the race leaders making their way down the back straight towards Tower Bend, and going to complete further laps. 25.4 for sector 1 for themselves. That's a lot of time gained just for sector 1 alone. I mean, that BMW is so quick. Around 2 seconds, 1.5 to 2 seconds gained on the rest of the field through sector 1, and that's with some traffic. And actually, there is number 50 just ahead of them, and that looks like Alan Lane back on board the R1. So potentially a swap rider for them to not take any risks with the loose exhaust, and just telling the rider to enter the pit lane before they receive a meatball flag. And if you're given the meatball flag at, for example, the opposite end of the circuit, you really should be pulling out of the race far before pit entry, and at that point then you're losing yourself 15 minutes. So better to play it safe in that type of situation, especially with just 14 minutes remaining. I mean, a 3-hour endurance race, it does sound long on paper, especially after throughout the entire day we've been saying 7 laps, 7 laps, 7 laps, 5 laps. Then you come to a 3-hour endurance race, but in the grand scheme of things, in terms of the Biker Lawyers Endurance Championships, this is standard procedure, this is normal. And then, obviously, as we mentioned last round, 750 kilometres, over 5 hours in time was completed. Of course, 12 hours to go later on this season. And, of course, Brands Hatch, yet another distance race as well. So this really is as easy as it gets in endurance racing. Although, as we said, it is muggy out there, and I think some of the riders are going to be hoping for the sun to come back out, because just being in pit lane for 5 minutes, it is disgusting, the heat that's out there. It's far nicer when the sun's completely on there, beating down on you. It's a nice, cleaner heat. Right now, it's humid, it's horrible, and I'm so grateful I'm not in levers.
NLR-TV, where we bring you very accurate descriptions of the weather here at Croft. But no, I get completely what you're saying, you're absolutely right. It's just that awful, muggy, sticky. It's really not pleasant. But we'll wait to see if the weather is going to be on our side across these last 40 minutes. That is definitely Alan Lane back out for Pack Racing on his R1 though. So, yeah, problems then for Paul Dewey and the Suzuki. Again, as you said, didn't want to get the meatball flag, decided to bring it in pretty early. Perhaps he noticed it straight away as well and just came straight in. So I'm expecting probably there to be one more stop for Pack Racing, and I'd expect Chris Taylor to head out on his M1000 RR, maybe for a 20-25 minute stint to finish off the race for the number 50 squad. But of course, anything can happen, and time will tell what the strategy is going to be for Pack Racing, as we see a lot of the riders making their way through Complex 1 and 2, getting it nice and tucked in again. You want to just straighten up the bike as much as you can while keeping it as left as you can as you bring it in to Complex number 2. There we see the number 14 making their way through. Looks like somebody letting coming through. Another 25 comes in, so Fireworks into the pit lane. And let's see what's going to happen. Of course, Fireworks spinning the walls a little bit earlier on, but still running very, very solidly. It's got past running as a result of them coming into the pits. So it's going to be Fuel.
And it is a broken screen.
Oh, it is, yeah. There you go. But Fuel, no tyres, and then straight back out, it would seem. So, interesting, that one. And, again, broken screen. So, give him a mechanical flag right now, race control. I'm joking. But, yeah, so back out, warm tyres. They won't be running anything new to the end of the race. I'd be very surprised if anyone's taking a set of fresh rubber for the last 35 minutes or so. I'm just seeing a few other riders making their way in as well. Who's that that's coming in? Can't quite see. Just wait to see if they come past trying to try who it is. And there you go, it's going to be the number 911 bike that pulls in right in front of us. That's nice and easy, isn't it? As they come on through. And that is the Heck Racing bike with Dean Bednarek bringing it in. And there'll be probably a rider change for those guys there for one final stint. But back out come Fireworks. No, was there a rider change? There may be a rider change. Yeah, there is a rider change. Derek Gillespie heads back out. So I thought we've got some wildlife here at Croft. As trying its best to not get run over. Wildlife, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. If that was your best for that impression, anyway, definitely time to move on.
Don't give me the Blue Planet job. I'll say that much.
Nearly 30 minutes remaining on the clock, though. We're entering the final stages of this race now, and it's got to the point where we're talking about rabbits at the side of the circuit. But Fireworks, throughout that pit stop, lost a couple of positions down to 6th for themselves. That's another lack of adhesion flag out on circuits, potentially some debris down on track. We've not seen any smoke or whatnot, so you wouldn't assume it would be any fluid. It could just be a piece of a fairing, piece of bit of bodywork. Hopefully nothing too concerning for the riders on circuit. Hopefully the marshals can find a safe gap to get that sorted. I mean, there's a few gaps forming out on track, particularly behind the number 7 squad, so WCS Racing, but we'll have to wait and see how that one folds. Now you see one of the riders there just heading down the start-finish straight, putting out their hand and telling the team that it's nearly time to enter the pit lane. As the 194, they've been given a 21.7 second penalty for a short pit stop. So that's going to be applied to their end of race time, and well, actually onto the timing screens each time they cross the line. So you'll see them jump up and down the timing order on the left-hand side of your screen. If you're watching on NRTV, or if you're watching on the side at the sides of the circuit, make sure you join us for tomorrow's action from midday here at Croft. And of course the rest of the season live and free on NRTV and Motorsport Radio. And yeah, you can see what looks to be could even be a bit of screen. Certainly it's not too big at the side of the circuit. It's off the racing line as of such. So debris on circuit causing the lack of adhesion flag 100% there, and hopefully it doesn't cause too much of an issue to anyone. So 2 more laps to put for them, as there is the 129. Now the 129, we did just see them stick their hand out on pit lane. So will they enter the pits this time around? Judging by the hand signals that they did over the line last time around, you would suggest it is going to be pit in time. How right actually are we? Obviously it could be a signal for 2 laps in advance as he heads around yet again. And, so we continue on. Over the start-finish line we go yet again. As into turn 1 we go, and remaining pretty steady so far. As it looks like more drama, and that is at the side of the circuit. We'll see one of our twin runners. So a big shame for them. That's going to be the 53, yeah. So it is the twin runners out there on track. So KGG Endurance, Wells was on board that bike, and we've seen issues for them over at Snetterton. They did a hefty crash at turn 1, if we remember, on board that acrylic itself, snapped the right handlebar clean off for them. Luckily though, they are probably 250 metres away from the pit garages. Although I don't think the marshals want them to take it back for the back entrance of the paddock. So nearly entering the final stages of this race. And then, of course, it's like their final pit stop, you would imagine. They get over 30 laps per fuel tank, so this is going to be their final time to enter the pit lane, their final time to change tyres, fuel up, and away they will head. So there is the number 1 plate. Let's see what they do for their final stop. Pulling out of the fast lane, putting on the pipe stand. Looks like a change of rear tyre for themselves. And I mean, why not? You've got a pit stop intervention time for them. No change of front, however. And the front tyre, you can probably get away if you really want with doing 3 stints on one of those, depending on the compound. So fuel goes into it now. You can see Jonathan ready and raring to go and to hop onto it, replacing James. James, he'll be holding the fire extinguisher at the other side of the bike. And of course, the bike needs to be on the ground, off the pipe stand, before it's restarted. Done perfectly yet again.
Lovely stuff there from the number 1 squad. And we'll head back out to hold on to that lead by around about 3 or so laps. And easy as that. And again, fresh rear tyre. Why not? Why not? Yeah, I mean, it looked fresh anyway from where we're sitting or standing, should I say. Maybe, just maybe, a little bit of usage in previous days, or maybe it ran a stint earlier on. But again, it's pit stop practice. You may as well chuck on a slightly scrubbed tyre towards the end if you can. No reason why not to. You've got a 3-lap advantage. Everything's going your way. May as well give it a go. So fair play to the Massili JJ Racing team out there. Been told that the rider earlier ago with KGG Racing going down. Jonathan Wells was on the Suzuki. Been told that rider he's okay to push that back to the garage. Apparently through that direction, the marshals weren't too happy with it, but race control said no, that's okay. So he'll push that back out, and as soon as it's back to the pits, they can get back out there. KGG Endurance are the only bike, or the only team, should I say, in the Bike Alloys No Limits Endurance Team Twin.
Yellow flags out again. Sorry, Ross. Sorry for interrupting, but yellow flags out there in the final sector, and it does look like a rider has gone down. And just judging by looking out the commentary box window, that does look to be number 6. So Paul Holden looks to be down on the decks. That's the Moto 46 squad. And where Ross, we spoke about how good the first half of the race was for them, but this second half, it's not gone to plan at all. Paul Holden, he's been so consistent both in the sprints and the endurance, and now he's down in the final sector. Luckily, he looks okay.
Yeah, but that's problems for both Moto 46 riders now, who were the long-time leaders in the ACU National 600 class. So we saw Mark Bridger either having a mechanical issue or running out of fuel and having to push the bike back into the pit lane, which they then got summoned to the stewards for. Still haven't had an outcome from that one just yet, but again, I'm expecting there to be some sort of penalty, given that what the stewards are arguing is that because he pushed the bike down an escape road that cut out the second half of the circuit and then crossed the track as well to get it to the pit lane, it was not classified as a full lap, it was a short lap. Therefore, he was considered that he hadn't made it back to the pits, which meant that the 15-minute timer for getting your bike back to the pits before you're allowed to go was still in force, so that Paul Holden had left the pits far too early. But I guess him potentially crashing out solves that issue for the stewards, I guess. But a real shame for the number 16, who've been fantastic all season long so far. And again, had a really, really strong showing in the first 2/3 of this race, realistically. And then it suddenly just started to fall apart a little bit, unfortunately. So that's just how it is. That's racing. Lady Luck does that sometimes, as we do start to see some sunshine beaming down here once again here at Croft after a bit of cloud cover for the last half an hour. And in fact, on the subject of half an hour, just under half an hour to go. In fact, just under 29 minutes. We are getting into the dying phases of this race. Most teams have come down the pit lane for their final pit stop, and now just running all the way to the end. It's just about keeping it calm, keeping two wheels on that racetrack, and then taking that checkered flag.
Getting to the end of the race. Of course, just 28 minutes remaining in this one. 21.7 second penalty currently for the 194. As we see just how bright it is out on circuit. The sun has came out of nowhere. We've had clouds in the sky for the last half an hour or so, and then suddenly, peeking its head back out yet again. We did whisper up in the commentary box, but now, has certainly arrived. There is Proudfoot on board what looks to be a Jackson Racing Honda, actually. So a top quality bike for him. Always good to see the CBR 600s out on circuit as well. As into the final sector now. That's still been the 129. Now we did see their leg about a significant amount of laps to go, and either they have a surprising amount of fuel left in the tank, or it's, well, simply a case that it could have been a 10-lap, 5-lap warning. Who knows? Only they know is the answer to that one. Proudfoot Racing will leg off the bike on the right-hand side, and yeah, he's not going to have too far to go, you would imagine, before he enters the pit lane himself. So will Randy Racing into the pit lane? Let's wait and find out. And of course, we'll keep you updated on any other penalties that are applied in this final section. It was Nicholas Round that enters the pits for Randy Racing. So Nicholas Round into the pits. He stuck out his leg relatively early, just to tell the riders behind that he was going to be headed into pit lane, just letting everyone know exactly what was going on, how it should be done, if you will. There's Snapdragon Racing though out on circuit, yet another CBR 600s. There one being one of the older models, and well, they've raced them for a couple of seasons now, and if my memory serves me correctly, it should be last season at Anglesey that they had a couple of issues, let's just say, with their bikes, and they were shocked, to say the very least, because they were expecting Hondas to be absolutely bulletproof, and they weren't on that occasion. But the number 6, as we know, there is Holden walking away from the scene of the crime. The bike is landlocked, therefore he has to wait, well, his team has to wait till 6:01 until they can get things restarted, but he was relatively okay. It's good to see them being able to at least make it back out on track. But he looks a little bit out of breath, and well, can you blame him for that? But yeah, he's looking out of breath outside the circuit, and he's just going to have to watch the final 25 minutes or so. But now we will continue on as we can head back down to pit lane, where Ross is with a couple of our riders mitching about down in pit lane.
Thanks, Lewis. And yeah, sun's out. This is lovely all of a sudden, isn't it? It's like it's been all day, except for that half an hour. It was a bit cloudy. Just down here outside the Moto 46 squad. I won't jump in to speak to them because it looks like they're about to head back out, but talk about going from hero to zero, unfortunately for them, dominating the class for most of the day. Then that issue that we saw here earlier, and then of course we saw a few moments ago Paul Holden going down. I'm not sure if the bike is going to be able to get back in time, so I think it's very much a case of just waiting for those 15 minutes to go through. Because there was shouting going on there. Can we come in and speak to you quickly, or are you about to go out? Go on then, we'll make it quickly. Do you want to talk us? Yeah, that's fine. It's alright, so weird, it's fine. So what was going on earlier? We saw you come to a stop up there, everything okay?
I run out of fuel. With you have to have an AMI thing on them things, so we ain't got a fuel light. So we guess how long we can go out for fuel, and no, that fucked it. We were in the lead. Sorry about my language. But yeah, we were in the lead. He's gone out, trying to recover it, and I think he's crashed now. So I'm going to go and try and score some points and see what we can do.
Yeah, real shame for you guys. You were dominating much race. Yeah. Paul did go down, but he's okay, which is the main thing. But he's still in points paying position. He's just getting back out there, smashed it in for the last 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, just try and score some points now. Cheers, man.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. We'll let you get ready to head on out. So yeah, real shame for the Serica Moto 46 squad. Yeah, I suspect that it may have been a running out of fuel issue. It appears that that was the case. I can just see the pack racing guys in there. See if we can jump in and speak to them. Heard you had a broken exhaust or something. What was going on?
Yeah.
Did you break it?
I don't know, mate. I don't know what happened. I didn't even know it was broken, to be honest, until I come in. Oh. But yeah, I think a few people were trying to show me, but I didn't notice, to be honest, yeah.
No, I mean, we just said we're going to check this to see if it's mechanical flag, and then you came in, so we assumed that you just noticed it broke. But
yeah. Well, it's a bit lucky then, more than anything. Look more than judgment, I think, to be honest, yeah.
Well, luck on your side, I guess. So, but yeah, all running well, at least, boys.
Yeah, not too bad, yeah. I struggled a bit getting used to the new bike, but yeah, enjoyed it, mate. So yeah, all good.
Awesome stuff. All the best for the rest of the race, boys. Thanks very much. We'll get out of the pack racing way. As always, great to speak to those guys. Are we about to see a change over here? See if we can slide in. Are you about to head back out, or are you just standing enjoying the sun?
Hopefully I'm finished for the day now. Get Carl on last minute of that wheels.
Awesome stuff. How have you found it? You must be knackered.
Hard work, but I've enjoyed it. Been really good, mate.
Yeah, no, it's been a physical day for everybody. I think it's a tough work out there, but still happy with your own performances.
Yeah, so up to now we're leading. So
yeah,
if it stays that way, I'll be happy.
No, I mean you can still be critical of yourself even if you're leading, can't you?
I know you can, but no, we've done all right. If we just keep chipping away and carrying on, it'll be a good weekend.
Yeah, I mean 20 minutes left. It's in the dying phase now, so it's just keeping two wheels on the track at this point.
That's the plan.
Well, stuff. Well, best of luck for the rest of it.
Cheers, boys. Thank you.
All right, so we'll see if we're going to head down a little bit further on, maybe see if we can grab somebody from the 67 squad who've been up and down and all around today. See if we can pop in, grab a few words from the team. How we doing, mate? You okay?
I have the worst cramp you've ever seen in your entire life. I don't know how I'm going to make it through this, but we're going to get there. It's going to be good.
Where is it? Is it arm, leg, whole body?
There. Absolute maximum there. It started there, and it's my sister. She sucks.
Great to see the family come along for support. Yeah, I mean, everyone's in the same boat. It's tough out there at Croft. Obviously, it's really warm today as well. It's been a very physical day. But everyone happy in the team at least?
Yeah, we're loving it. Oh, he's ran away. He's ran away. we got Sean Evans from B-Man Road Racing over there. You can see his head. If you get the camera in there, you can see his face. Yeah, he loves it. He's going over to the bank, so we're just sorting the bikes out. We thought I'd come for a spin. It'll be good, yeah.
Yeah, so again, just kind of getting the last 20 minutes done, then it's party time.
Oh, it is definitely party time. You've never seen a man consume so many Guinness in your life, believe me. It'll be good. You'll have to join us, come down for a couple.
Well, you know, I'll think about it. All the best for the rest of the race, boys.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Well, that was something, wasn't it? And yeah, apologise for the language shortly there, at least. We'll head back over to you, Lewis, for a little bit, and then I think it'll be time then to head down for pit lane for one last time before the end of the race, and then it'll be checkered flag. So, Lewis, Rae, back to you for the dying phase of the race.
Thanks for that one, Ross. And I got to say, I'm missing the sunglasses out there in pit lane. I think you need to get the aviators back on and do your best Top Gun impression. But yeah, racing continuing for the final 20 minutes out on track, and well, it continues to be a 2-lap advantage for the number 1 squad. There, of course, P1 out on track as we continue our battling throughout. And we're just having a little look at the start-finish straight. Plenty of pit boards out, and well, nearly everyone out here on circuit using nearly everyone out there on circuit using pit boards just to tell riders how many laps remaining, who's ahead, who's behind, and whatnot. And it's a pretty useful bit of information. It's been in motorsport for decades and decades, and well, even at top level motorcycle racing, the MotoGP, it continues to be the best form of communication. As we see, one of the R6s, that is the 129, just making himself through the photos. So Chet's racing, Stuart's currently on board for that bike. As well, there is our race leader. We were speaking about a few moments ago, and running in the 127. So her pace has slowed down ever so slightly in this final, in this last 40 minutes or so, but nonetheless, still compared to the riders behind, and that's all which matters. In fact, the only riders that are actually coasting on circuit was Paul Ross, who just spoke to them over at Proudfoot Racing, leading the national 600 category, and they're having a good old fight out on track, and we've had a good old race so far. Joshua Proudfoot currently on track for them, and yeah, leading category. What more can you really say?
Yeah, absolutely. Doing a fantastic job at the moment is the squad, and yeah, just continuing to push them around. Again, it's the dying phase of the races. We got about, well, just under 19 minutes left to go. Everyone's looking forward to that checkered flag. It'll be a couple of minutes until the number 16 is allowed to rejoin the race, and we'll have to go through that one. So we'll wait for them to make their way back out. So it'll be 1 minute past 6. That the number 6 squad, the Moto 46 Serica Racing team, will be allowed back out. That's because Paul Holden
physically can't get his bike back to the pit lane. It's actually landlocked on the infield of the circuit. There's no way for them to safely get the bike back through, of course, pending a red flag or a safety car. But at that point, he's so close to the end, it may well be, you know what, we'll just call it there. There's not really a lot of time left in the day for us to go racing, especially if it is a red flag. But fingers crossed, that's not going to be the case as we push onwards. And while we're here, we'll say goodbye to those of us listening in trackside to the noise regulations here. We are going to have to turn the trackside PA off, so hope you've enjoyed us. Myself, Ross McIntyre, Lewis Rae alongside me, bringing you all of the action. But don't worry, you can still hear us if you've not become very annoyed at our voices on the NLR TV YouTube channel. We'll still be live all for the rest of the race, and then the post-race celebrations down in pit lane as well. So we'll take a quick break here for a few moments while we just close down the PA, and then we'll get back to it for the last 17 and a half minutes. And those trackside can breathe a sigh of relief as they are spared myself and Lewis Rae tired and warm voices. But don't worry, you've still got us here on NLR TV for the rest of the race. And as I mentioned, coming through for the end of race celebrations, we'll be heading down to the pit lane to talk to all of the riders and all of the teams, or at least as many as we can grab in the time that we've got, and to run through the day in the race and how the emotions are feeling. And again, it's reached that point. The sun's come back out. Everyone's feeling good. The checkered flag is now within sight. We're just over a quarter of an hour away from it. And, you know, a lot of the teams are ready to party. Of course, riders still out there going very, very hard, still physically pushing themselves. But then coming back in, of course, many riders planning celebrations of different means, as we heard a few moments ago down in the pit lane. You know, whether that be, just having a party, whether that be having a nice, refreshing beverage of choice. But, it's well on celebrations. I know I mentioned it earlier, but just getting to the end of an endurance race, even if it's 3 hours, even if it's 5 hours, even if it's 12 hours, it is an achievement because it's so taxing on the body, on the mind, and on the machinery as well. And for the team members as well, for those guys on the spanners, for the people hanging the pit boards off of the wall. It's tough, and of course, you need to stay on it the whole time. So everybody just wants to make the end, whether you're bringing home a class win, whether you're the last runner on the road of the entire race. Getting to the end is a massive, massive achievement. Of course, everybody involved can be proud.
Yeah, it's a massive achievement, and it's a reason to celebrate. I'm sure it'll be some non-alcoholic Guinnesses that are consumed this evening before tomorrow. I'm sure some of the people will still be continuing on for tomorrow's sprint action. Of course, we'll be going from race 9 to race 23 on Sunday. So if you are watching us live, or if you're watching us on Saturday evening on demand, make sure you join us for Sunday's action, or perhaps you have missed all the action, back catch up what happens at the weekend. Make sure you join us at Brands Hatch next month for an absolute, hopefully a scorcher as well, actually, because 3 rounds, 3 incredible conditions, and here we see James McIntyre just making himself through on the number 62 bike. So James McIntyre on board the R6. Always good to see him back on the R6, actually. He's raced a whole host of 600s in the past. Raced Gixxer 600s as well. And obviously has been racing the Honda Fireblade over the last couple of seasons or so. But now back on to the 600s and carving his way through the pack. And it's always been as a local round, if you will, in terms of no limits racing. Until this year, where Knockhill joins the calendar. We're in August. And, well, if we have conditions like this, I think we'll be laughing all the way to the bank. But here's the Triumph machine that looks to be number 2 of Oddballs, making their way into the final sector now. A whole host of riders ahead of them, and always lovely to see a big gap. So the 69 and 85 just at the back of this pack for the time being. Just like JAS Racing. Harris currently on board the ZX10. So Jamie Harris did a good job out on track, and a couple of riders really struggling to keep that front wheel on the floor. But 40 minutes ago, less than 15 minutes on the clock. This is truly entering its closing stages. We're after 6 p.m. in the evening here at Croft. The sun is shining. What more can you ask for here in 2026? It's the perfect way to go motorcycle racing. And well, Ross, now everyone's mindset is going to be bringing it to the end. And even if you're locked in a battle, I don't think they're going to be too concerned necessarily about them. You're going to have it in the back of your mind to leave that couple of percentage so you're not losing the front, because now there's less than 50 minutes on the clock, so you can't even get a bike out there legally.
No, absolutely. So you're hoping that you're not going to have an incident this late in the day. And Well, it's just about keeping your two wheels on the black stuff, keeping yourself upright on the bike as well. Just taking it nice and easy. I don't think there's anybody that is too close to anybody in terms of actual racing position out on track. Everyone's fairly split up. There's a couple of riders that are close to each other, but they're normally mainly in different classes. So right now, everyone's just kind of racing themselves to the end. As you mentioned, of course, next round coming up, we'll be having the endurance back to a lapped race. It's 126 laps of the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit for the No Limits Endurance Brands Hatch Centenary race. That'll be a little bit longer than this one. I'm expecting it to probably be around about 4 hours, I'd reckon. Again, doing maths, not our strong points either at GCSE or Nat 5 level in the commentary box, but just doing some quick ones. So it'll be, hopefully if everything runs well and we don't have too many delays, be about in between what we had at Donington and what we're seeing here and what we had at Snetterton as well with the 3-hour race, although of course we did have to cut the Snetterton race a little bit short due to the light levels getting away from us. Thankfully, we're getting very quickly towards summer. In fact, as of Monday, it is summer officially, I guess, as it hits June. So the day's getting longer, and it means we can run a little bit further into the day. 12 minutes left to run in this one then, and everyone looking comfortable, everybody looking nice and calm and collected. Again, only the one safety car in this race, which is great going. We've only had one red flag all day, which was a very brief one. According to our producer, he's just done the maths. Apparently 4 hours and 23 minutes is the expected time. Of course, that may be a little bit longer with delays and stuff, but if everyone runs the race at the proper speed with no delays, 4 hours and 23 minutes is the expected Brands Hatch GP endurance length. Again, we're going back to laps for that one instead of times. But as I was saying, here at Croft, again, very clean endurance race, very clean racing all today. Again, only the one safety car, and not a particularly long one by any means either in the Bike Boys No Limits Endurance, and then only one red flag all day, and again a very brief one just because there was two bikes in the middle of the circuit. They were very quickly cleared out of the way and we got back on with it, and all riders involved were absolutely fine. So it's been a really remarkably clean day of racing, which is fantastic to see. It's been a great day of racing as well, Lewis, and with just a touch over 10 minutes, let's finish it on a high point here at least.
Yeah, let's finish on a high point. And actually, I'm surprised you didn't take all the credit for that math there at Brands Hatch. And I guess if it is wrong, then it's not you to blame then. But still, 10 minutes left on the clock. And as you mentioned, let's finish it on a high, of course. And well, yellow, green flags out there. So I almost wonder if something's happened or someone's had to cut the chicane at the very least. Because if green flags are out, usually it means there's a yellow flag out, and that's because there is a yellow flag out, and that's because there's a bike. Smashed the pieces on the exit. So either that's been a crash going in and the bikes went all the way through it, or it's been a case that they've lost it going out. Now, that's an awkward place to go down, as we know, and hopefully all is okay with the rider. And obviously if the red flag was to come out at 10 minutes to go, you would struggle to see a reason to restart it. Of course, we'll keep you updated on exactly what the situation is here on circuit. We're near the end of the 3-hour race regardless, and I can say the 911 hasn't gone through that sector point on circuit, so hopefully all is okay with them out on track, and that would be Heck Racing. Geldart's currently on board the bike as things stand. They are running, of course, P13 in the order, and it's a real quick chicane, so it is, and not somewhere that you want to go down for sure. And well, the Marshalls Point is just further up the road, actually at the corner itself, and well, you're kind of stranded there in the middle of the circuit, so they're not going to be able to get the bike back out on circuit for the end of this race anyway, that's for sure. Just 9 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, luckily it's local yellows, and the rider is up and okay as well, which is great to see. Yeah, it looks like that was quite a big one. I wonder if, again, I don't know if the bike's either dug in or maybe it's been a bit of a high side through there. Oh, there is a red flag, in fact. Okay, so that may well be it, with 9 minutes left to go on the clock. The timing, of course, will keep going. We'll wait to see what race control is going to do, but they've decided that with that bike in a precarious position, even though the rider's up and okay, debris all over the circuit. There's actually a bit of debris there in the middle of the racetrack as well. We are going to have a red flag to end this race. A real shame there. Again, we suspect it's the Heck Racing bike that's gone down, the 911, with James Geldart potentially having that incident. But again, can't confirm that for you until we have identified who the rider is. But that will be a real shame. We are going to end on the red flag. Also, you hope that if it does end on the red flag, that the Heck Racing bike would at least be classified. We'll wait and see. But again, 8 minutes left on the clock. And, well, we'll have to obviously get the recovery vehicle out there to go and get the bike, go and get the pieces, then get them back in. Then it'll obviously be send the riders back out behind the safety car to restart. I don't think we're going to have the time to get going once again. There you can see Sheepy and some burnouts. That, to me, tells us we're done and dusted here in the Bike Alloys No Limits Endurance 3 Hours of Croft, because Sheepy, our social media manager at No Limits, recording the burnouts from the Maselli JJ Racing squad. I suspect, we haven't had it confirmed from Race Control, but I very heavily suspect that we are done here for Racing's action on Saturday. Just stay with us to confirm that, and then of course we'll head down over to the pit lane to catch some of the celebrations, speak to some of the riders as well, and just soak in the atmosphere, soak in the sun as well, as it has come back out for the last half an hour's worth of racing. But presuming that is the end, a fantastic day of racing so far. I mean, if it isn't the end, if we do somehow manage to get a lap or two of racing out, that's going to be a very warm rear tyre from the Jonathan Lodge, who's on the Maselli JJ Racing bike. And, well, talk about putting on a show. It's NASCAR-style burnouts there, goodness me. As, apparently the camera's not liking the smoke too much down there. But, wow, what a race that was. Again, we haven't had it confirmed that we're done, but we are presuming we are, with 6 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, just waiting for the final confirmation to come through from Race Control. That being said, I am now seeing marshals packing up just outside of my commentary box window. So I'm going to take that as official confirmation that we are finished here at Croft. And unfortunately, not quite completing the Bike Alloys No Limits Endurance race due to a late red flag. Again, suspected that Heck Racing high siding coming through the chicane. But the ride is okay if it is the Heck Racing bike. Again, waiting to confirm that. But still, what a race that was. Relatively clean as well. Some fantastic endurance action. And what a day of racing it has been in general. Just really, really solid bike racing on display here at Croft, as it always is when No Limits rolls into town. Of course, a big, big crowd turning up today. We're expecting a big, big crowd turning up tomorrow as well. And we hope you're able to join us as well. If you weren't here today, make the trip up. It's set to be a lovely day for all of our sprint races coming our way tomorrow. 10 laps instead of 7, as we had today. No Inter-Services Championship race, but it'll still be lots of fun. So we're going from race 9 to race number 23 for you tomorrow. 8 races today, including our Bike Alloys 3 Hours of Croft, which we have just witnessed. And that is now confirmed. That is race done and dusted. We are calling it there, and that will be checkered flag. So we'll run through what the order was for you at the time of the red flag. Again, waiting to confirm what's going on in terms with the classification. In fact, we'll run it through in a little moment's time. We'll, in fact, head down to our resident Scotsman, Lewis Rae, who's down in pit lane, ready to catch up with some of our riders.
Thanks, Ross. Down here in pit lane at the moment, getting the reactions straight away from teams, and well, hopefully they're not going to run away from us just yet. James has anyway, but Jonathan still down here having a little chat. But, well, the number one, it's P1 here today at Croft. But if you can grab a quick word of Jonathan or James, either or. As, James is running into the back of the garage. We're going to get him out here, and then, we're going to have a quick word. We managed to catch up with Jonathan earlier on, of course. But, James, I mean, what a ride, what a day. It's been beautiful conditions from start to finish, but I mean, you guys, you've just rocked up first time this year and you've upset the entire field.
Well, you know, we normally like to hold off till the weather starts getting good, so we did this last year as well. But to be fair, I mean, the bike has been, we've made some improvements on it to last year. The pace that we're running was definitely a lot better, and I think, I'm very happy with the pace we did in qualifying. So yeah, to be honest, it felt good. So yeah, great result.
I've got to ask though, right, was that the perfect race in your guys' head? Because up there in the commentary box, it looked easy for you guys, but down in pit lane, was there anything that we didn't see? Was there any slight issues for you guys, or was it smooth sailing?
No, I don't think so. I mean, credit to the team, we put a practice in before, and I think there was maybe a slight the front wheel change may not have been quite as good as it could have been, but it just got a bit stuck. But you can't really practice that because, you know, the brakes out hot. Like, they get very hot, so it's, you know, you never quite recreate what you actually go out with. But yeah, no complaints really.
And we spoke to Jonathan earlier on. He was saying 12 hours. It's looking like it's on the cards. Are you looking forward to that, or is it a little bit daunting?
We'll see how we do. Yeah, I mean, we'll get a third rider in definitely, because I think 6 hours apiece is probably going to be a bit much. But yeah, it's sort of a bit different. We normally go pretty well at Anglesey as well, so it should be all right.
Well, yeah, massive congratulations. I mean, it's got to be great working again with Jonathan out there on circuit.
Yeah, he's Mr. Consistent, and to be fair, I was pretty happy with the consistency of the pace I was running as well. When there was no back markers involved, I was just sort of banging out lap times within half a second of a previous one, so felt like I had quite good rhythm, and yeah, flawless really.
Yeah, I mean, it showed out there. You're calling Jonathan Mr. Consistent, but both of you guys unstoppable here today, and congratulations.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Cheers, mate. Thanks.
So, P1 for the Lodge Duo yet again. We're not going to be able to go quite that side of pit lane, but all the bikes being lined up at the other side of pit lane at the moment. Celebrations well and truly beginning for the time being. The Biker Lawyers 3 hours of Croft has officially came to an end, and of course that's the end of the endurance race until we head to Brands Hatch next month, where then we're going to have, well, as we said, over 5 hours of action to look forward to for that one. But we'll go a quick wander down here super quickly and see if we can grab maybe one or two teams, because it would be nice if we could talk to Proudfoot Racing before we wrap things up here today, and then we can look forward to a full schedule of tomorrow's action on the cards, of course, running all the way from races 9 to races 23 in the afternoon. It's going to be a complete day of sprint action here at Croft. Unlike today, where we have 7 lap races, tomorrow it's going to be around 10 laps in distance for pretty much all the classes, as we see all the bikes sitting behind us all nice and lined up, just so nobody is able to touch it. But we're going to grab a word actually with the number 6, because I can see Paul just having a little relaxing chat, but we did see the crash in the closing stages for yourself. All okay, and hopefully you can get the bike fixed for tomorrow as we hide the beverages after a long, hard day.
I landed on my head a little bit, but these things happen, don't they?
Yeah. So for tomorrow, much damage on the bike? I mean, I'm sure you've not had a great chance to look at it.
Not releasing the bike yet, so we'll see what it looks like when we get it back.
But overall, though, I think you've got to be happy with today. In terms of a team performance for you guys, you were super consistent at the start of the race. Second half, I think it's fair to say, didn't go to plan.
Yeah, not quite the plan we had, but that's I think that's the most bad luck we've ever had.
Well, I mean, you've been lucky with the weather, none the least. So watch the side of the circuit, you can get a little bit of a suntan, and that's pretty much the only positive from it.
Yeah, we'll take the positives out of that. We had all the bad luck in 1 week.
Well, we're gonna grab with you as well. I mean, you've got to be happy. You've got the bike to the line nonetheless. You got it to the finish line and wrap things up here today on Saturday.
Before, it's the main thing. Just score some points now. But I ran out of fuel halfway through my stint, and obviously we're in the lead. I managed to push it back through the little cut through, and we got a penalty for that. Brilliant. Cheers, everyone. But Paul went out to try and recover it. Obviously had a bit of bad luck. End up crashing. Then we couldn't leave. I couldn't leave till 6:01, 15 minutes. So I had to sit down in the pit lane for 15 minutes while watching everyone go past, and then think, well, I'm just going to try and bring it home, and whatever points are at the last sort of to grab there, really. But
you brought home, and that's the main thing. Congratulations again, and silver linings.
Got it all out of the way in one race, all our bad luck, hopefully. So we'll carry on winning on the next one.
Great watching you guys anyway, nonetheless.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And, finally, we'll head over to Proudfoot Racing, just a couple garages down, and then we'll wrap things up here today on Saturday's schedule. So they're not too far away, a couple garages down the order. So we'll speak to Josh. We've not had a chance to catch him up here today, but I mean, it's been great seeing you on the Honda, first of all. How did that come about? Is it a Jackson Racing machine as it looks?
Yeah, so first of all, I'd like to thank Jackson Racing for the bike. It's unreal. Yeah. And I wish them a good TT with Paul Jordan as well. Hope they're doing well. But yeah, it's a beautiful bike. It's much less fatiguing than the Kawasaki, which is helpful around here on a hot day.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the plan this weekend, yes, again, just to do the endurance race and head home and put your feet up.
Yeah, so we're about to head to the Toon now. Me and my teammate Joe here, we're about to get on it in Newcastle. Yeah, so that's the plan now.
A nice Saturday evening anyway for yourself.
Yeah.
And well, Joe, you've got to be happy as well with the performance today. Class win for you guys, let's keep in mind, in the National 600s.
Yeah, really happy with that. We only picked the bike up last week, never even ridden it, so good first day on it, really.
Yeah, it seems like you and Josh have a great relationship anyway, to say the very least. A good pair of jokers between two of you, but on circuit, really quick lap times. I mean, how did you find Croft today? Was it physical out there? Hot conditions anyway?
Yeah, really hot. You could really feel the humidity getting to you when you're out there riding, and it sort of radiates through your body. But yeah, me and Josh both did consistent quick laps, and it just all worked out in the end.
Yeah, consistency is key. 3 hours done anyway, and now, well, you can head out in the tune, as you would say.
Yeah, we're going to do that. Our dads did a great job as well, make sure our bikes got there in the end.
Yeah, it's team effort at the end of the day. Best of luck and congratulations. Hopefully see you at some later rounds.
Yeah, should do.
Well, we spoke to a couple of teams now, including, of course, our overall winners. And, well, we'll leave you on a lovely backdrop, a sea of bikes, if you will. Saturday's action is coming to a close here at Croft, and it looks like, we're all set for Sunday. Let's not forget, tomorrow we cannot start until midday, so a slightly later start to proceedings than what we would normally have here at No Limits Racing, but it's still going to be an action-packed day. Plenty of racing to look forward to. Races 9 to 23, as we already said, so make sure you join us then. Myself, Lewis, Rae, Ross McIntyre, as well as up in the commentary box, it still seems resting after 3 hours, a long 3-hour endurance, hot conditions as well, for all the riders, all the officials, all the marshals, everyone involved at putting this fantastic event on. So a massive congratulations anyways, all the competitors, all the winners, and even just the finishers in it, because it was a tricky one out there here today. And until tomorrow, it looks like we can wrap up proceedings, and we'll see you on track at midday.
No Limits Racing. No Limits Racing.